Hello, hello. Hello. How's everybody today? How is everybody? How are we doing? Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's doing well. We have a doozy today. We have a very large, meaty video that I think is worth looking at using a more public audience with someone who is intimately experienced with Team Fortress 2. It's worth looking at and worth discussing outside of the sphere that this video is currently being viewed in. So we'll get to that in a moment. Is this a Germa video? Yes, this is a Germa video. Shocker, spoiler. We're watching all of Germa's videos today, every single one, starting from his very first upload, and we're not stopping until we get all the way up until his last one. That's the plan. So, this morning I woke up, and I was gonna go about my day, as my normal day. I have a couple of down days here. Yesterday was an impromptu day off because, I don't have any work to do. And then, so I just worked on my video I'm working on yesterday for a bit and just chilled out for a while to kind of catch up on house chores. And then I woke up this morning to no more work that needs to be done, so I'm just waiting to be. I have a project ongoing with my contractor, and I'm just waiting for them to tell me to do shit. And they haven't told me to do shit, so I'm just kind of twiddling my thumbs and waiting. So figured I was gonna keep working on my video today, but then as soon as this video came out, my DMs fucking ignited and exploded with like 50 people sending it to me. And I thought to myself, oh boy, this'll be good. This should be a fun one to watch on stream. And initially I wasn't really gonna give it the time of day because I don't want to poison the well right away, but given who this video is, like where this video is coming from and who made it and how he tends to argue his points, I wasn't gonna give it the time of day until he parodied the thumbnail that I used for my Meet Your Match video. I'm like, okay, dude, you got me. You got your hooks in me. You're getting what you want. You're getting me to watch your video, which appears to be in somewhat of a response to mine. So, okay, you got me. And so I sat down and I watched the first 5 minutes. I'm like, alright, what is the premise here? What's he setting up? I watched the first 5 minutes, and I'm like, okay, dude, this is some fucking bullshit. This is... We have an interesting video to watch today. It's a very interesting video to watch today. If I refresh the page, the thumbnail should pop up again. No, it's not. Hold on, I'll grab a screen cap here. Yeah, so that's the thumbnail. Parodying mine, so it's like, all right, dude, we see what you're doing here. We see what your angle is. We see what you're doing here. So, we'll check this out. We will check this out. So I think a couple things need to be said before this, right? A couple things need to be said. The notion that competitive didn't kill TF2 is simply a falsehood. Competitive play's influences absolutely steered Team Fortress 2 into a direction that completely sabotaged the gameplay loop that had been established for 8 years prior. There is simply no refuting that. To say that TF2's competitive scene had absolutely no influence over the direction this came in. Absolutely none whatsoever, which I'm assuming this video is going to say, is simply not true. That's my assumption. Again, I've only watched the first 5 minutes, but to say that it had no hand in where TF2 is today, the position that TF2 is in today, which is objectively worse than any other position in its past, given how the game functions, and given how Valve has been treating it, that's a falsehood, in my opinion. It's not even an opinion, it's just true. But also, what needs to be said is that Valve is ultimately at fault, right? That's the main thing. Valve pulls the reins. They make the decisions for their games, they do all of the changes, the buck stops with them, right? The buck stops with them. But if you didn't have a multi-year long campaign from the competitive scene inside of Team Fortress 2, nagging at them and bitching at them and begging them for some kind of official support in the base game for competitive play, Valve would have never taken the direction they would have and pushed out Meet Your Match and then ruined how TF2 plays. Ultimately, Valve's decisions. It also needs to be said again, competitive players naturally didn't ask for the specifics. They didn't ask for casual mode, but they asked for matchmaking. You know, they didn't ask for the functionality of casual mode at all. That was entirely Valve's own doing. But again, to say they had no influence over the direction is silly. It's a falsehood. Thing is, like, the notion that any official competitive mode could have worked properly is also just not true. I tore down that argument in my Meet Your Match video, simply because the competitive scene within Team Fortress 2 cannot establish what competitive TF2 is. There's no baseline. Is it 6v6? Is it 9v9? What weapons are banned? What should the class limits be? What the map rotation should be? There's no consensus as to what the official competitive format should be. Valve simply looked at which one was the most popular and then ran with that one. It wouldn't matter what format they chose or what rules they chose, it would have been inherently different than the vast majority of how people play, or the vast majority of formats for which people play competitive TF2. Be it the specific rules, be it the team sizes, be it weapon bans, be it class limits, what have you, there would have been no official implementation that would have appeased as many people that they were trying to appease to push TF2 as their next esport. There would have been no way. The argument then to refute that is, oh, okay, they could have done a general 6v6 game mode, which they did, as miserably broken as it was, and still is, and then, okay, that would have generated more interest in competitive play, but then the mystical gap would have still been there, right? It's like, okay, we're playing this smaller team sizes game mode, but then we go over to community competitive formats, and oh shit, what do you mean all these weapons are banned? Oh, what do you mean we can only have one medic? What do you mean that, you know, we have this strict meta that people primarily adhere to, right? There could have been no official implementation of a competitive format that would have succeeded. It would have probably ended up much like a man versus machine, where it only appeals to a small minority. Need help with this one? Lucid, if you want to get in a call, by all means, you can join me. Though, the problem is, I don't know if I can stream my screen to you so we keep up on the same page. I don't know if that's possible as I stream. It might freak my Discord out. Okay, Lucid, if you just want to watch the stream, then we can do that if you want. Sure. If you wanna hop in, by all means, shoot me a DM. Oh, right, we can just do a watch together. Duh, I'm stupid. Here. Let me set that up real quick and hide the info so people can't hop in here. Let's see, let me send this to Lucid. There you are. There's the watch together.
What's good?
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
How you doing, man?
Let
me turn you up a little
I'm
bit
doing
so people
well.
can hear you. Can you
I'm on my shit mic, so I apologize.
Oh, there we go. Hold on. Whoa, you just redlined. Hold on. Say something.
What's good?
What's good? What's good in the hood? There we go. All right, you are clear and audible. How the fuck do I add a video to the watch together? I've never used this on my own.
It's in the top. It's the top. The bar at the top that says search or paste a link to a YouTube video.
Oh, I'm stupid. There we go.
Also, hello, chat.
Hello, Lucid is here. We're gonna watch as much of this as we can together. So, it's a long one. Hope you saw that.
Also, I did. Also, this is incredibly funny timing because I was in the middle of watching Indy's video to prepare for UFR with the enigmatic third host of UFR. But when I saw the stream was here and was like, oh, I got to get in on this.
Yeah, sweet, awesome,
good shit.
All right, let me. Can they? I don't think any information is displayed that other people can join the room. Not that it matters unless they try to pause the video.
Oh no, yeah, they can't see anything.
Okay, cool. Let me. How do I?
You have to show the link on stream.
Can I make it full screen? I'll just zoom in.
Yeah, I usually just zoom in.
What do you mean it doesn't let me zoom in? Ah. Oh, there we go. Oh, I can do a pop out. Can I make it bigger? Does this work? Can I drag this over here? It does! I can just do this! Oh, that's nifty. Hey, there we go. All right. Now we're cooking. This is... Man, technology has come a long way. Look at this.
Whoa, that's great.
All right. Okay, are we ready to begin? We have Lucid in tow, and we can have a good time together. Mm-hmm. Shall we begin?
Sounds good to me.
What the fuck? What is happening? Why is it not playing?
Oh, you have to use the pause button in Watch Together.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Like you can't tap the screen and watch together.
Oh, okay.
So
there we go.
Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress 2 is an extremely weird game, right? Like, it's a really good game, but it is really weird. Maybe not as strange as something like Stalker Simulator 2011, you know, the one that doxes you when you buy it, but pretty weird. It's a game with many different parts, many different factions and subgroups, and many different things that appeal to many different...
Okay, so right away, you're immediately not talking about the game. You're immediately talking about the people playing the game and the different spheres, right? This is we're already deviating away from the game itself, but
well, I assume the angle will be there are a bunch of different spheres, including casual competitive.
No, yeah, I assume
that's where we're going.
Yeah.
Different people. That's one of its greatest strengths in my opinion. TF2 to me proves more than any other game that you can in fact make a game that appeals to almost everybody, as long as you have that strong, fundamental, deep base to work from. For the Tryhards, TF2 has some of the best...
It goes well beyond just those three things, but yes, that's just true. It appeals to a shitload of people because the game is good.
Of any shooter ever. Incredible mechanics and really fun things to do. And for everybody else, there's funny ragdolls and taunts to enjoy. Most games get...
See, that's already like... That's already kind of like setting it up that like, oh, if you're not engaging with the mechanics, you just like, and you have people that only play the game for the funny ragdolls and the toys, right? Like I already see where this is going.
Also, I do wonder how many people, I'm not saying there's none for the record, but I do wonder how many people percentage-wise play TF2 solely for like the ragdolls and taunts and nothing else. Like they don't engage with anything else. Yeah,
none. I mean, the overwhelming majority of people who play Team Fortress 2 actually play the game in some capacity. You can't say there's none, right? Because there's definitely some out there who only hang out in friendly servers and fuck around and talk, right? But that represents a very small fringe minority of this player base.
Also, social ability is not a word.
It is now.
Oh shit!
It is now. Web phishing is a social game.
True, but yeah, a social ability is not a word. That's all.
Yes.
one
Yes.
down or the other perfectly, but not both. This is why I think TF2 YouTube does so well. You can talk about mechanics while also showing off funny, goofy stuff, appealing to a wide audience, even from one single creator. And I think that's largely how I've found success here as well. You can make a lot of things that appeal to
I think that was more true some years ago. I think now success on YouTube is a lot easier simply because people just want more of the game, and because Valve doesn't give it to them, they rely on YouTubers to give more of the game. So they eat up different perspectives, they eat up different forms of, talking about a weapon or how someone else has fun with the game. I think that's a big part of why TF2 YouTube is still so big now, is because Valve gives them nothing, so they rely on other people to share their perspective, and it keeps the game fresh for them, I suppose.
to many different kinds.
Wait, can I clarify?
Yeah.
Sociability is a word. He wrote social with an L. Sociability as one word.
Is a word. Yes.
Sociability is a word because people are. So I have a person in my room who just tapped me on the shoulder to say the same thing that I just saw like 3 people in chat say. I know sociability is a word. Social ability is not a word. That's
there
all.
you go.
Kinds of people, and I think all those different kinds of people are what make the TF2 community at times seem a little divisive. When a lot of different players are coming to your game for different things, sometimes those things that they're coming for are going to be contradictory to what other players want.
So, I don't like this argument because it makes it seem as if though all of these different things have equal weight when they
That's what
don't.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, when the overwhelming majority of TF2 players come for the vanilla game, and then all of the different ways you play TF2 appeal to increasingly smaller minorities, including, like on both ends of the spectrum, competitive play, and then like custom game modes like versus Saxton Hale or Jailbreak or what have you, right? So I don't like how he's setting this up as if though all players and all different means of play have equal weight over anything with TF2.
Yeah, clearly there is going to be a majority of people who play the game a certain way. And of course there'll be variants within that, but generally you could put a bunch of people, like the majority of people, into one category. Is like they play the game overall casually to have a good time.
Yeah, or not even
And,
just
like,
that, but you can get more specific than that. The overwhelming majority of people play 12v12 vanilla TF2 inside of Valve servers, or a roughly similar vanilla experience inside of community servers. That has been the experience that people consistently come for and have been coming for almost 18 years. You know?
Yeah,
I think
I
we
was
can
distracted
get, yeah,
because you said.
we can get more specific.
Yeah, I was distracted because you said "come." Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll try to keep the C word to a minimum.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
I know it's listen, guys, we got to keep no come.
No come allowed.
Do not come. No come in chat.
No, no come.
No come.
Community isn't always going to vibe together, but I think that no two groups in TF2's history have ever vibed so little or caused more division recently than the Big Two. I'm of course referring to some of the most ancient clans in all of Team Fortress, the Tryhards, and the Casuals. Ever since the Barbary Wars,
I don't like that either.
The Tryhards. First of all, it's Tryhards and friendlies. If you're being, but he had to like because here's the thing, right? Yeah, because like there are Tryhards that play casually.
Yeah, and they exist in the casual game and in the normal game. People who try their hardest to win, but that doesn't mean that everyone else in that same group is not engaging with or playing the game, which seems to be the implication here.
Yeah. There are games a la Smash Brothers that are balanced for people who try their hardest to win, and also everyone else, and they're balanced somewhat okay, depending on the Smash game. But
also,
they're not really at odds necessarily.
No, yeah, they're not at odds. And also, I like how he's manifested this out of nowhere. I have never seen someone saying it's tryhards versus casuals. It's always been the normal game versus competitive, or casual versus competitive. It's never been tryhards versus casuals. This does not exist. This is a non-existent argument.
Well, the closest analog is tryhards and friendlies, which is like what Soundsmith said. But that's an entirely separate thing where people are getting upset that people were killing friendlies in casual, and that both of those groups that he talked about in that video, both of them are part of the casual umbrella.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's setting up an argument that really does not exist with these labels anyway.
When their ancestors battled over the high seas, these two groups have been chronicled as being in some kind of a conflict.
And see, he immediately contradicts himself here. So what he really means is casual versus competitive by taking this screenshot.
Yeah,
That's what
assume.
he means. He's not saying tryhards versus casuals, because tryhard doesn't carry the implication that they're playing competitively, right? Tryhard means people who are
Not
trying their hardest to
necessarily.
win the normal game, right? But he means casual versus competitive here, but he couldn't outright explicitly say that.
Yeah, because tryhard is a wider umbrella, which makes it, I think, seem more even.
Yes.
It could also be just a bad script, or not as specific.
It could
enough
just be a
that-
bad script, yeah, but he really means casual versus competitive.
Yeah, I agree.
We always talk about them as if they're two distinct groups that never get along no matter what. And even though I personally think that's partially
That's also not true, because, like...
I think, wait, let him finish, because I think that's what he's about to say.
not totally true. Like, yeah, the fringes and the extremes of each group don't get along, but I think most players exist somewhere in the middle ground and can get along with most other players.
Oh, yeah,
but I also have to...
And that's exactly right. Like, historically, people are totally... Like, these spheres have existed, or have coexisted without issues for many years, right? Or they did for many years until more recently being 2016.
Admit this division is reaching what seems like a fevered pitch. These days, the TF2 community seems like it can't do anything but fight with itself and try to wrangle Valve's attention, at least when they're not having sex with children. Everything you do in this game is wrong to somebody. Do you like certain
Wait, can you go back?
Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, we're I'm not sure what he's trying to say here.
Can you go back to, like, the
you're
beginning
ruining
of
the
the
game,
sentence?
but fight with get along. Even though I personally think that's partially not totally true, like, yeah, the fringes and the extremes of each group don't get along, but I think most players exist somewhere in the middle ground and can get along with most other players. But I also have to admit, this division is reaching what seems like a fevered pitch. These days, the TF2 community seems like it can't do anything but fight with itself and try to wrangle Valve's attention, at least when they're not having sex with children. Everything you do...
Okay, pause it. So the TF2 community lately has fought with itself, tried to get Valve's attention, and apparently been committing acts of pedophilia. Those are the three things that the TF2 community has been doing most as of late.
Apparently. At least that's how
Apparently.
At least that's how he's setting it up too, yeah.
Surely this is incredibly, like, and I don't mean to be like this is gonna sound stupid, but like this is surely like a very Reddit Twitter centric perspective of the TF2 community, right? Because because like if you just play the game, most people who are playing TF2 don't give a shit about any of those three things, or if they do, it's mainly the getting Valve's attention to attempt to do things like get free-to-plays to be able to talk, which, hooray that happened, kind of.
No, yeah, and to kind of put those two different things on the same bubble, like, the infighting has nothing to do with that, like, people trying to get Valve's attention and to treat the game better. Like, these are two separate things, and a lot of the infighting doesn't really have anything to do with, like, the gameplay itself. Some of it does, don't get me wrong, but then trying to get Valve's attention to, like, hey, maybe you can, do something important with this game again, fix its issues, yada yada, unmute free-to-plays, all that jazz. You can't put those two things, you can't juxtapose those two things and kind of, I don't know, it comes off strange.
Yeah. Yes.
In this game is wrong to somebody. Do you like certain cosmetics? Well, you're ruining the game's art. Do you
No one is saying that. No one is saying because you like a hat, you're ruining the game's art.
like certain taunts? Well, you must be baiting.
No one says this either.
Nobody could actually like that, because I don't. Is your...
Well, no, it's a straw man.
Yeah, these are
It's
straw
obvious straw man.
So hear what he's doing here. We'll let him finish.
Merc badge not from when I want it to be. You're a new-gen tourist who has no idea what you're saying.
Yeah,
do you not hate every update?
Oh wait, pause.
Yeah, he's setting up straw man arguments, right? So like this is how I interpreted this moment of the video, is where he's taking all other legitimate arguments surrounding Team Fortress 2, like if arguments about the preservation of its art style, its tone, its its themes, what have you, all of that, any legitimate arguments or concerns against these things, he's tossing them out of the window and making these straw men as though they're just they're reductive, petty arguments, where he really just needs to say that he doesn't care. Like, just be honest here, man. Like, just say you don't care. Like, you may not care about the hats, you may not care about the stuff that's encroaching upon the game's tone, theme, and stylization. You can just say that, but that doesn't mean that it's not a problem. That doesn't mean that other people don't have legitimate concerns over these things, right? Go ahead.
Sorry, I do want to the closest thing I think to the closest thing to an actual argument that's being made that's being represented here is you have a veteran badge from not a time when I want you to, because that is something that, like, if we're being honest, Esty, like, we're being real, it's something that you have done. Yeah, it's something that you have said,
but also for good reason, right? There's and he won't acknowledge the reason behind it.
Well, yeah, sure, but this is more of like I think he is picking at the argument of you have a badge that's not old enough to to experience. You don't have the experience of a past update, so therefore you commenting on it seems shallow. Blah 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 blah. The way that argument is often presented by, we'll say, people on this side, you included, is usually just what he just said.
Well,
like that's probably the most.
Okay, so you are right. Like you are correct in that. In my opinion, if you were not around to experience an update, if you were not around to experience an older version of the game, and you comment on it, I will take your opinions and what you say with infinitely less weight than someone who is there to experience it. You can certainly have an opinion on it.
Yeah, of course.
Right? You can certainly have an opinion on it. You can certainly, share your mind, but that doesn't mean you experienced it. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be, it's less impactful because you were not there. And I am going to be able to dismiss you more readily because, you were simply not there. You did not experience it.
Yeah. But like, I would agree that how he's presenting the argument is often also how the argument is actually presented. Yeah. Unlike the other three, where the argument being, not to say there isn't more to that, but that is usually how it's just said, of just like, oh, you have this date on your veteran badge, so like, shut up. But with the other three, it's 100% not correct.
No, yeah, sure. I've never seen a player tell another player that they themselves are ruining the art style because they're using a cosmetic in the game. I have never seen that ever.
I haven't seen it either.
Like, the over 99.999% of that sentiment is directed at Valve, saying the cosmetics they're adding are harming the game's art style. They're harming the game's tone, theme, and stylization, and what have you. So
yeah, if that were the case, then I like the Mr. Quacker's cosmetic for Pyro. It's like my top 3 favorite cosmetic in the game, and it absolutely does not fit the game's art style. But I love the origin and the reference for it. So checkmate. I win. Zesty cannot be friends with me anymore.
No, and I mean, someone else brings. To use a food analogy again, someone just said it in chat. It's like, how can you comment on cheesecake if you've never tasted it before? Like, for example, how can someone comment on, say, Quick Play if they've never experienced it before? If all of their information is based off of whatever they see on the internet, right? I'm gonna weigh their opinion as far less important than someone who's actually there to experience it. And that's why I usually point to a Merc badge, right? I point to a Merc badge, like, were you there to experience this era in TF2's history? And it's more so important when they get something about it wrong. And that's usually, and these things almost always go hand in hand. Like, if they get something wrong about how things actually happened or how things actually behaved, I can almost always pinpoint, okay, yeah, you probably were not here to experience this, and 9 times out of 10, they weren't.
Yeah, I would stray away from the food analogy here, though, because tasting something is different from, like, you could do research about, say, competitive without ever being a competitive player, sure, and still give valuable insights on it.
Sure.
Like, there are ways, because there are objective things about competitive, whereas the taste of cheesecake is, tasty food things are much more subjective than objective events that happen. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Food doesn't work here.
Sorry. We've stopped it a little bit too long.
Let's keep going. We have.
I hate you like slop. We got a way to go. It's honestly.
Since when was the mecha update bad, by the way?
Kind of whack for a game that's effectively gasping for its last breaths for the community to have so many problems with one another. If you're not aware, Team Fortress 2 was.
I think the overwhelming majority of our discontent has been directed towards Valve over the last 8 years. Like, the infighting primarily amounts to highlighting other people's shitty behavior in form of, certain YouTubers engaging in certain illegal activities, or, the things that I've been highlighting with the Emporium. But the vast majority of discontent is very much directed at Valve and not at each other.
Yeah, or at people who defend Valve blindly with bad arguments.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Was given a relatively unceremonious curtain call by Valve. The last 2 big updates were, in this order, kind of bad, and not really bad, but not...
What do you mean, kind of bad? That's like
kind of bad. It just broke the game.
Yeah,
for like
it just made the game unplayable for half a year and completely undermined and completely destroyed the gameplay loop. Yeah, it just kind of. Oh god, like Jesus, man, that is probably.
Zesty, it's obvious. First of all, obvious rage bait. 2 out of 10. Because
is it obvious rage bait? I feel like
yes.
I feel like this
see,
is a person who legitimately believes that it was only kind of bad. I don't know I don't know if this is bait or not.
I think this is rage bait because he posted almost the exact same like verbatim tweet on his Twitter like 3 months ago or whenever you were about to drop your magnum.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it could be.
He posted a tweet. He posted a tweet that was like, your match was like bad, but it wasn't like that bad, or something like that.
But like, if you're gonna say this in a video where you're wanting people to legitimately listen to your arguments, right? Why would you lace rage bait in the first 3 minutes to piss people off? You're gonna get people. You're gonna get people to not be on your side at all, right? You're gearing them up to disagree with you by doing this. It's probably not smart. Let's keep going.
Really great. And in those 8 years since, the community has been steeping in anger. And since the community knows damn well that Valve is not about to give a shit about them, they've decided to turn inward for their conflict.
No, we fought, and we've been fighting for years. You had saved TF2, fixed TF2, the recent thing with unmuting free-to-plays. Again, a lot of this has been directed at Valve and not each other.
Also the stuff, a lot of the stuff that's been directed at Valve has resulted in positive change. So
yeah.
Also the TF2
too, right?
Also, the TF2 community has been infighting since like nearly its inception.
Yeah, so this is nothing new. This is nothing new.
I don't know. I think the idea, I find it interesting that the TF2 community is infighting now more than it ever has been. That's a narrative that is often perpetuated like regularly, and I find it interesting because I'm not sure how actually accurate it is. It might be more. I would say the infighting might be more public than it ever has been, but I feel like it's always happened.
Yeah, infighting has always happened in the TF2 sphere, but because of the proliferation and growth of social media, it's not only more heavily publicized, but also the magnitude of an individual fight is greatly exacerbated as well, right? These things get a lot bigger simply because they have a lot more eyeballs on them, speaking from experience. So, but the amount of infighting has, it's been around for basically forever. Since people could talk to each other on the internet, people fight.
Yeah.
And sadly, a small tertiary group has been caught in the crossfire. A group that often goes unheard, but not unknown. One that goes unseen, but not unconsidered. You know who I'm talking about, chat. No, not werewolves. I'm talking about the comp players. The story of comp TF.
To say that competitive players have gone unheard.
That's what I was going to say.
Is kind of. It's not kind of, that's just wrong. They were the most vocal and the most heard and the most considered for years. For years. Up until Meet Your Match, and then people kind of laughed them out of the room because of the results of that update. But the competitive scene and the people involved in the competitive scene were the biggest guys in the TF2 sphere, aside from the other handful of YouTubers like Star and Germa and what have you, right? Like, these were the celebs in TF2. The competitive scene was very much highlighted and glorified. And just to point to an example of this, you guys remember the Tip of the Hat streams? A lot of that was focused on competitive play, and the competitive players, and the competitive scene, and those were the most viewed TF2 streams, and they raised fuckloads of money for charity, and to say that they were never seen, nor considered, nor heard, is just wrong.
Also, there's the interesting fact of, like, if you look throughout TF2's YouTube history, and many would argue that TF2's presence on YouTube is like the defining characteristic of TF2 as a community in a lot of ways, especially early on. TF2's biggest YouTubers early on were, aside from Germa, the vast majority of them were talking about how to get better at the game, or were just straight up like they were straight up just comp players, like
Yep.
Star, Mr. Paladin, Uncle Dane, like they
Banny,
were
Stabby, who else? Mr.
Yeah.
Slyn and X-Tine, all these guys, these other names that had evident or not evident, but had sizable platforms and what have you. Muso too a little bit, but not so much. He kind of talked about competitive a bit, but
Well, all I'm saying is Muselk's first videos were all tutorials on how to play Soldier.
Yes, Woolen Sleeveless too. He touched a lot on competitive back in the day too. There are various other streamers too from back in the day. You had Sideshow, and you had fucking Sideshow's probably one of the most well-known names now because he moved on to Overwatch. But he had like people like Sideshow too. Like the biggest streamers consistently were competitive players, almost always.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's again what he just said is wrong.
TF2 is a very annoying tale. TF2 grinders spent years trying to get recognition and help from Valve, the same way that Valve was supporting 2 other competitive games, to no avail. As such, the competitive community for TF2 went through a state of turmoil for a long time. Before 2016, it was a third-party thing that you saw YouTubers talk about on occasion, and was generally regarded as what Tryhards did when they wanted to nut up and stop just pub-stomping noobs.
That is just not true. That is very derivative of how much weight and influence and impact the competitive scene had in the social spheres surrounding Team Fortress 2.
Hold on, I want to see something. How many views did that Star video have?
Shitloads, hundreds of thousands.
I'm curious, like the exact number.
Hundreds of thousands. Like even Star's competitively focused videos were very popular because they were genuinely entertaining. Yeah, to say that like, oh, competitive TF2 is what the sweaty people go do is just simply not true when it was like consistently held in a high regard and had a lot of viewership and there was a lot of popularity behind it, right? It was its own separate sphere, but saying that people just outright dismissed it. What?
2 million.
Yeah, 2 million fucking hits, man. Like to say that, oh, it's this niche thing that just YouTubers talked about sometimes. This was well known and understood and popular. People liked watching it. It was around. It's not like this niche subculture. Yeah, and it still is popular. People still make videos about it. It's not like a niche little thing. So,
yeah.
Let's keep going.
There were a lot of noteworthy members of the community that just so happened to passively bridge the gap between competitive players and the average Team Fortress 2 player. It was simply more normalized.
Oh, there were just a few,
just
a
few of the biggest fucking names.
4 of them. Yeah, I was gonna say 4 of them.
And this just goes back and immediately contradicts what he just said, that they were never considered or never heard or what have you. They were just this niche little group. Like, no, you've just contradicted yourself in the past 45 seconds.
3 of the guys you've shown here are like some of the most prolific YouTubers on the platform, like at least in the gaming sphere. 2 of them are probably top 100 YouTubers of all time, if we're like being honest, or at least in the gaming sphere. Like, why? Like, you're acting like these people don't have massive amounts of influence. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
This is wild.
No, and thing is, like, even back then, these guys were huge. These guys were big voices in the TF2 scene. Huge voices.
You still got invited to Blizzard because of his TF2 shit.
Yeah. Come on, man.
And not to mention the TF2 community is so insular that
Star was invited by Blizzard because of his TF2
shit. Star as well, yeah. These guys, the TF2 community is so insular that these videos that get like 50,000 views are often shared around the community and make waves in terms of influence. Whereas these guys were making videos with hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views that were reaching far outside TF2's internal community.
That's another really good point. As you just said, TF2's community is so insular and tight knit and small that a video doesn't need to get that big in order for it to have that much of an impact on discourse or how things are going. Right? That's a very good point. Like, it doesn't need that much traction in order to get people's attention. Hence, why, back then, even though competitive live streams are getting hundreds of viewers, competitive-based videos are getting tens of thousands, maybe breaking the 6-figure mark, that meant a lot in the TF2 sphere. In the TF2 sphere, especially in the early days of YouTube, back when videos just weren't watched that heavily, right?
Yep.
It was just a thing people did. These days, TF2's competitive side is treated like a pariah. If you were to ask the average Team Fortress 2 player, or more accurately people who pretend to play Team Fortress 2 while commenting on YouTube, competitive players are responsible for many of the things that ruined Team Fortress 2. And of course, I'm not here to say that you can't
How can a community both be unheard, but simultaneously people blame them for everything?
There you go.
Surely there's a
another
contradiction somewhere. How? Because that can't be. Both of those things can't be true.
I suspect he's going to place the blame on people like me that say that these competitive players had influence over the game's direction.
I mean, justifiably, I'm pretty sure every bad thing that's happened to TF2 is Zesty's fault, including things that happened before he ever started playing the game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I wholeheartedly apologize for I don't know what's fucking awful. What's just like an unforgivable hat other than the Mary cone.
I'm pretty sure Zesty's the reason. I'm pretty sure Zesty Jesus was the only person at Valve headquarters that wanted TF2 Brotherhood of Arms to be like the main version. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting there like, yeah, no, the new art style looks like shit. I hate that.
We needed a more serious version of Team Fortress, a real gritty TF2. It's how the game should have been, a realistic shooter. Would have been big. Would have been huge.
Also, can I have put my channel in chat because people don't know who the fuck is talking?
Oh yeah, Lucid, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh wait, no. Are you admin? I think I made you admin before.
Yeah, I'm admin.
If you're admin, yeah, you can share links. Yeah, Lucid's hanging out with me, guys. Lucid is a cool guy. He makes cool videos. He put out a couple of videos recently that are really cool. One talking about every reference in TF2, and then a lesser popular video where he talks about a very popular font in Japan. Both are very good videos. Just to shamelessly plug him there. Go check him out. He's they're good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, Cooper Black was earlier in this video. It was in the fucking Jungle Inferno trailer.
There you go,
on the Welcome Yeti song.
Fantastic.
It's fucking everywhere.
It is.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, keep going.
That you can't have that opinion. If you don't want to play comp or you don't like comp players for whatever reason, that's fine. The problem I have is that a lot of things that are objectively not true are being treated as if they're facts.
I like how he finds a tweet with no interactions, no likes. It's just a reply, right? It's just a reply that is not magnified or amplified at all, and he's kind of presenting this as if though this was a common idea or and it has one view. A tweet with one view is somehow now a mainstream opinion. And let's read what it says. Most Sixes games are on King of the Hill or 5 CP. You can't even play on most popular maps in game in Sixes. That's just true because they strictly play on King of the Hill and 5 CP. Removing classes and weapons changes how the game is played, which is why people wanted weapons to be reworked for the format. So they're not removed, they're not banned. Classes are either restricted or are simply not played for 95% of the time, which is probably what this guy was saying here. He wasn't saying banning, but they do effectively remove 5 of the 9 classes when the primary meta consists of 4 of the 9, right? And he's just not right. It's not real Team Fortress 2. It's a different way to play, and if you like it, that's fine. But again, this is like this tweet is just true too. Like this is just factually correct. There's nothing wrong with what's being said in this tweet.
Just because like a YouTuber said so, or because they've been repeated so.
There it is. YouTuber said so. Oh boy. By banning over half the items for no reason and making the queue work of taking about Valve. So he found a random Reddit post with 6 downvotes. So again, not representing the majority opinion here.
And I'd wager that the majority of those the downvotes are coming from the fact that they see said banning over half the items for no reason, because they are banned for reasons.
Yeah, they are, but they are banned for reasons. So
someone had to think about that.
Yeah. 15% of items are currently banned in RGL. No league had anywhere close to 50% in 10 years, but they still... So, most competitive leagues were extremely ban-heavy until very recently, when they realized they needed to kind of loosen their... Like, this was part of why they started unbanning a lot of things in competitive leagues, is because those leagues were dying, and people weren't signing up, so they needed to make it more approachable for people. So it's like, okay, let's unban a bunch of shit, so more people will get interested, and that really didn't help. And then they tried no restriction game, like no restriction Sixes, and then those just devolved into a shit show because Sixes balancing is very different than 12v12 balancing, and it's just a fucking mayhem. So that's why more weapons started getting unbanned in recent years. So, but back in the day, competitive leagues were very, very ban heavy because they would just ban things that they didn't like playing against, or things that just didn't fit into a smaller team format. So,
yeah.
so many times that nobody wants to be the guy who stands up and questions if that's really how things are. And the outrage has started to spread not just to competitive players, but to tryhards, anybody who does anything cool, and even people beyond that. There are
What?
So we have made first of all, we have made the separation that tryhards aren't competitive players, which is interesting. I don't even know why we made that false dichotomy earlier in the video, but whatever. Also, who is going after people who just play the game well?
Or doing cool things? Who's going after anyone doing cool things?
I've never seen a comment under like a clip on Twitter
What?
of someone doing like a sick Martin garden of them being like, "Are you ruining the game? Are you aware that you caused me your match?" Like, I've never seen this.
Holy
I
shit,
think this
man.
is STG's influence.
You're really not setting up like so. I don't want to like say that he has ill will behind this, but videos like this heavily bank on people only half listening to the video in the background as they do something else. And if they're not really paying attention to what's being said, they won't pick up on little things like this that are just not true. This is just made up. Like, people aren't attacking people that are doing cool things. Like, ugh.
To Team Fortress 2's current status, a lack of care by the developers, simple age, bad updates, a loss of many of the game's best voices, Valatrax the Trickster Demon, and also classic Valve.
It's not funny, man. Like, if you're gonna make it, like, I know that's part of his humor, but if you're trying to make a serious argument here, like, don't yank people's train of thought out of what's being said. It's really annoying.
Lack of communication. But one thing that I know pretty much for certain now that I've gone through and actually researched it is that competitive players are not responsible for why TF2 is the way it is, and I think it would be remiss of me to have the platform that I have, even though this is a modest channel, and not use it for some.
I think it's very important to, before we continue, what do people mean by competitive, right? So, in my opinion, and from what I understand, when people refer to competitive in the TF2 sphere, it's people who engage in homebrew competitive formats, be it 6v6 or Highlander or otherwise. That's what I think competitive means in reference to all this. People that are not playing vanilla Team Fortress 2, that are playing homebrew competitive formats. That's what I think competitive means, and I think that's what the overwhelming majority of people think competitive means, or when people reference competitive TF2, that's what they think they're talking about.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Oh,
I feel like that's what most people think.
I don't think when people say competitive, they're referring to people who are good at the game.
No, they're not. When people say competitive, they're referring to people that engage with the rigid competitive formats that are designed for esports.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't originally designed for esports. Let me walk that back. So these formats weren't originally designed for esports. You had people that wanted a more heavily rigid format that was, where the game played more like a sport for competitive esports play, but they did it because it was fun, right? It wasn't for the sake of chasing an esport. They made these formats because they found them fun, right? That's why.
Yeah. Also, side note, this video is I think this video is about to be predicated on the belief that comp players are directly responsible for, like, all the bad things that happened to TF2, which is like a massive straw man, because that's not something I've heard anybody say.
No, I think when
to be clear, saying that they were influential in bad decisions that Valve made is probably true, but you could say that about a bunch of people who might have been influential to varying degrees in bad decisions Valve made, but at the end of the day, it was really just Valve's fault.
No, yeah, and I think that is a point that he's going to have laced in this video, but so far he just hasn't outright said that. I mean, you could just say that, right? And the video could be over in 5 minutes, right? It's not competitive players' direct fault, right? They didn't directly ask for the things Valve did. They didn't flip the switch, right? It was their influence and them pestering of Valve that, took the game in a certain direction, right? That's really what that's really what just needs to be said here.
Some kind of good, because the longer I don't say something, the more things that aren't true will continue to be true. So we're going to go over all of the different arguments, or at least all of them.
TF2 isn't competitive. Competitive ruined balance. Competitive ruined TF2. Tryhards make TF2 worse. Okay, so he'll get to it. But I wonder what he's going to mean by TF2 isn't competitive.
4 is just a non sequitur, because that has nothing to do with really the overall subject.
Yeah.
The idea that tryhards make TF2 worse is a sentiment that's been around for probably over a decade.
And that exists in any video game, not just TF2.
Yeah, the whole when given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of but yeah.
Let's keep going.
Major arguments I've seen against comp players, and we're going to talk about why many of them are either just wrong, or are based on very loose interpretations of actual events, and why, surprise, surprise, it might actually be Valve who's responsible for their game. That's right, not Charlemagne.
I wonder what he's going to try to say here. Is he going to try to say that TF2 is made to be a competitive esport? Because that's what I'm picking up here, right?
No, he can't. There's no way he says that.
I have not watched this is where I stopped roughly when I was like half paying attention. I haven't watched beyond the fucking shitty Charlemagne joke.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any part of this video, but there's no way he unironically argues that TF2 was made to be a competitive game. Because that's just untenable. That's an untenable position.
And it's just flat out wrong, but we'll get to it.
But Valve.
Okay,
here
we have more like zero view or negatively downvoted comments that once again do not represent the majority opinion that he had to like go out of his way to find and put in his video. Like here we got -4 downvotes, -5. Like these are things that people clearly disagree with that like don't. Oh my god.
Also,
bottom left, TF2 is fundamentally casual. Competitive players can do whatever. I don't care. But if you have to ban half the weapons and remove core game mechanics for the sake of balance, then it shows that TF2 is not meant to be treated competitively. That's just true.
That's just true, and it's the thing with the most upvotes out of everything here.
Yeah, so, like, it's interesting that... I wonder if that was intentional, where he took this very true statement and then just kind of buried it in these other fringe opinions.
And, like, I disagree with I love comp and its community, but TF2 itself is meant to be a silly hat game.
That's not true.
The denotation of silly hat game is not something I agree with, but the sentiment is correct, which is like, you guys are over there doing a different thing from what everyone else is doing, and that's cool, but that thing is not what that's not what everything else should be balanced upon.
Yeah, and I think what people are saying here, when they say competitive, when they refer to competitive, they're referring to, like, rigid, repetitive play for competitive esports. TF2 being treated as a sport. Because I think what he's going to try to do here, he's going to kind of try to walk the line between, oh, games are competitive because you have winners and losers, and winning feels good, and if you have a basic game where it's player versus player, people are going to try to win, therefore it's inherently competitive. That's what I think he's going to do. But what people are referring to here is TF2 is a competitive esport. That might be the angle he takes.
Yeah. Also, this collage of fucking... A lot of these people are saying entirely different things from one another. Like, someone said, it's almost like it's a video game and we want to have fun. Someone said, where is it? There was one that's, like, really completely different. TF2 was not meant to be taken seriously, which is like, that's an entirely separate thing. Taken seriously doesn't necessarily mean competitive play. It could just mean like people trying. It could be just the tryhard thing. But like all these people are saying different things, like slightly different things from one another. Yeah.
TF2 is never meant to be
now,
competitive.
this one here is my favorite claim, and that's why I put it first. And it's my favorite because it's just a baseless assumption that people have decided is a fact.
Oh gosh! Oh my god!
Here we go. Here we go.
He might actually try. He might do it.
It's like,
do you want to roll out? Wait, do you want to go ahead and roll out the like? I don't know. Actually, you could wait.
No, let's hear what he says first.
Yeah,
You've been saying that I'm secretly an alien who's infiltrating the entertainment industry to prepare for the invasion. Like, can you believe what some people think? And thinking that Team Fortress 2 was meant to be inherently casual is just as foolish.
What?
I'm kind of blown away by that.
What? Like, people saying that TF2 is inherently casual is foolish, when Valve very much went out of their way to make the game casual and approachable for as many people as possible in the game's base design. Like, you can cite very specific things they did to take Team Fortress 2 away from its roots in Quake, one of the sweatiest competitive games ever made, to make it more casually approachable,
so anyone can play and have a good time. Examples being, they specifically made classes like the Pyro and like the Engineer for people who either had bad internet connections, the Pyro, so they could actually keep contributing and have fun, or the Engineer, where the game plays itself for people who are not good at games and still want to engage and have fun. So you have almost a third of the game that was specifically designed for people that want to approach the game more casually, not just to win. Like, to lower the level of entry and the bar for entry. Like, that's a very specific thing Valve did to make the game casually approachable. So to say that the game is not inherently casual and to dismiss that as foolish, when Valve, again, took very specific steps to take it away from Quake, is nuts.
I'm going to open the TF2 developer commentary because I'm almost certain there's like at least 5 quotes I could point to that just contradict this point.
Oh yeah, and there's another one in the developer commentary where I forget his name specifically, but he says something to the effect of, you can have, you know, the sweatiest, and to the effect of the sweatiest of guys can play alongside the noobs and the guys just trying to have fun, and everyone can find their niche. It's made for everyone. Like, one of the developers explicitly says it's made for everybody. The tryhards to the guys that just want to have fun. That's in the developer commentary.
There's also comments about how they were going to have something called like a commander. This is from Robin Walker, who could have a real-time strategy view of the battlefield, quote unquote. And they realized that it made the game too complex, so they removed him. That's not exactly a mark against competitive, but it's a more of a mark of the game was meant to be simple, which is adjacent, I think.
I think that's more fair for saying the game is more approachable, not so much casual versus competitive. Because you can have a game that's, you know, approached casually that is inherently complex, right? I think that's a separate argument.
I agree. Thank you. I think that's correct.
Let's keep going.
In fact, it's so foolish, I don't even need to get into the arguments of how Team Fortress 2 works yet, because unfortunately for anybody who says this, Robin Walker exists. If you're a TF2 player and you don't know who Robin Walker is, that's a shame, because he's the mastermind not just behind our game, but also behind the failed 1991 bombing of the Ponte Milvio, but he's more well known for being like the guy behind Team Fortress 2. He was one of the original 2 and then 3 developers for Team Fortress Quake, and he was also one of the design leads on Team Fortress Classic and Team Fortress 2, among a bunch of other Valve games. Basically everything, funnily enough, except for CSGO.
Noticed a huge amount of TF2 CCs like this that make baseless conclusions and I can't take them seriously. It sucks. No, yeah, I think we are now entering a period of revisionist history with Team Fortress 2, and it seems to be spearheaded by a lot of the same people. So, for instance, I know people like Indy and Kaluka are working together because Kaluka voiced something for Indy's video, and it seems like, and this, you know, call me schizo or whatever, but it seems like they're actively trying to make videos that refute my talking points and are going well out of their way to engage in revisionist history and banking on a lot of players being new at this game and not knowing this game's history to try and kind of steer the direction of it, to kind of steer the direction of discourse. I don't know what the end game for that is, but that's how I view this kind of thing.
Sorry, I found a better. Can I say a quote?
Yeah, go for it.
I have a good quote. This is from Charlie Brown, unironically.
That's the gentleman I was referring to, but go ahead.
Player classes form the backbone of TF2's gameplay. There are a bunch of reasons why they're a useful design tool. A class is a bottled-up experience designed to be unique relative to other classes in the game. A player who is tired of one class can switch to another class and get a fresh experience. They allow us to cater to players with a wide variety of different skills and desires. Beginning and advanced players can have fun together. Cautious cerebral thinkers, strategic defenders, and twitch-firing adrenaline junkies can all find their niche. Team Fortress 2's class design decisions enable us to have a larger number of player abilities in-game while still keeping a single player's decisions down to a manageable level.
There you go. I think if you want to cite TF2 as a game to be casually approachable for as many people as possible and not designed to be competitive in that it's a rigid sport or that winning comes first, that's the quote you need to reference. Right there. The game was specifically designed to be approachable for everybody. And yes, that is from the developer commentary. You can look at this on fucking Wikipedia. I put it in my Meet Your Match video too as one of the main cruxes for like, yeah, this game was made to be casually approachable. Yeah, it's not made to be strictly competitive. It's made to be accessible and fun for as many people as possible. They prioritize fun first. Winning and trying your hardest has always been optional, right? You're not incentivized to win in Team Fortress 2 beyond the personal satisfaction of winning. There's no incentive structure to do so, other than getting better at the game and then feeling good because you won, right? That, in my opinion, makes a game inherently casual, because there's no points, there's no ranks, there's no push and drive, you must win, you have to win, There's no prizes. The game was made to be fun first because it came from an era where games needed to be fun, otherwise they weren't going to sell. And be as approachable to as many people as possible, otherwise they were not going to sell. They made very intentional decisions to facilitate that kind of environment. Let's keep going.
So obviously, Robin Walker, who is one of the originators of Team Fortress 2, not just as a game, but as a series, and who must reflect most of its most...
It's not a series. So, you had you had Quake Team Fortress, which was a mod of Quake, and then Valve picked them up and said, hey, we really want you to make this a new, a standalone game. And so they first took it in a direction where it's okay, we'll make this a more realistic shooter, but then that entire idea got scrapped. And then they pushed out Team Fortress Classic, which was just a remake of TF2, of Quake Team Fortress in the Source engine. So, it's basically the same game, but, polished and not being played inside of Quake. But they basically just made an entirely new game with Team Fortress 2. It's not really a series. It's kind of like iterative development of Team Fortress 2.
Wait, can I say... Sorry, this is the entire non sequitur. I promise it won't take long. Can I say something? It'll be really funny.
By all means.
In an interview with Eurogamer from September 8th, 2007, Robin Walker was asked, why only 6 maps? This is when the game was released. Why only 6 maps? And Robin Walker said a bunch of things, but he said, he ended it with, and so we were thinking about how many maps we should build and so on. And one of the things that anyone who's played online PC games for some time has noticed is that if we build 100 maps, it won't matter. The community is going to choose 5 or 6 that they want to play and play them to death.
And now how many do we have? 112? We have 112 maps in the active fucking rotation.
And then, the Eurogamer interviewer said, moreover, if you've got 100 maps, it makes it impossible to get your head around them all. And then he said, exactly, yes. So I think the community is making a good decision there, because if you play 100 maps equally, it's really hard for new players to come in and learn 100 maps. If we pick 5, new players can come in and really get to know them. So it's just a natural, and then he trails off.
Yeah. That's a sign of the times, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, my bad. I think I got the engine wrong. It wasn't the Source engine. I apologize. But point still stands. It was iterative development leading towards Team Fortress 2. And not really a series.
Most important qualities into his work should be a huge casual, right? Anyway, here's a bit from the interview that preceded the Pro Players vs. Valve Devs exhibition match that Valve participated in 2008.
Is he gonna fucking say that Valve's participation in a competitive match cites that TF2 is meant to be a competitive game? He better not do that.
I assume he's going to go after an interview, because I assume that's what he's going after.
Where Robin Walker was the team leader of Team Valve.
Cheating? So then what's the Valve strategy going to be for tonight's match? Are you going to bust out some developer hacks, no clip, possibly an aimbot, little down dirty things going on?
No, I don't think we're gonna do that sort of stuff. We had a lot of fun doing that back in the Half-Life 2 CTF match we did a couple of years ago. But I think tonight we're planning to hopefully play a good game and sort of see what TF is like at the sort of highest level. And that's sort of really the reason why we wanted to do this in the first place. You know, when you guys sort of started the tournament, we felt like this was a way we could get a sort of a bit of a window into how the top level guys are playing, which is really valuable for us when it comes to designing the game. You know, as we continue to do the ongoing support work for TF2 and so on, we really want to make sure we're supporting what a game that these guys want to play, and the best way we can do that is to get a really good sort of sense of how they play it. And I don't think there's any way we can get a better sense of how they play it than going out there and playing them at it.
Okay.
And that's something only the most casual of game designers would do, is play in a
the game designer being wait, okay.
You first.
The game designer being familiar with competitive play doesn't mean that
the game was designed to be competitive.
Yeah, it literally means, if anything, that quote seems to give the idea that after the game was released, they seemed to start considering competitive players more. Not
Yes.
that they immediately considered competitive players when the game was made.
Yes, and then to add to that, he's not considering why they're going out of their way to see how people play the game at the highest level. It's like they might not be trying to understand how they could incorporate that into the game to steer that towards a competitive esport, which they were probably doing around the time as they were thinking about how they were going to handle Dota, which they synchronized the launch of to market it as an esport. Around 2009, 2010, 2011 is when the gears in Valve's heads were changing away from making games to making esports, right? So naturally, the next direction was going to be, oh, we're going to see how the top level of guys play. And that's something else, too. Like saying, oh, Valve right there acknowledges that they have this separate group of people playing the game differently, and Valve is going out of their way and looking at how they do that, right? That acknowledges that there is a difference between the game they made and then the people who play it at the highest level. That doesn't mean, like, that's right there shows that TF2 was not made to be competitive when you have people needing to go out of their way to play it competitively. And doing it differently than the game that Valve made. Am I crazy?
No.
And then his argument here is because Robin Walker wants to play it fairly and understand it, that automatically makes TF2 a competitive game? What?
Tournament against high-level players with the expressed purpose of getting their feedback and using it to design the game. But if that's not enough, here's a 2010 interview on Community Fortress where Robin Walker talks about how the team used to have a competent 12-man team that could be worked down to a 6-man team if they wanted to, and that there are several people on the TF team, I assume, who've played competitively for various FPSs.
That doesn't mean
What does that have to do with anything?
That doesn't have anything to do with TF2's design. That doesn't mean TF2 is designed to be a competitive play when you have people that play the game you made competitively. Oh my god! And also, this is again, look, it's from 2010 again as well, when Valve's focuses were shifting, right?
I think it was probably a little bit later, to be fair.
Huh?
Usually Valve's focus is shifting. Well, I guess it was shifting more toward the market, if you will.
That's what I mean. Their focus was shifting towards the esports market, because around 2010 is when they were kind of gearing up and figuring out how they were going to handle Dota, which released the following year.
I think that, but they didn't know that Dota would be successful. I think it's a little disingenuous to say it was 2010. I'd say 2012.
Well,
Dota.
Well, the thing is, Lucid, they released Dota alongside their own in-house esports tournament. They were specifically making it and marketing it as an esport. They synchronized the release of it with the very first international. Like, that was their angle. And they realized that that was the future of gaming, otherwise they wouldn't have done it. And very obviously, they're looking at TF2 as like, shit, we need to start steering this game towards that end as well. That's how I interpret this.
It could be. I guess I could also see it as Dota was the first time that they realized, like, Dota was the first step, and then once Dota was successful, then they started shifting everything else.
I think, well, thing is, I don't think that's true either, because they wouldn't have made the risk with Dota if there wasn't other evidence from other games of their own making as well, because a lot of classic versions of Counter-Strike had competitive scenes too, and also Quake Team Fortress had competitive scenes as well, and they noticed around them other groups like Riot Games with League of Legends, the first Dota as well. They had thriving esports scenes, and Valve was just kind of keeping their finger on the pulse of the market and going, oh, this is where things are going. I think they knew and had the evidence there that enabled them to take that risk, and they didn't need to have their own games succeed first before pushing their other titles in that direction as well.
Yeah, I think it could probably go either way. We can't really know without being in-house.
I know, we don't know we can't talk to them directly, but I think in my opinion, I think they had a lot more evidence other than their own game.
Probably.
So, but this again is not evidence that Valve made TF2 to be competitive if they're trying to engage with the competitive scene that broke off. Mind you, this is something else too. Like, he's not intentionally doing this, but the way he's posing his argument is that he's kind of equating the vanilla game with the competitive game as if though these two things are identical, when within a year of TF2's launch, competitive formats were already made and people split off. Like, very quickly, these people rejected vanilla Team Fortress 2 and wanted to make their own experience. And so by posing the argument this way, it's making it seem as if though these are two things that are very similar and what have you, and that like, oh, okay, these people are just playing the normal game at a really high level, when no, they're playing a completely different experience.
Yeah.
And I'm sure their experience playing those games competitively had
Sorry, wait, can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
This will be my last quote reading, I swear. This was from before TF2 released, and it's also from Robin Walker in an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun.
Yeah.
The question was, obviously, whenever anything's popular online, there's a terrifying diehard community. Have you had feedback from them? Have you managed to win them over? We've talked to them, Robin Walker. We've talked to them throughout the development. A year ago, after we announced the new villagers, a bunch of those guys talked to us over email. The sort of game they're playing in Team Fortress Classic today is not the sort of game that 99% of TFC fans were playing then. I think they understood that they weren't our core for the types of people we were trying to get to play this, as in TF2. They've honed their skills to this razor-sharp degree that means if any of us were to go and play then, I'm sure they'd utterly destroy us. I hope those guys are having fun with TF2.
Yeah, so that's, again, a very explicit quote that Valve was not making Team Fortress 2 a competitive game.
Mm-hmm.
They were not appealing to those guys, but they were appealing to everyone too, right? And that's what enables Team Fortress 2 to be a good vehicle for other competitive formats, because you have a lot of those similar mechanics and things baked into the game, right? Like you have really snappy guns and good movement that if you kind of pick out and pick and choose mechanics to make a different environment, then TF2 can play competitively, and it does so pretty well. But that doesn't mean the base vanilla game was made to be a competitive esport.
Yeah.
Absolutely no influence on their game design whatsoever. And later on in the same paragraph, he says that Valve don't consider themselves...
You shouldn't be citing things about competitive Team Fortress 2 that happened in 2010 when this game was in development for 10 years, from 97 to 2000, sorry, not quite 10 years, 98 to 2007, right? The entirety of the game's development and its design predated the proliferation of competitive esports. So to take things that were said in 2010 and events in 2010 and then back project that onto a decade of development and say, no, this game was designed to be competitive is fucking insane.
Good proxies for the competitive side of the game, so we need to listen to the competitive players themselves when trying to measure the impact of changes on their play. This same interview talks a lot about competitive...
Yeah, because this is when Valve was kind of trying to, and this is something Valve has said as well too, when they went back to fixing or adjusting balance in the vanilla game, they were trying to do so to appease everyone, right? They were trying to keep all spheres in mind, and they acknowledged this in that was it Dave Riller, I think, the Tyler McVicker one too, where he acknowledges, like, yeah, balancing the game to appeal to all of these people is a challenge, right? It's hard to do, but that is something that Valve used to do. So they would pay attention to everybody, and when they used to pay attention to everybody, sometimes it would work and sometimes it wouldn't, right? Some of the changes they made in direct response to competitive players, like nerfing the Darwin's Danger Shield, that was a welcome change. But other ones, where they listened to the competitive scene, fucking sucked. It's not like a clear cut done for competitive, it's, yeah. Keep it going.
Competitive players, and adding things that competitive players want for the sake of quality of life, like server settings. Here's another interview in 2010 from the Critscast where Robin Walker says that he occasionally scrimmages, and has comp players on his Steam friends list.
That doesn't mean that, is he using that as evidence for the game being competitive? Oh my god. Just because he plays competitively and talks with competitive players doesn't mean that TF2 is made to be competitive.
Here's an interview he did.
Also, in order for you to cherry pick these, you have to avoid other things that other interviews with other people that contradict this.
Yeah,
and are even more direct than these
what's being
quotes.
said here, exactly.
Up show in 2007, either right before or right after the release of the game, I can't tell, where Robin Walker explains why grenades were removed from Team
Oh my god, is he really citing grenades?
No, let him finish.
Fortress 2 coming over from Team Fortress 1.
The grenades are often so effective that they were one of the ways that people were winning games. One of the secondary reasons were they were the largest source of spam in the game. We don't like spam for a variety of reasons. We don't think it's not terribly skill based, and it's also very confusing to new players usually in that they die and they're not really sure exactly what killed.
And of course, only the most casual.
Wait, no, pause it.
Yeah.
He literally said in that clip that one of the reasons was because it's not skill based, and the other one is because new players don't know why they died because it's not very readable.
Yeah, it's a readability issue, and it's like, just because something is skill based doesn't inherently mean the game is meant to be competitive, in that it's meant for esports, right?
A la Smash Brothers.
Yeah, like all games have an inherent element of skill. That's just what a game is. Like, you get better at games by simply playing them. That doesn't inherently make them, oh, this is meant to be, this was designed for competitive play and for competitive esports. And he fades out the primary reason there. It's like, oh, people don't find this fun to fight against because they don't know why they're dying and the readability sucks, right? And, you know, endless grenade spam is not skill-based and not fun for all spheres of the game. For all spheres, you know, casual, try hard, what have you, right? No one enjoyed it. That doesn't mean that the game was made to be competitive.
They care about a player's skill. Here's a 2012 interview where Robin Walker talks about implementing the Left 4 Dead matchmaking into Team Fortress 2 for the purposes of competitive pickup games. Now, this is already like
Wait, go back.
Yeah, so...
Sorry.
Here's a 2012...
Pause it. Okay.
Broadening it into generalized Steam matchmaking, once they've figured it out, we'll look at how it fit into TF2. So the primary purpose is generalized Steam matchmaking and then putting that into Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, because I was going to say, it doesn't mention competitive. I assume this is being extrapolated because he says 6v6 lobby system?
Yeah.
I assume that's the extrapolation.
Yeah, that's the extrapolation here, and he fails to acknowledge that the matchmaking system was originally designed, and not originally designed, but originally implemented for Meet Your Match. That was the first, you know, 6-player matchmaker that Valve threw in the game to see how well it worked, and it worked pretty well for PvE. And they also had the beta lobby system that no one fucking used, which was probably an extension of this as well, but that doesn't mean the game was originally made for competitive play, especially when this is being said 5 years after the game came out.
Also, I just realized the 6v6 mention is the question being asked by the interviewer.
Yeah, the interviewer. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Robin Walker doesn't actually mention anything about competitive.
No, he doesn't at all. He's just saying, "We'll see how it looks and fits into Team Fortress 2." Yeah.
Yeah. So this doesn't say.
And I think the main thing here, the thing I just said, like, this is an interview about something that's happening 5 years after the game launched, something that wasn't even considered during its development. Again, not me. Like, I know I'm a fucking broken record here, but this does not mean the game was made for fucking competitive esports matchmaking. Oh my god.
Interview where Robin Walker talks about implementing the Left 4 Dead matchmaking into Team Fortress 2 for the purposes of competitive pickup games. Now, this is already like 5 examples, and using any more would be belaboring the point. So here's this...
And we've just managed to pick apart
all of them. I was going to say, all of them are bad examples. You have 5 not good examples. I don't know what to tell you.
Summer Sizzler, a 2001 exhibition match played between...
2001? I think you misspoke
pro
there.
Players and various big community members, including YouTubers and, again, Robin Walker. Alright, I will stop.
Robin Walker you have devs appearing in community charity events all the time, not just competitive ones. So just because they reach out and engage with the different spheres in Team Fortress 2 doesn't mean the game was made to be played competitively. You have TF2 devs playing MBM with like the TF Connect guys. Does that mean that TF2 is made to be man versus machine? No.
I'm baffled at because I'm looking at like, how is this video this long?
I don't know, man. Like
when does I'm like genuinely I'm like trying to figure out have you extrapolated so to the point, because he's made a bunch of very dense like incremental arguments that are all bad, but he's making them very incrementally, very slowly. And I'm like, this can't be what happens for 3 more hours.
I don't know.
Or 2 more hours rather.
I don't know. We're gonna fucking find out, or at least I will. I don't know if you're gonna handle. It's fucking late for you. First of all, you can.
It's 2 a.m. and I was supposed to play Jackbox with people, so I'm gonna go 1 more pause and then I'm gonna tip out.
All right, and then I'll keep going on my own. I appreciate you hanging out for the first 10 minutes, though.
Of course.
The point is, if Team Fortress 2 was never supposed to have a competitive bone in its body, it's really weird that Valve knew about the competitive scene.
Like, no one is saying that TF2 is not meant to have a competitive bone. Any game with winners and losers is going to have people that want to approach it competitively and get really good at it, right? But he's now kind of twisting this to seem like, oh, the game was made for competitive play. That's probably too short of a pause. We'll keep going.
participated in competitive matches, promoted tournaments on the blog and made little medals for things, and took competitive feedback in mind. And we're not talking post 2016 or some shit. All of this is from either—
Oh my god, just because they're promoting competitive events doesn't— and they didn't just promote competitive events. They would promote all kinds of events, not just ones related to esports, right? Valve back in the day would actively engage with the community at large all the time, not just for esports.
Someone in chat made a good point. Minecraft, Mojang has acknowledged the speedrunning community on a wide variety of occasions. Does this mean Minecraft is designed to be a speed game that is entirely built upon speed? Is that the point of the game?
No, obviously not.
Like, of course not. But the point is that none of the four things he brought up should be indications of the design philosophy of whatever game. Yeah.
And to that end too, it's like, okay, then to go back to like Valve promoting something means they wanted the game to be steered in that direction. You know, you have all the different man versus machine events, you have like these heavy boxing tournaments, you have all these different things that Valve has promoted over the years and has also incorporated medals into the game for, like MVM. Does that mean Valve wanted the game to be an MVM game or a competitive matchmaking game? No. It's just...
Yeah, none of the things he's brought up, especially if you apply this in a like big picture mode to other things, then it doesn't make any sense.
No.
This doesn't equally is false equivalency essentially.
Yeah, this is really bad so far. We're only 10 minutes in.
I'll go one more pause. I can do
pause?
one more pause.
All right.
2008 to like 2012. And if you want me to talk more about interviews that happened after this period, don't worry, I've got more. But I think you get the point. Valve was very thoroughly aware of competitive Team Fortress 2. Competitive Team Fortress 2 is entwined with the game. The leagues and the formats started—
That's just a falsehood. It's not entwined with the game itself. Like I said a moment ago, almost immediately after the game's launch, you had guys breaking off and playing a different game, a different version of Team Fortress 2 that they made themselves. It's not entwined into how the vast majority of people engage with this game. That's just not true.
You could say that you could probably say that it was intertwined with the community.
Yeah, with the community or its culture, sure, but not the game itself.
But not the game itself. Yeah. In the same way that I don't think you could say that speedrunning Minecraft is intertwined with the game and its design.
Yeah.
All right, that was my last pause.
All right.
I make videos. Go watch them.
Thank you, Lucid. Cool. I appreciate you joining me for a little bit. I'm gonna plug through as much of this as I can today. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it because I have to be somewhere later this afternoon. But thank you again. I appreciate you. I appreciate your company.
I wish you luck. I look forward to talking with you on UFR.
Yes,
I'm
UFR
excited.
On Sunday.
Yes, Sunday at I think 8 p.m.
Yeah, Sunday at 8 p.m. my time is when I'll be on UFR. So come check it out. I'll make an announcement in my Discord. I have my announcements Discord linked in the description below. So you'll know when I go live or when we go live on UFR. So
yes.
Awesome.
Okay. See you guys.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
All right, on that note, I'm going to take a quick break because I really need to piss, and then I'm going to get out of the watch together and then throw this back on YouTube, so give me just a moment. I will be right back. I have to piss really badly. Okay, we are back. Let me get this situated back on YouTube. Just a moment. I think I just popped that open in a new window and it's going to be fine. Yes, it will. Fantastic. Bring that back over here. Hopefully I can adjust the quality settings a bit better. Back to the desktop. There we go. I think we're good. Did I? Yep, that should be fine. We have good framing here. I think we have good framing here. Bring it over a little bit. There we go. Let's do it. I'm not ready for the MOBA comparisons and the Street Fighter 6 comparisons. TF2, oh god. There's a lot more to go. I really hope he doesn't do like apples to aardvarks comparisons, man. It's just, those are just not equatable in anywhere at all. Jesus. But let's keep going.
Right when the game released, there hasn't been a moment except maybe like the beta when these two things weren't inseparable and its influence wasn't impactful.
So, by definition of how competitive TF2 works, it immediately separated from how the vast majority of people play the game. Again, because they set up a 6 versus 6 format, which is not how the vanilla game plays. That is an immediate deviation from vanilla gameplay. So to say these things are, like, he's treating competitive and vanilla TF2 as one and the same here. Yeah, they're so inseparable that competitive mode needs their own rules and ban lists and servers. They're so inseparable. I feel like he's like it's correct to say that competitive TF2, alongside all of its other spheres that play different variants of the game, they're inseparable from the community. They're inseparable from the culture. I would agree on that point if it was stated this way, but he's making it seem as if though competitive formats are ingrained into how the game flows and how it works, and that it was designed for this, when it clearly wasn't designed for this, when instantly people had to start making their own formats.
Now, some people might be trying to switch around what they said. They might say, oh, we didn't mean that Team Fortress 2 is an uncompetitive game, but more so that it wasn't meant to have a competitive league.
Oh, so that he's genuinely, oh my god. Okay, so that confirms what I thought earlier. He's not using the argument that TF2 is inherently competitive because it's a game, right? Because there's winners and losers. He's making the argument that TF2 was specifically made for competitive formats, right? That's what he's arguing here. Also, nice straw man, yeah. Like, you know what a straw man's for. He had to make a straw man in order to make his points stronger, as though he's refuting something and it just doesn't exist. That's a hell of a reach.
And you're right, they probably weren't prepared for that. In fact, most games release not knowing whether or not they're going to have a player base at all, whether or not they're going to make their money back, and whether or not they're just going to be dead on arrival. It is in fact only very few companies that have the luxury and the resources to prepare for a tournament scene before their game is even successful.
That has nothing to do with Team Fortress 2's development, because again, like esports and tournaments and things didn't become mainstream and weren't relevant in the market until years after TF2's launch. Long after TF2's development time. Yes, exactly, that's a modern problem, not a problem that existed when TF2 was being made. Ergo, TF2 was not designed for tournament play.
And sometimes even that doesn't work. So you're right, they probably didn't know that that was going to happen. That does not really mean anything, and does not mean that you cannot support your scene, or that the existence of the scene cannot influence you. It also does—
That's all Valve had to do. Man, you know what? I will say, if Valve forked up a massive prize pool for Team Fortress 2, for just whatever competitive format was the most popular at the time, be it 6v6 or Highlander, you would have seen a massive influx of people just coming into the game. But then they would come into the vanilla game and go, whoa, this is not what was being advertised to me. This is a completely different experience. Why are there 24 people in a server and not just 12? What are these other 5 classes doing here? What's this guy with a fucking hard hat? What's this gun? Like, what do you mean this gun can just shoot at me without, like, automatically, right? So, oh, Jesus. Like, if Valve had done that, it would have not solved the problem, which is, again, I'm reinforcing here, that competitive players simply play a different game.
doesn't make it illegitimate. Street Fighter is a game that has one of the most successful tournament circuits in the entire history of games.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because extremely extremely early on in like the 1v1 fighting game scene, tournaments and competitive tournaments were a big deal. Way or like 90s, early 2000s, it was really big. So it made sense to gear towards this. And that's also like their primary audience as well, right? Not their primary audience, but like a big part of their audience are these people that treat the games competitively in 1v1s, right? It's a completely different market. This is not something that can be compared to Team Fortress 2 at all. This is a completely different genre, appealing to a completely different taste in game.
Even where other esports have failed, Street Fighter and other fighting games like Tekken, Smash, etc. have been able—
He's doing the funk thing where like, you know, oh, Smash Bros is a good esport, therefore TF2 could have been an esport too. Here it is. I said this was gonna happen. It's the fucking apples to aardvarks argument here. It's comparing completely different things.
Able to bring in dozens of times their player base and viewership for their events, which I imagine—
And then here's the fundamental difference as well. Everyone is playing the same game. Everyone in Street Fighter has access to all the same characters. It's all 1v1. They're all playing the same fucking game. Nothing is removed. Nothing is adjusted. So it makes sense to market your game as a sport when anyone else watching it can immediately come in and start playing the exact same game. Works with Counter-Strike, works with Dota, works with fighting games, right? That's why it's so successful, but it did not work with Team Fortress 2 because competitive formats were homebrew. They were not the vanilla game. Which is why Valve was so hesitant to actually support it in-game in the first place. Have I ever spoken with anyone from the competitive scene? Yes, I've spoken with many people from the competitive scene, people who have outright disagreed with me. I'm going to be starting a podcast soon with someone who I have quite a few disagreements on about the competitive scene. We're gonna be on a show together. You know, it's like, I've spoken with these guys. I've also, like, and like, of course, I've not played competitive TF2 extensively. I played one season of Highlander, but I've also kept my finger on the pulse and watched competitive TF2 since like 2011, 2012. Like mostly starting in 2012, because when I was in college, I never left my fucking dorm room. So I'd watch competitive TF2 tournaments all the fucking time. All the streams and charity events and all the things surrounding it. I loved Sideshow and Get Away. All these guys were so much fun to watch, you know? I've looked at this stuff for many, many years.
Capcom back in 1994 were not very prepared for because esports didn't exist yet, and also in the first version of Street Fighter 2, you couldn't even play the same character as your opponent, so you had to do a fucking coin flip to see who got to play Guile. That did not stop anybody from realizing that the depth for a competitive game was there. Much like the giant autonomous drill that's slowly digging a sinkhole big enough to finally swallow the city of Adelaide.
So what's your point, man?
Your game's competitive viability is there whether you like it or not. Let's make up a hypothetical here where absolutely—
There will always be people that make your game competitive. There's competitive tag. There's people competitivize every game under the sun if it's player versus player, and there is a winner and a loser. People competitivize single-player games by speedrunning them, right? But this goes back to the argument, these games are not explicitly made for that. Just because people take your game and treat it like a competitive sport, that does not mean that it was designed to facilitate a competitive esports environment. Especially so for TF2. I'm going to keep using this argument over and over again. When people had to go out of their way and make their own fucking formats to make the esports environment.
None of Team Fortress 2's gameplay was designed to be competitive, which isn't true, but let's pretend that it is. If competitive players—
See, I wonder if he's intentionally leaving his definition of competitive murky here, but the way he's setting up his argument right now is that he's implying competitive is equal to competitive esports rigid sport format. That's how I'm interpreting this, right?
Are like illegitimate or wrong or whatever because they're playing the game in an unintended way, then
yes. They are.
Why aren't friendlies treated with the same vitriol? Think about it. What is the TF team—
There is a very explicit reason why friendlies are not treated with the same amount of vitriol. Because you didn't have a 4 to 5 year long campaign from friendlies asking Valve to make the game more friendly for friendlies. That's what happened with the fucking competitive scene. They were bitching and begging for Valve to steer the game in a competitive direction, and guess what we fucking got? A fucking shit show that ruined the game. You cannot equal friendlies to fucking competitive players. Jesus, man.
ever added to support the playstyle, if you can call it that, of friendlies. There's no
There is no playstyle of friendlies. Again, he's doing this thing where he's like equating all types of player on the same playing field as if though they all have equal weight. They don't. He's taking friendlies, a fringe community, competitive players, a fringe community, a small minority, and then bringing them up to the same level as vanilla players. You should not be doing that for these arguments.
friendly items, there's no friendly mode, there's no friendly only queuing. You might say, oh, what about the holiday punch? Which, you know, still does damage and is really useful for killing people since it can stuff Ubers and rewards you for hitting opponents in a specific way, and even the little update blurb that added the holiday punch.
Fun, like, okay, we have fun weapons, right? But they're making them fun for as many people as possible.
Mentions that all of the new community weapons in that update, which was Australian Christmas 2011, were going to be used by players to bludgeon each other to death, which doesn't sound very friendly to me. But wait a second, what about two-person team?
No one is trying to make an argument for appealing to friendly play. Like,
agnostic.
Holy straw. Again, like, this is another beautiful straw man here, where he's, again, trying to make it seem as if though friendlies are this equally mistreated fringe community that have been trying to vie for their spot in Team Fortress 2 for many years and were ignored by Valve. Again, he's trying to bring these people up to the same level when it's just not comparable.
How could I have missed those, and why is it that when I finally include them, it's very unorganically and clearly much later because my microphone has changed? Is it because I had something that I wanted to say and then forgot for a month and a half, or is it because of the Sand People?
This isn't funny, just cut this out. Yeah, back to apples and origins, but it's now apples and aardvarks. This is still a wild straw man. Yeah, it is.
But that is true. Generally speaking, team agnostic taunts are very friendly. But A, the first one of those wasn't added until 4 years after the game came out and 3 years after tournament mode, and also the ability to high-five the enemy didn't come out till 3 years after that. And you know,
He's like trying to make an argument here that the game, like in any way, the game is being steered to appease friendlies. Like, what is this, man?
not to be like a dick
what
or
is this argument?
anything, but when we're talking about the original intention of something, I don't think you can really bring up things that were changed 7 years after it released.
You just did the same thing by trying to bring up interviews and conversations that happened 5 years after the game came out as evidence for the game being supported for competitive play. You just did the exact same shit. Not to mention, the addition of all of these toys has nothing to do with the appealing towards competitive play. This is a completely separate problem.
I mean, the mere fact that you can go and shoot the enemies probably tells you that Valve didn't intend for you to not do that. One Valve developer in
Well, yeah, no shit, but that doesn't mean the game was designed to be competitive.
2017 even said in an interview with Uncle Dane that they don't really understand why people play as friendlies. So Valve probably wasn't really prepared for people to sit in a corner and throw sandwiches at their enemies. Does that mean that it is now an illegitimate playstyle and that you shouldn't be allowed to do it?
No one is saying that. No one is saying that about competitive play either. No one is saying it's an illegitimate way to play. No one is saying that you can't do it. Like, these spheres have always been free to go do this. All of these spheres have coexisted harmoniously for fucking years. No one is going out of their way and saying, you can't play this way, you can't have your competitive modes. They just leave them alone. Because they're in their own servers. They're playing the game the way they want to. Just as friendlies are fucking off doing their own thing in friendly servers, man. No one is doing this.
No, of course not. A lot of people may not like friendlies, like I'm not friendlies' biggest fan either. I think a lot of them are pretty hypocritical. But I would never tell somebody they can't do it or that it's illegitimate. I don't think you should do it.
So, both of these things are illegitimate if you're trying to make the argument that they should be part of the base gameplay, right? Like, people have taken, like, from the game's fucking launch, they have taken the base game, and because people had community servers and can mod the game, they make the game do a whole bunch of shit that the game was not originally intended to do. So by the strictest definition of the word, technically, yes, all of these other variations of the game are illegitimate because they are not what Valve intended for the experience to be. But Valve did not expect that was going to happen, right? They push out this game, they let players do what they want with it for a little while and go, oh wow, people make our game do so many different things, we should probably acknowledge that. And they did on multiple occasions, not excluding everything not related to competitive play. They did it for all spheres, not just competitive TF2. He doesn't acknowledge that either.
I think you should go and help your team, but I don't think you can't. And even though Valve wasn't prepared for and in no way supports the playstyle, I think that most people generally agree with me on friendlies. They either don't really mind them or they like them.
Yeah, and that's the sentiment towards competitive players because for a long time they had no impact on the base game. Their influence had no impact on the base game. They were all out doing their own thing. Most people just don't care. No one is going out of their way and wagging their finger at competitive players saying, you can't play this way. That never happens. Okay, maybe like one guy that he took a screenshot of that, you know, the 2-view tweet, but that's by no means a common or mainstream sentiment anywhere in the TF2 player base.
Treated as TF2's darling little player base. But comp players, for doing effectively the same thing, playing in a way that Valve didn't sign off on, even though they're in their own servers, are ruining the game in the process of doing so. Friendlies don't even have that much decency, and they do their nonsense on public servers. They're out here wasting people's...
He's just not going to acknowledge the multi-year-long campaign made by competitive players that absolutely influence Valve's decision-making. I hope he does. I hope he does. I hope he does later in the video.
They're not capping the point like Valve wants them to. And of course, that's the point. That's perfectly fine. Like, are gun spies doing something wrong because they're not going for stabs the way Spy was designed to be? Are Fat Scouts doing something wrong because they're not using their miniguns like Heavy was supposed to? No, of course not. That's complete nonsense. What they're doing might not be effective, and they're probably going to lose, or at least not win as hard as they could if they were playing their classes with their full loadout, but there's nothing, like, wrong with it. It doesn't hurt the game in any way. Outside of course, cheating or just stabbing your opponent if you see them in real life, it doesn't really matter how you play the game. But all of this operates under the massive assumption that Valve wasn't aware of competitive gaming and didn't want you to play Team Fortress 2 at a high level.
Oh my god, they were happy that people were playing their game at all and were supporting all spheres of Team Fortress 2 and how they were engaging with it, not just the competitive scene. They were happy that people took the game so seriously and were building something of their own. That's back when Valve actually cared about their community and their player base. This has nothing to do with TF2 being designed to be a competitive esports game. Absolutely nothing to do with it. And I can keep citing the same thing where these guys broke off and quickly made their own game as soon as TF2 came out.
Which, even if you just look at the mechanics of the game, is clearly wrong. Whenever I see people talk about Team Fortress 2 being a casual game,
now we're talking about mechanics.
They either just say that and then don't elaborate, or they say that there are clear core mechanics in Team Fortress 2 that show that the game isn't interested in competition. The most commonly cited ones being random damage.
Okay, now he's flip-flopping. He's flip-flopping his definition here. His definition went from competitive being competitive esports play to not supporting competition. Here we go.
Variation, random crits, and random shotgun pellet spread. And that because competitive leagues remove these mechanics, obviously they are altering Team Fortress 2 at its core and are no longer playing the same game.
But fundamentally, yes, that is just true.
But personally speaking, I don't think any of these mechanics were very core to Team Fortress 2 at any point. And
they were, because they shipped with the game at launch and are still in the game today. By default, aside from random damage variance, which was removed for good reason.
And I don't think that, in some ways, these mechanics are as anti-competitive as they're made out to be. Now, one of the ones
Random crits are. Random crits absolutely are. Why should someone be allowed to have free like, if you're trying to strictly play the game, pure skill-based, purely strictly about winning and losing, random chance for you to deal 3 times the amount of damage is not fair, right? That's why all other competitive games don't have them. They are explicitly removed there because they're strictly focusing on winning and losing.
I definitely have to concede is random damage spread. It would be a little bit difficult to take a game with this mechanic seriously, which is probably why Valve removed it from their servers.
Yeah, and it was fucking frustrating. Random damage variance sucked, right? Because, like, say you're playing Demo Man, right? You expect to kill a soldier in 2 shots. Your first grenade does 100, perfect. But then your second one, sorry, 96, and then he fucking kills you because you only had 2 shots left in the clip, or you missed your 3rd shot. That fucking sucks. It's horrifically annoying. Main reason why Valve turned it off, because it was really frustrating for new and old players alike.
And the loss of this important mechanic was so bad for Team Fortress 2 that everybody got up and cheered once it happened, because this was the dumbest fucking mechanic that has ever entered this game.
Yeah, that was a pretty dumb one, and it's a good thing that Valve turned it off. I completely agree.
And I would argue that even though
guarantee this dude started playing after Jungle Inferno. Based on my research, the oldest items I can find in his inventory were from 2014. So
It was there for a long time. It was very
When he started playing on a regular basis, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the how many items enter and leave his inventory.
antithetical to the core design of TF2. If you look at the damage thresholds for Team Fortress 2, you notice that they are very intentionally and specifically designed for certain things to kill certain classes.
Yes,
it's not a coincidence
that is true, and that's why random damage variants fucking sucked.
that Demo Man just so happens to kill a base heavy in exactly 3 pipes, and no more. It's not a coincidence that Sniper just so happens to be able to one-tap a medic, who is the most important class for him to be able to pick. A character who's behind a lot of other characters and protected by their team, which is something Sniper does very well at killing. And it's not a coincidence that the base damage of the rocket launcher just so happens to be 10 damage under exact.
I mean, the point being made here is players appreciate some semblance of consistency when they play a video game, right? If someone has, you know, that's the main point being put here. It's when every aspect of TF2, not every aspect, because the way random damage variance was applied to weapons, I don't remember the exact details, but it wasn't the same across all weapons. But it made every interaction a crapshoot, and that's fucking annoying.
Exactly what it would need to be able to, say, 2-shot a soldier or 3-shot a heavy. It's like they wanted to incentivize you to go fight your enemies in close range and take advantage of some kind of a ramping up mechanic or something to push you just over.
Oh yeah, and again, I mean, and you're just correct here, but this has nothing to do with TF2 being inherently competitive. It's about making the game fair. And a game's fairness has nothing to do with its competitive nature.
The edge. And because the
In that, it being a competitive esport. In terms of it being, you know, winners and losers, all games being inherently competitive if they're player versus player, yes.
damage thresholds of Team Fortress 2 are so razor sharp, like it's exactly 3 pills for a base heavy, removing a
Then they kind of deviated away from that with weapons that would change your base health, which they included into the game very early on. That was odd, but
little bit of
Valve even deviated away from that with items like the Sandman
damage
in
or
2009.
Adding a little bit of damage. Often A does nothing because you still like 2-pipe somebody or whatever, but also it serves no purpose other than to fuck with the threshold for no reason. It takes a very well-designed part of Team Fortress 2 and stomps on it. This had no place in the game, even if Valve said it does. Random pellet spread is one of the 2 surviving mechanics, and it's somewhat similar. Shotguns on Valve servers even today have a random spread of pellets. And frankly, as somebody who plays a lot of Uncletopia, which has a fixed pellet spread, and a lot of Valve servers, which have random pellet spread, I don't really notice much of a difference. But just like the
It was a bit of an editing fuck up.
intangible 4th-dimensional aliens that occasionally move things around your house just to see if they can't drive you crazy.
So, okay, there is a very significant difference between turning random bullet spread on and off. I'm curious if he acknowledges this. Disabling random bullet spread on shotguns increases their accuracy by about 40%. So if you disable random bullet spread, it inadvertently buffs all shotguns.
Just because you don't notice something doesn't
So it is very noticeable between it being on and off. Very noticeable, just by that alone.
mean you're not being affected by it.
I made a video about this too, you can go look at it.
It's very well documented
I made 2 videos about this, go look at it.
that random spread does do stuff. But even so, I don't personally think that it does impactful enough stuff, consistently enough, to be granted the title of core mechanic. There are simply a lot
Oh no, it's a shotgun. I would consider it a core mechanic. I think that's fine. It's a fucking shotgun.
of situations where this does nothing. Like your RNG simply not changing the amount of shots it takes to kill somebody, not even mentioning the fact that 4 classes don't have shotguns, and 3 of the classes that do have shotguns
Did you forget about Scout? Soldier, Pyro, Heavy, Engineer. He forgot Scout.
don't always bring one. Not to mention again that this mechanic is
He just... Okay.
optional, and when you turn it off, nothing in the game seems to magically break down. This is why quite a few community servers
Well, no, again, if you turn off random bullet spread, it just buffs all shotguns. By
just
making them way more accurate. And I think, and the most noticeable of this too, is with the fucking shortstop, where if you turn off random bullet spread, its accuracy increases, I forget the exact value, but it's more than 50%. It's way more powerful if you turn off random
turn
bullet
this
spread.
off, and again, I don't
And so, like, I concede that if Valve were to do anything about random bullet spread, you could argue, okay, make the cone equally as tight as it is if the random bullet spread is turned off, so the difference between the 2 is minimized. But I mean, competitive players turning off random bullet spread just makes Scout a lot fucking stronger.
think that many people notice. In fact, I don't
No,
think
I think it's not fair to say people don't notice when I think a lot of people do notice the difference between random bullet spread and fixed spread. Very
Most
much
players
so.
even notice
In that, you know, you're doing more damage from a lot further away because your guns are more accurate.
the long distended finger that comes out of their closet and instantly vanishes once you turn around, or the presence of random spread. And that's not even talking about the fact that a lot of very successful esports that are very deep and people really like have random pellet spread for their shotguns or other guns. And frankly, I don't see how such a minor detail possibly invalidates everything else about these games that makes them deep. In fact, let's do
No, yeah, and he's just spitting facts here about random bullet spread. It's just not that big of a deal.
a little exercise. You give me the runic symbol that
That's why I made my video about it. It's just not that big of a deal.
unlocks Gelgramoth's
Other than it boosting the accuracy when you turn it off.
holy tomb, and I will not feed you to my
No, and you're right. Scout would still be meta regardless. He is a very powerful class, both inside and outside of servers that have random bullet spread turned off.
horde of goblins. But if not that, then you go ahead and you go talk to the CS2 community and you try to convince them and all of the money they make and all of their pro players and all of their rank grinders and all of the giant tournaments they host.
Because the thing about random bullet spread, man, is that it doesn't rob you of skillful shot placement as much as random damage variance did. Because you could do everything right with random damage variance. You can do everything fucking right, but then the game just decides that your well-placed shot is going to do less damage than expected. Whereas with random bullet spread, if you're landing your good shots, the variance in damage is just not that noticeable.
That the game
So there's really no strong need to remove it, unlike random damage variance, which was pure and raw bullshit.
doesn't count as a competitive game because the XM has random spread. You will not be laughed at, and
And listen, man, I think you're making a very weak argument here by saying, oh, you know, TF2 is therefore competitive, and people saying it's not competitive because it has random mechanics, therefore it's a casual game. It's very weak, because as we spent the first hour of this stream doing, we pointed out several deliberate things that Valve did that made the game inherently not competitive, and that it's not an esport. You know what I mean? Or not where it's like it's meant to be winning as a priority. The game's meant to be fun first, is appealing to as many people as possible with class design and large team sizes, what have you, right?
called really fucking stupid for having a really fucking stupid and laughable opinion. And that leaves us with the Mac Daddy
Yeah, and comparing Counter-Strike to TF2 is silly as well.
of them all, random crits. Now, whether or not random crits are good for Team Fortress 2 is a tale as old as time.
I will stick by my argument of random crits. I like when I get them. I like when I get random crits, therefore they're okay.
It is possibly one of the oldest and most prevalent discourses that this game has ever had, but frankly, I don't think random crits in any way count as a core mechanic for Team Fortress 2.
They are. They were deliberately placed into the game at launch for a reason.
And I also don't think they're nearly as anti-competitive as people have made them out to be.
Does he advocate for random crits being turned on in 6v6? Is that the implication I can take from this? So by extension, can we turn on random crits in competitive formats? What do y'all think about that?
But I think to really talk about this correctly, we have to define what a core mechanic is. And I think I'm going to give you an example of what I think a core mechanic is and why I think it is one. Street Fighter 6 is the newest of the Street
Why are you using Street Fighter as an example? Just use TF2.
Fighters, and it brought with it a
What are you
mechanic
doing this
called the
for?
drive gauge. The drive gauge is a resource that every player, pretty much
What?
no matter what they're doing, is always going to either be
If it's shipped with the game, and on by default, that is a core mechanic. Period. That is the intended experience being delivered by the developer. Flat out. Like, you don't need to bring a completely different game into this to define what a core mechanic is.
affected by or used directly in some way in every match of the game. For one thing, many of the new mechanics that came with the game require drive
I've never liked this character's design, by the way. I hate the literal helmet hair.
gauge to perform,
She'd be way hotter if her hair didn't look like that.
including drive rush, drive impact,
This has nothing to do with Team Fortress 2.
parry, and drive reversal. And it's also the resource you spend to do meter versions of your moves. Offensively speaking, the game is entirely built under the assumption that these mechanics exist. Many characters have their frame data and their moves designed around the idea that they're going to be using drive rush to extend their block strings. Without it, pressure situations go from looking like this
Again, if it's shipped with the game and the players can do it in the game and the devs don't go out of their way to fix it, or the devs don't come out and say, yeah, you shouldn't be able to do that, that's a problem, that is a core mechanic. of course, you can't look at a game that's like really buggy and glitchy and is really easy to speedrun because you can phase through walls and go, that's a core mechanic. Clearly, it's a very obvious mistake on the developers that is not a core mechanic. That they would probably come out and say, no, you're not supposed to do that. You know, that's a very obvious example of something that is shipped with the game that you should not be able to do. But now we live in the modern era where these things can be simply patched and addressed immediately, right? So again, if it ships with your game and it stays in your game, vanilla, without any kind of player influence that needs to either remove it or add it, that is a core mechanic. You don't need to bring this nuanced argument with Street Fighter into this. You could just say that.
To this.
Listen, as a guy who has no idea what Street Fighter is, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at right now. I don't care about this. You could have,
As you can see, it's not quite as exciting. And defense isn't really any different. A lot of moves and characters in this game are designed with the idea that the opponent can use drive gauge to keep themselves safe, especially from very specific moves that are otherwise difficult to deal with. For example, Ken has this stupid full-screen jumpy kicky bullshit. Even in the game now, this move is already pretty difficult to deal with at times, but if you have your wits about you and you're not currently under the effects of the Banshee's pendulum, you can deal with it without too much of a headache. Even discounting character-specific answers, you can always hit this with a drive impact if you're really prepared for it, or if you react kinda late, you can perfect parry it. But without the ability to use these tools and the drive bar, not only do you miss out on this stuff, you lose out on a lot of character-specific answers as well. So dealing with moves like the kicky bullshit become way more inconsistent, not to mention more difficult and less rewarding in a lot of cases, which means that characters that have moves like this become the haves, and characters that don't become the have-nots. Street Fighter 6, by all accounts, is a very well-balanced game, and the reason for this is largely because all of these characters have access to these universal mechanics. Without them, some characters are going to become incredibly mediocre, and others would become much more powerful and much more popular because they're more complete without the drive gauge. And even just discounting all of the ways in which the game is designed around drive gauge, you can't escape it. No matter what you do, hitting certain moves or being hit by or blocking certain moves changes how much drive.
You are comparing a completely different scenario within a completely different game to Team Fortress 2. This drive gauge thing you're talking about and making it accessible for all characters, and it would be broken if all characters didn't have access to it, is strictly a Street Fighter problem. That has nothing to do with Team Fortress 2. Nothing at all.
Drive gauge you have. And drive gauge acts sort of like a guard meter. Once you run out, your character becomes incredibly nerfed. And these two things in combination are what I think make this a core mechanic. Large portions of the game are designed with it in mind and don't really work as well without it. And also, it's always present. You can't escape it. And that simply...
So okay, there you go. The game was designed with it in mind.
...is not what random crits are, or have ever been, or ever will be.
Does he know that random crits are put in the game intentionally to give players rare high moments, to get them hooked on an adrenaline rush? There's a very clear and intentional reason why these things were added. To give players a rare high moment in the gameplay itself to get them hooked on the game. That is the reason. An explicit gameplay-related reason why they were put in the game. Rare.
For one thing, there are simply a lot of scenarios in which random crits just don't do anything. Firstly, they don't happen all of the time because they're random, and also even when they do...
Oh, they're based on how much damage you do, so if you do a shitload of damage, you can kind of easily, like, you know, make a prediction, okay, if I pull out my melee now, I'm probably gonna get a crit. Is random damage variance a core mechanic since TF2 is shipped with it? No, yeah, so initially it was, right? But then here comes Valve out and saying, okay, we acknowledge we fucked up with this, now we're going to remove it. So now it is no longer a core mechanic, right? Because Valve no longer intends for it to be part of the vanilla experience. You know what I mean? That's what I think. That's what core mechanic is.
There's a lot of situations where somebody misses.
Hi, I hope you're doing well today. Wanted to ask what it seems facial hair can be tricky to make look good in TF2. So I was curious if you had some examples of cosmetics that do this well. Yeah, so the Lone Survivor is a good one. Engineer has a few beards that look really good. All of the names escape me. The one with the Gold Digger's a good one. What else? There's the Scotch Savior, I think is what it's called. That's a Scotch Saver. I don't recall. There's the Cuban Bristle Crisis is a really good one. Yeah, those are a few.
Misses with their random crit and wastes it, or uses it for something like a rocket jump where it doesn't actually do anything, or they kill somebody who was already going to die to a regular shot anyway.
Okay, so what? That doesn't mean random crits don't do anything.
So even discounting what random crits are...
That doesn't mean that they're not impactful on gameplay at all, and people don't react to it.
Designed to do. I'm not really positive I would call something that does...
You can use the exact same argument you just made for literally anything else. Oh, if I shoot the ground, I'm not doing what the game was intending for me to do with my rocket launcher. If I throw my Sandman ball against the wall, I'm doing something that was not intentionally meant for this mechanic. That does not mean it's not a core mechanic. What the fuck?
Nothing much of the time a core mechanic to the game, especially one which doesn't have very much of the game being designed around it. Like, what about this game actually references random crits in any form?
All shitloads of weapons do, for one. There are achievements in the game! There are achievements in the game that are based around random crits!
There's like the crit bucket, which is an anti-cheating measure more than it is like a game mechanic, I would argue. And then there's the weapons that have no random crits listed as a negative, which is really funny because
the game wants you to get random crits. Fucking achievements around it. There's one for Soldier, where you get like 3 in a row, right? There's something like that. Yeah, 3 random crits in a row for Soldier. Hello.
That means that one of the only things that
like Valve wants these things to be part of the experience. Hello.
That references random crits in the entire game turns them off. Not to mention the fact that turning off random crits is such a minor downside for a weapon that
on a fucking engineer wrench? Excuse me? Disabling random crits is a big fucking deal. Because you don't get to one-tap a spy for free anymore. Because your damage is your random crit chance is based on the damage you do with your sentry gun. And so a spy getting too close to you means it's no longer instant death for him thanks to your melee. That's a pretty big deal. Yeah, make that same argument for the fucking Skull Cutter. Tell me that random crits do not matter on the fucking Skull Cutter. Turning them on or off. Yeah, no major impact there. This thing that one-taps fucking everything, except for heavy. Hello? Have Zatoichi used to have random crits, and it fucking sucked. To say that that had no impact on gameplay at all is wild. Oh my god.
Not only do a lot of people argue it really isn't one, especially if you're on a no crits server, but also Valve experimented with removing no random crits from certain weapons like the Southern Hospitality and giving them a real downside, and then
having no random crits is a real downside. Why else? Okay, so if random crits have no influence, and so why do medics and snipers almost always go for a random crit with their melee and almost always succeed? Because they know they're going to fucking get it. Why do people use the Skull Cutter? Random crits. People farmed with the Zatoichi because it had random crits. Having no random crits on your weapon blows. Like, for example, the minus 25% damage on the Southern Hospitality is infinitely less impactful than no random crits, right? That, like, having random crits on a minus 25% damage weapon means nothing. Look at the Jag. It still annihilates people that get too close to you. 2 swings, they're fucking dead, or 1, right? And so they gave it a legitimate downside. Having no random crits is a legitimate downside, right? Like, imagine removing random crits off the Ubersaw. That's apparently not going to have any impact on gameplay. Yeah, you're right. The Zatoichi used to be called the Crit Tana. Because it got crits all the fucking time. Dude, do you play this game?
Immediately reverted the change because I think they realized literally any actual downside is way worse than no random crits, and they were nerfing the dog shit out of these weapons.
So, oh my god.
But also, random crits were not designed to be anti-competitive in any way. Valve has outlined
They weren't designed to be anti-competitive. They were designed to be pro-fun for the player to give them dopamine. They were designed without competitive play in mind at all. Because TF2 was not designed with competitive play in mind at all.
Distinctly how random crits work, and if you actually look at how they are designed, they're not there to, like, stop strong players or whatever. The way random crits work is that they are awarded more.
Then why do the best players turn them off? Why are they hated so much? If they really don't stop them, if they're not that impactful, why do they turn them off?
More frequently to people who are doing well, especially if you do a lot of damage in a short time. And generally speaking, the people who are going to be doing the most damage are the best players. Like it or not, random crits are there to promote and reward the best players for doing well and to help them do even better. You can see this if you go on a killing spree with like Demo or something.
Yeah, and yet they're disabled in all competitive formats. Why?
Somebody else who has a lot of ammo and can do a lot of damage. You get crits out the ass. Crits aren't there to make the game fair or balanced because they're not fair because some people get more than others because of how good they are at the game, and they're not balanced because Soldier and Demo Man benefit from crits way more than any other class. They're there to
just get good, aim better. Saying a random crit on a scout is not a big deal. When he's 2 inches from you and is huffing your farts, you're going to die. And to say the game's not balanced around random crits, Sniper doesn't have any, for a good reason. Imagine if Sniper's rifles had random crits on them.
Incentivize players to push when they have killed a bunch of guys, which is a fundamental part of playing a competitive shooter very well.
Oh my god, I cannot believe he legitimately thinks that this mechanic means that it's meant for competitive play. There's no way he thinks this is, oh my god. I am stunned. I am legitimately stunned that he's making this argument. Kaluka, why do they turn off random crits in competitive formats? Please answer this question. If this really facilitates competitive play as you said, why do they turn them off?
If you're playing a 5v5 game and your team kills 2 guys, you have very few reasons not to push your advantage because now you have more dudes. This is called taking space. And random crits aren't just there to help you learn how to take space, they're also there to help good players cleave through the madness that is caused by having 12 people on each team. It's a lot easier for good players to carry their team when the game
No, they're not. They're not designed for players to cleave through their team. They're designed for rare high moments. Like, you can go listen to this, and I'm 99% sure that this is in the developer commentary. We're like, oh, we want to keep rewarding the player that is doing good with more damage so they get hooked on the game. They're not designed to specifically cleave through large teams to push in. Yeah, that's in the developer commentary. That's why Valve put them in the game.
Instantly kills people that they might not have killed otherwise. And of course, this isn't even mentioning that random crits, like they're crits, they improve your damage. They only do something when you go and fight the other guys. In fact, many of Team Fortress 2's best, deepest, and most competitive mechanics are designed and in place to get you to go fight the other guys.
Yes. It's part of its genius design philosophy to make the players interact with each other.
And even if you don't believe me when I say that, even though I'm just reciting facts to you, Valve themselves have said this.
But that doesn't mean the game is competitive. They made the game so people shoot at each other. You have to give them reasons to get closer and have them shoot at each other.
So the way the crits work, it sums up the amount of damage you've done in the last 20 seconds, and the more damage you've done, the higher your crit chance is, and it caps out, I think it's around 20%. And so what this means is, as you do well, you essentially are earning a very short-term bonus. You know, if you happen to kill 2 or 3 enemies in rapid succession, then it means you have, you know, somewhere less than 20 seconds of bonus right now that you really should go and use. And if you hang back right now or go on the defensive, then you're sort of wasting this short-term bonus. And so it's a large offensive incentive essentially, and in our interior.
Okay. My point still stands regardless. It's encouraging people to shoot each other. That does not make the game inherently competitive.
Playtests and so on, where everyone understands exactly how they work, we see a lot of positive results of that. So, you know.
And yeah, because it feels good to suddenly insta-kill 3 people with a fucking rocket.
Mind you, this isn't even mentioning the fact that, unlike many other mechanics in Team Fortress 2, Valve intended for you to be able to just turn these ones off. Not only are they a simple server variable that allows you to directly turn off random crits, random pellet spread, and random damage,
and yet, when Valve launched their own servers in 2011, they left all that shit on as part of the intended vanilla experience.
Which don't exist for other mechanics like air strafing, or air shots, or the fact that Scout himself is designed to be a high-skill character, and which might imply that Valve probably didn't
They're still default, other than random damage variants.
think these mechanics were particularly popular.
No, and it also was not that way on release, too.
Or very important. If they were important, they probably wouldn't let you turn.
When did they add these toggles? I can't remember when these toggles were added. It wasn't on launch, but I can't remember exactly when they were added. 2008? Was it 2008 when these toggles were added? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a bit lost too. I thought this video was about, you know, competitive didn't ruin TF2 here, right? But right now he's trying to build the argument that TF2 was designed to be a competitive game and not a casual game. And right now he's saying, oh, because random crits reward players and incentivize them to go shoot more people, therefore TF2 is meant to be a competitive game, right? When all this means is that Valve made the game so well that it encourages people to go out of the way and interact with each other and actually play the game. That does not mean it's inherently competitive for esports, for a rigid, structured format, what have you. Yet there are no random crits in competitive.
turn them off. And mind you, this isn't just a server variable
Richter,
just for
help me, dude. Richter, this video is awful. I don't know if I can finish this, man. This is just terrible. I don't know how long you've been watching, Richter, but this is nuts. It's nuts.
your custom servers. Back in the good old days of quick play, there used to be a dedicated button to search for servers that didn't have random crits.
Yes, because Valve was acknowledging all of the different ways people like to play. Some people want to play on community servers, some people want to play on 32-player servers, some people want instant respawn, some people don't care about random crits or not. That doesn't mean like these things aren't important or not part of the base game. This is simply Valve acknowledging all of the different ways people enjoyed playing Team Fortress 2. And this was the Valve giving us more tools to do that. This isn't an indication that like, oh, because Valve lets us choose servers and let us have our own experience, that it was meant to be competitive. Holy fuck, man. We're just gonna ignore the 32-player servers here. Let's dissect this a little bit more, right? If these things aren't integral to the gameplay because you can toggle them, why did they give the option for players to search for servers that have more than 30 players? So the number of players isn't integral to the experience? Is that now irrelevant to how the game is meant to be played? That's where this logic goes. That the amount of people allowed on the server is irrelevant because what the fuck, dude? Yeah, and respawn times have no impact on the gameplay either. That's just not important anymore at all. Like, wow.
There was no hiding
Plus, quick play was vanilla and not competitive. Yes.
it. Valve intended for you to be able to turn off this mechanic because
Valve intended for you to be able to curate your own experience just as they allowed with the game at launch. That is all they were facilitating.
it's not very important and a lot of people don't like it for very good reasons.
So again, by that logic, the amount of players doesn't matter, respawn times don't matter, they're not that important for gameplay. If anyone's played 32-player servers on a tiny map, you know it makes a big fucking difference. If you have no respawns enabled, especially on a map like Payload, you know it makes a very big fucking difference.
So let's take a step back and look at these three mechanics again. We have three, not even now because it's two, mechanics which are so negligible that a lot of the time they don't do anything, and Valve put a giant fucking button on the server browser that allowed you to turn them off, and at least for
They don't do anything. Again, by that logic, the amount of players and respawn timers don't matter either.
one of them wasn't even designed to stop competition in any capacity. If that is
The existence of a toggle does not mean that the game was meant to be competitive.
what makes a mechanic core to Team Fortress 2, then I don't know how you look at the dozens of other mechanics, but not just mechanics.
Like, okay, a game can be mechanically deep. A game can have immense mechanical depth. That's what makes it fun. And mastering the mechanics is a fun part of many video games. That does not mean that it was designed to facilitate rigid competitive sport-like play.
Character designs and weapon designs in this game that reward skill and deep gameplay, all of which you can't turn off. Like, for example, damage.
Yes, you can. You can. Are we just not going to acknowledge custom balancing on servers? Are we not going to acknowledge the first 4 years of TF2's existence, where you could do literally anything? Rebalanced servers exist for a reason. We're just gonna completely ignore that too? We can turn them off by going out of our way to make our own fucking servers. That's always been part of the fucking TF2 experience. That's why competitive TF2 exists, because they can turn off the shit they don't like.
Fall off, without which the game would be terrible. TF2 would become a game that is played incredibly safely and cowardly, with people poking at each other from across the map instead of getting into each other's faces and having bombastic fights and maybe kissing a little bit like we have now. And if that's not good enough, it would probably be really bad for heavy. Or air strafing, which I've mentioned a couple of times because it is a very important universal mechanic, and without it, this game would be ass. Every single type of advanced movement in this game would die right on the spot, and so would any loadouts or strategies that depend on them. Or what about something like damage surfing, which allows knowledgeable players to escape bad situations?
Now he's just nitpicking, like, okay, yeah, all these other parts are integral to the gameplay. It's like, okay, so just because they're toggleable doesn't mean that they're not important. That drives me nuts.
situations if
We've already dissected this with the player count and the respawn timers thing. Like, I don't
their
need to
timing
repeat
and
myself
movement are
anymore.
good enough. There's no particular reason to add a mechanic like that. In fact, I think TF2 is the only game I know of that has it. Seems like the kind of thing you only add if you want it.
I don't even know what he's trying to do anymore. He's trying to say that TF2 was not designed to be a casual game, is what he's trying
Higher
to do
skilled
right
players to be able to avoid danger. But I don't think anything at TF2's core really showcases that this game is inherently competitive more than the relationship between the weapon design and the movement. People know generally that
The game was made to feel good to play. Just because it feels good to shoot the guns and interact with the other players does not mean that it was meant to be a competitive esport. Sorry.
Team Fortress 2 is pretty fast, or it can be pretty fast. We all know about rocket jumping, sticky jumping, det jumping, whatever. But I don't think a lot of people know just how fast and how universally fast Team Fortress 2 really is. Soldier is the second slowest class in the game, at least by walk speed, but even Soldier's walk speed is only a little bit slower than a CSGO player is when they're running with their knife out. And running
Okay, so a game being fast-paced now makes it competitive? So, is that what he's trying to say
with
here?
your knife out is one of the fastest things you can do in CS outside of like boosting. So even just going by walking, which is about the slowest thing that Soldier can do, our second slowest character is just about as fast as a CS player can be.
It's like, is that what he's trying to say here? Because you can move fast, TF2 is a competitive game? When Counter-Strike is one of the sweatiest competitive games on the fucking market, and everyone moves that slow. This is a non-argument here.
2 is simply a very fast game.
Yeah, well, is Counter-Strike not competitive then because people move slow?
And what goes really well with a game with fast movement is burst damage weapons. Unlike a lot of its contemporaries, Team Fortress 2's primary weapons are not
As
bullet
if Counter-Strike doesn't lack burst damage with headshots.
hose assault rifles. And this is really integral to the design of Team Fortress 2, because bullet hose assault rifles, surprise surprise, make it really easy to track people. After all, they're tracking weapons. You can see this exact phenomenon with a couple of weapons.
So, again, if he's using Counter-Strike as his argument, it completely undermines his point. Counter-Strike plays a lot slower, but is basically played around getting headshots or trying to buy a fucking op so you can one-tap people.
In Team Fortress 2 as well, the minigun, the flamethrower, the SMG, and the pistol. But those examples only really highlight the point. It's really easy to deal consistent damage to someone, even if they're moving extremely well, because the short durations between shots means that small adjustments or short windows of missing are largely unpunishing. You can miss, of course, but it doesn't—
That's just not true. TF2 is very punishing if you miss your shots, right? It's forgiving. Some of the individual shots can be forgiving. That's why we have blast radius. That's why we have, bullet spread. And things like that, right? The individual shots are easy to hit, but if you miss a shot in TF2, you are heavily punished.
It doesn't really matter if you do miss, because you're just going to get to shoot another shot almost immediately afterwards. And this is precise.
Yeah, but this is all you're like forgetting the other half of the equation here. It's like when you're engaging with somebody who's also shooting at you, you miss your shot, they're probably not going to miss theirs, and guess what? You die.
Why the minigun, the flamethrower, and the pistol at least work the way that they do. The pistol is designed to make it so that if you stay in combat for a couple of seconds, you can do enough damage very easily to be able to clean up your—
Like, the pistol was explicitly designed as a finisher weapon. Like, that is stated in— I'm pretty sure that's stated in, like, dev commentary somewhere, or somewhere early on in the game's development. The pistol was designed to be a finisher weapon. Like, even the in-game stats or the in-game tips tell you that's what the pistol is for. Finishing off players from a distance or pestering sentry guns.
Kills that you might not have finished off with the scattergun.
There you go.
The minigun and the flamethrower, of course, are also designed specifically to make it really easy to hit people even if they're going really fast.
Oh, so we have a couple of classes that were designed to be easy to play that, by extension, weren't really designed for skillful players. So doesn't that undermine your point that you made earlier, that the game was designed to be skillful and is therefore competitive? That doesn't seem very competitive to me, now does it?
Because of this, the dynamics between TF2's movement and shooting are higher skill and much more rewarding for good players than I think any other FPS game since. The only games that get anywhere close are like Quake and other arena shooters, because
There's the fucking Quake comparison when TF2 is very explicitly designed to not be Quake. in many facets.
so
I talked about that earlier.
Fast, and Fistful of Frags and Hunt Showdown, 2 games that adopt the same burst damage style of weapon design and are pretty good at it. And these types of weapons, which only have like 4 to 6 shots, or like 8 if you have the airstrike, they're much more committal. If you aren't aiming exactly where you need to be right when you fire, you're going to miss your entire shot. This means that your movement can be incredibly disruptive to your opponent, because you can dodge almost all of their damage.
What does this have anything to do with TF2 being designed to be competitive? That just means Valve made a good game with immense mechanical depth that's very engaging to play with. Yeah, Richter, you're right. The argument is dumb. Is Super Mario Bros. 1 designed to be a competitive game because it was designed to be athletic? Yeah. Also hate seeing this guy mentioned Fistful of Frags, because I love that game too. Yeah, this is because a game has mechanical depth and is great to engage with. It doesn't mean it's meant to be a competitive esport.
And not just a portion of their magazine, good players who are making themselves difficult to hit and who are acting as an unpredictable target can avoid an insane amount of damage. More so in this game than I think almost any other FPS. And even though good movement is so powerful in this game, weapon design comes right around to meet it. Do you ever wonder why Team Fortress 2 is filled with so many weapons that in some way bloom around the center of where you're aiming? Like how the rocket launcher deals less damage the further away from the impact point you are, or how the shotgun can hit partial connects if you're not aiming exactly at somebody because you hit a couple of the pellets. Well, it's not just because, it's actually for 2 very good reasons. For one thing, in a game that's this fast, it allows you to hit partial damage on people.
What does this have anything to do with the game being competitive? And like, you have melee weapons that you have melee weapons that completely counteract this argument, where they're designed to be very easy to hit as a last-ditch effort to kill somebody.
If they're moving.
And then you have other guns in this game that were designed to be a lot easier to use.
Very well. That way you're not just completely hopeless if you're not only hitting direct shots. But also, it more heavily rewards players who are capable of hitting those direct shots. And again, in a game where your mag size is like 4 or 6, that's really important. That's the difference between being able to 2-shot most of the cast as a soldier, or having to use most of your magazine on somebody that you shouldn't have to use most of your—
Yeah, you can shoot people in TF2, so therefore it's competitive. Like, I feel like that's the point he's making here. Like, it's fun and satisfying to shoot people, therefore TF2 is competitive.
Magazine on, and then not having enough rockets to kill somebody else. And this design even reflects in weapons that don't allow you to hit partial hits, like the grenade launcher, which I guess technically lets you hit rollers, but which often does nothing if you're not hitting direct pipes. If you're capable of making good predictions on where your opponents are going to move, you can get huge rewards from landing direct shots with multiple weapons. And
that just means the gameplay is good and you're rewarding the player for engaging with your game, dude. That does not mean the game was made to be competitive. Oh my god. I'm rewarded for making a jump in Super Mario and getting the rare item.
The game, dealing enough damage
you can predict your shots using your brain. TF2
to be able to kill several enemies per magazine, especially for characters like Scout. This combination is what gives TF2 its unique type of neutral. This dynamic is at the center of every fight in Team Fortress 2, unless you're like both playing heavy or some shit. And in my opinion, it is one of the most considerate and skillful and rewarding relationships that these 2 mechanics have compared to any other FPS game. And this isn't even talking about things like character design.
I mean, you're just saying TF2 is a well-designed game, which I think everyone can agree upon here. This is just true. TF2 is well designed. It feels good to play. Yeah, you're right. Kaluga's argument is basically that if a game is well designed, then it's also meant to be competitive.
Or weapon design. There are a lot of—
You can cite a shitload of other games that are incredibly well designed that completely lack competitive environments.
Parts of characters, and a lot of characters just in general that are built to be skillful.
I want an argument here.
I mean, Scout's entire character design is to be incredibly fragile, but very powerful in the right hands if somebody can avoid damage and aim well. Spy is another inherently skillful character. You have to get behind the enemy team as a character that can just be deleted if anybody looks at you the wrong way, and be able to make important picks for your team without just like stabbing one pyro and then dying. That's not even to mention the like 6,000 different stabs and how to surf and all that other stuff you have to learn to really be a pub stomper spy. Demo Man needs to be able to hit pipes directly and needs to be knowledgeable about how he uses his—
You're telling us how to be effective as individual classes here. I'm waiting for any point to be made. Seriously, I'm waiting for any point to be made in favor of TF2 being a competitive game.
Bombs. He needs to know good places for traps, when to start sticky spamming, and how to use them to dissuade people from just rushing him down, especially scouts.
So, like, I mean, I could describe how any other game works and then say, oh, the game works this way, but because it works so well, it's competitive.
And Sniper, by design, is a character that isn't really effective unless you're hitting headshots. And of course there's more, but this isn't even talking about how these characters were later changed through updates. Pyro getting the flare gun, and then the flare gun getting made into a weapon that rewards accuracy. Medic getting the crossbow. Engineer getting who knows how many different weapons that all do some kind of cool thing and allow him to do really cool rollouts or get behind the enemy team, or...
Because it makes the game more fun. Right, they're making the game more fun and engaging. That doesn't make it competitive.
Or build his buildings in places that he normally couldn't. Spy getting the Ambassador. Scout getting items like the Force of Nature, which double as a movement option. Soldier gets a lot of them. He's got the Airstrike, which not only allows you to do really cool rocket jumps, but is also just objectively harder to hit with. He's got the Beggar's Bazooka, which is just like a crazy weapon that is almost entirely defined by the skill of the user. And then he also has like the Market Gardener, which is a weapon that is literally entirely defined by the skill of the user. There is so much in this game that either rewards you for going and killing people, or rewards you for going and killing people well, that I just cannot understand how people don't think this game was meant in some capacity to be played at a high level. For some people, however, the...
My God, just because a game is mechanically deep doesn't mean that the intention behind the game's design was so people could play it competitively at a high level. You have countless other games that are insanely mechanically deep, that are so fun. That does not mean that they're meant to be esports, right? And then to completely undermine everything you just said, why does the #1 most popular competitive format in Team Fortress 2 remove 70% of this in order to facilitate competitive play? That's all you need to cite. Because again, the entire foundation of what he's trying to do here is he's equating competitive TF2 to the vanilla game as though these things are exactly the same. And they're not. The game is just fun, and in order to make it competitive, all of this, a whole bunch of shit that is engaging and fun to play with, has to go away, or is generally not preferred, right? Yeah, this is the guy I went on Reddit that I only made my quick play video for money and then kept saying MGE me in the comments.
Smoking gun for the idea that Team Fortress 2 wasn't supposed to be competitive in any way are the differences between its casual and competitive formats, with most people referencing team sizes, weapon bans, and class limits.
Yes.
Because, as we all know, Valve decided on 12v12 for the default team size.
Yes, and changing a game mode, like the pure fundamental difference is smaller team sizes. Smaller team sizes vastly change how Team Fortress 2 plays. It changes its balancing, it changes its pacing, it changes the value in an individual player death. It is a completely different experience than vanilla Team Fortress 2 just by changing the team sizes alone. And when you have a faster paced game requiring strict coordination so those individual deaths do not happen and put you at a disadvantage, that makes for a more favorable viewing experience for a competitive sport. And they explicitly made that one change of making it 6v6 to facilitate that competitive environment.
And that as a result, because Sixes and Highlander are played...
Yeah, that's my point. Smaller team sizes make the team assimilate and work together because there is value in doing so, because one death is a big fucking deal. If it's 12v12, one person dies, doesn't fucking matter.
With fewer...
I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but it matters a lot less.
People, they're not real Team Fortress 2. And I have to admit, there's a lot of truth to this statement. Valve
It's not the same game.
does in fact use a 12v12 format for their default servers. My question, however, is, so what? Yes, Valve chose 12v12 for their PC servers. They also chose 8v8 for their console servers, and I don't think that was for gameplay reasons. I think that's because the Xbox 360 probably didn't do a very good job of running 24 people on the screen.
That is the reason. That was the reason why there was a smaller team size for the Xbox, because they could not handle 24 players. But what do you mean by so what? It was a very intentional decision on Valve's part to ship it as 12v12. Because large team sizes have massive influences on balancing and how the game plays and its pacing.
And of course, because Valve thought that anything less than 12v12 was not real legitimate TF2, they allowed you to make a server with any team size that you want up to 50v50. But even beyond—
Dude, no, okay, first of all, no, they didn't make the game. So correct me if I'm wrong, you couldn't have over 32 players in a server until very recently with that recent change, right? And to add to that, matchmaking systems were not common when TF2 launched. So Valve could not establish their own baseline for what the game should be. Because they could not, they could host their servers, but like matchmaking, not even like, okay, so when I say matchmaking, what I mean is game coordinators, right? They could not have their own servers, host their own servers with a game coordinator to establish what the vanilla game should be. The only way they could do that was by shipping the game as they intended, but because players had to host their own servers, Then all of these different variants of TF2 emerged. That doesn't mean that Valve wanted these things to be the intended way to play. That's it. That's it.
On that, I don't necessarily think that 12v12 or higher team sizes are as anti-competitive as people make them out to be. I mean,
then why is every fucking competitive game have small team sizes? Why? Why does every fucking competitive game under the sun have around 5 to 6 players and not 30? Gee, it's almost as if though smaller team sizes facilitate more intense teamwork and competitive play. Huh, there might be a reason behind that.
Highlander is 9v9 and you're more than halfway there at that point, but also
anyone who's played Highlander, I have as well, knows that 9v9 Highlander in comms is chaos. Fucking chaos. It can be fun to watch, but there's a legitimate reason why it is not as popular as a competitive format as 6v6. Because watching Highlander is a chore. Having to spectate, having to commentate, having to keep track of 18 fucking people to see what's going on is nuts. It's fun to do. A lot of people enjoy playing 9v9 and some people watch it. I used to watch it all the time. But there's a reason why 6v6 is more readily digestible for a competitive esports format. It's simply because there are fewer people to keep track of. It makes for a better viewing experience.
from what I can gather, multiple different team sizes were play-tested back in 2007 and early 2008, including 8v8, 7v7...
That does not mean that they were trying to... They were probably trying to figure out the ideal player count, don't get me wrong. Like, that is probably what they were doing, but they did settle on 12v12.
Settling on 6v6, mostly just because it's a lot easier to get a game to run. Getting 12 adults with conflicting schooling or work, or how people don't think this thing got to end, chose 12 videos for game for real 50 teams, more than back in 2007 and early. But also, from what I can gather, multiple different team sizes were played. Team sizes. Even beyond that, I don't necessarily think that 12v12 or higher team sizes are as anti-competitive as people make them out to be. I mean, Highlander is 9v9 and you're more than halfway there at that point. But also, from what I can gather, multiple different team sizes were play-tested back in 2007 and early 2008.
Okay, he's referring to competitive players here, alright.
Including 8v8, 7v7, eventually settling on 6v6, mostly just because it's a lot easier to get a game to run. Getting 12 adults with conflicting schooling or work or family schedules to do anything all at one time is really difficult. Getting 24...
Yeah, that is a factor, but now that we have a shitload more people playing this game, now that we have way more eyeballs on this game, why did team sizes never go above 9v9? If team size really doesn't matter that much, why have we never seen any attempt at competitive 12v12? It's because it's fucking chaos.
For adults to do that is probably almost impossible.
Dude, even for fucking 6v6, and so the reason for this too, the reason why it's so hard to source people, this is really a small game problem, right? Like, TF2 has a lot of players, they know these things exist, but just not that many people play competitive TF2, right? Most people are here for the vanilla game. Somewhere between 5 to 10% of the player base, historically, and 10% is being very generous, engaged in some competitive format in some form or fashion. Highlander, 6v6, what have you. This isn't about sourcing players from the general pool of the player base, right? We're already talking about a very small subsect of the player base that they have to rely on to source players, right? So, like, this isn't a general TF2 problem, this is explicitly a competitive TF2 problem because they're only appealing to a tiny minority of the player base, right? Other games don't have this problem because a lot more people play the game competitively, primarily because that is the same game being sold to them.
Even Highlander, which is 18 people, has to use a lot of substitutions to get games to fire.
That has always been a problem in Highlander. Always. Simply because not that many people are fucking interested.
Of course, I do think any attempt at competitive 12v12 would be highly flawed, but I don't think that any of the things that make competitive sixes fun fundamentally don't exist in 12v12 as well. All the skill...
Then why bother? There is a reason why they go play 6v6 if it's not that different. If it's really not that different, then why do they consistently go back to that format?
Skillful parts are still there, it's just occasionally you get hit with Girardi. You can still make callouts.
See, there you go. He's trying to equate the experiences when they're vastly different.
can still be a shot caller, and you still have to aim and position well. All the characters that are strong in 6s...
He's not gonna address balancing at all, is he? He's not gonna address anything about balancing at all, is he?
...are still strong in 12s,
I hope he does. Please at least acknowledge the balancing is different.
Coordination is still really powerful. In fact, it only takes like 3 coordinated, decent players to completely mulch a casual team. Again,
and then one random crit kills them all, and we wonder why random crits are turned off in competitive formats.
And there would certainly be problems, but the parts that make competitive Team Fortress 2 competitive don't just magically vanish. Additionally, I've never...
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Competitive 6s is so popular because of the pacing and the strict coordination required with smaller team sizes. That is the main explicit reason why competitive 6s is so appealing to competitive players as it is. This discussion about intended team sizes is such bullshit. They would put it on the box if they had a specific right player count in mind. The game is designed to be fun, and the game is designed to still be fun at any player count. That is also true. Players are allowed to curate and design their own experiences.
Had it explained to me how less than 12 people on each team makes it no longer real TF2. I guess if you ever play casual and the server doesn't fill up immediately and you're playing like a 6v7 or something like that.
Tell me that plays the same. To my face, in my eyes. Tell me a 6v6 in a fucking vanilla server plays the same as it does in fucking 12v12. Tell me there's no difference. Tell me that the number of players has no impact. And it does not impact the fun. Wild.
You're not playing real TF2, you're a poser, and very conveniently...
No one's calling you a poser! Again, with the fucking straw man here, man. Listen, it's okay to acknowledge that you are not playing the vanilla game. That's what people are pointing out. That's not the intended TF2 experience that Valve shipped.
Nobody ever bothers arguing whether or not 50v50 is legitimate because Redditors are too busy falling for the same exact...
We all know that it's not legitimate. And the reason why we don't argue for... Okay, so here's the thing, motherfucker. Here's the reason, I said this earlier, why people aren't arguing for the legitimacy of friendlies or the legitimacy of 50 versus fucking 50. I'll say it again. It's because we didn't have a multi-year long campaign from these other spheres begging and pleading for Valve to steer the game in a direction that facilitates their desired way of playing the fucking game. That's why. Because we didn't have to deal with any of the fallout from these other guys because they didn't have any impact on the base fucking game. Competitive players did. Because they influenced Valve's decision making. If that very vocal contingent of people was not there, with this very intended campaign to get TF2 to change in their favor, we would not be having these discussions. Also, 50v50 didn't exist until last year.
exact engagement bait for the 500th week in a row to worry about that. But either way, this stupid gatekeeping nonsense aside, games having different formats for their—
What do you mean by gatekeeping? No one is gatekeeping here. You've always been allowed to— I know I'm pausing every 2 seconds, but like every 2 seconds he says something increasingly more wild. No one is gatekeeping how you play this fucking game. You've always been allowed to play TF2 how you want. And then Valve took it away from everyone that engaged with a vanilla fucking game by squirting out casual mode. Competitive players weren't affected by Meet Your Match. They just went back to their own fucking servers, but the people who were impacted the most negatively were the vanilla fucking players. Oh!
Competitive leagues is not new and it's not weird. Those of you who have played 2 whole video games in your entire life might come up with examples like Magic the Gathering, which has a bunch of different formats for different kinds of play.
Are you really comparing Magic the Gathering to fucking TF2? It's a card game. It's a fucking card game. Please help me.
And many of these formats turned out to be really fun, and a lot of them provide something different.
Yeah, and that's fine for TF2 as well.
For different types of players so that everybody can enjoy the game. And even within Valve games, this is nothing new. Counter-Strike has massive different—
It's fine when the player base can go and do this, but it matters when they try to impose these alternative ways to play onto the majority. That's when problems arise. And that's what happened.
differences between its casual and ranked modes, and I think it works out pretty well. Having differences in your formats to accommodate for different levels of seriousness is not that strange and is generally a pretty good idea. I certainly wouldn't agree with the idea that a game has no competitive validity just because it has to make some changes to its competitive format. Some people might argue that
I would say TF2 is probably the most extreme case, or one of the most extreme cases, of having to change the game in order to facilitate an esport. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any other games that get as restriction heavy as TF2 does, and changing the vanilla play as heavy as TF2 does, in order to facilitate what the majority of people consider to be the esport format. Nothing else really comes to mind. Someone, please educate me in my chat, right? Smash Bros, maybe. You know? Yeah, whenever you play 6 versus 7, it's still TF2, you're right, which wouldn't be happening if we didn't have Meet Your Match. Lovely matchmaking system, Jill. We appreciate that. Matchmaking that competitive players wanted and compelled Valve to incorporate in their game. Really, it's just the specifics of where Valve fucked up. Of course, competitive players didn't ask for the specifics.
TF2 makes too many changes, but I don't really agree with that either. One of the bigger pain points people claim to have about competitive TF2 is the being that lurks within the cave, but also with class limits. And I do have to concede that class limits are definitely—
Yeah, he's just not gonna discuss balancing at all, and how making team sizes smaller drastically changes the influence of certain classes, like Engineer, like Scout, like Sniper, like Spy, whose effectiveness vastly changes from these different game modes, right? Smaller team sizes, Engineer can't keep up. He's way less effective. Same for Sniper. He can't keep up with the faster pacing of the game because he walks slow. But when you put these classes into a 12v12 format, they become way stronger because they can actually get set up and into a position they have the rest of their team protecting them and can genuinely influence gameplay. He's just not going to acknowledge something as simple as that at all. I'm baffled by this.
one of the biggest differences between casual and competitive TF2. Obviously, TF2 distinctly allows you to play any number of classes during normal gameplay. And this is actually pretty unique for Team Fortress 2, because I can't think of a single other game that has characters as distinctly designed as this game does that allow you to stack multiple of them. Fighting games don't, even ones that allow you to play in teams. I'm not aware of any MOBA now or in the past that allowed you to do that, at least one that people actually played. And I'm also not aware of any hero shooters, again, now or in the past, outside of Overwatch that allowed you to do this, and Overwatch took away that functionality pretty quick, because as it turns out, you can just stack multiples of characters that are problematic and cause a lot of problems. In fact, even casual Team Fortress 2 suffers a little bit from class stacking, assuming people know what they're doing. Edgy stacking is probably the most dreaded of them all, because it allows engineers, especially on certain maps, to build unassailable nests that never run out of people to repair them. Heavy stacks on payload with proper medic support are also pretty annoying, especially since the—
Invalidated by one demo man.
Easiest way for an individual player to deal with them without having to ask their team to help them, which is fucking impossible, is to just play Sniper, and then because that guy's playing Sniper, if they're any good, that means the enemy team is going to start playing Sniper to counter-snipe him. And now not only is the lobby filled with a bunch of pocket heavies, it's filled with a bunch of snipers who are trying to kill the pocket heavies, and no one's having any more fun. So the fact that
so your point is that you have some balancing discussions that have always happened inside of Team Fortress 2 since its inception here, right? But these things exist within the context of having large team sizes.
Class limits,
and then you have different balancing problems when you make these team sizes smaller. And they address that by limiting the number of classes you have and banning weapons.
Comp really shouldn't surprise anybody. But also, a lot of class limits are, again, completely league dependent, and aren't there because the game is inherently uncompetitive the moment you have two heavies or whatever. Like RGL—
No, because it fucks up their own semblance of balancing. That's why these limits are there.
From what I can find, limit Sniper to 1 per team, largely because people just really don't like him. 6s allows for multiples of like half of the cast. Soldiers, Scouts, Pyros, and Spies can all be played in 2 ofs, which is pretty unique among hero shooters, which again, usually—
And there's a reason why these guys are never played, is because they don't fit in with their faster pacing in their formats. Like, 5 of the 9 classes are not played for 95% of the time because that's not the metas they designed.
limit you to 1 per character. And also, that's only talking about 6s. Some formats have class limits just because that's what the format is and that's why people want to play it.
Yeah, Highlander is just one of each, that's fine, whatever.
Highlander is 1 of every character on each team, 9v9. And the reason that has class limits is not because the game falls apart the moment there's 3 spies or something, it's because that's the whole point of the format.
I mean, 6s falls apart as soon as they have 2 demo men. Like, he's gonna completely ignore the 1 demo man limit, right? That's all you have to do to undermine this argument. They limit demo man to 1 because 2 demo men and 2 medics fucking blows. And that's why no restriction 6s fucking sucks. Because you stack 2 medics and 2 demo men, you're just gonna fucking win every time. That's why they limit him and medic to 1. But no, he's only gonna talk about the classes that aren't really touched in the format, and why the limits on the ones they actually use are so important.
That's why people want to play it. They want to play 1 of each character. But again, I don't think anybody actually cares about this as much as they just want to bitch about something, because very few people seem to know what classes aren't allowed or how many are allowed, with multiple
What do you mean? This is like one of the most important things to point out when you're talking about the difference between competitive and normal TF2. What?
people I've seen suggesting that comp players ban classes, which is not true across any major league. But also, when these tournament circuits
and your handful of one-view cherry-picked tweets that we saw earlier
happen to ever play without class restrictions, nobody comes out to support it, even though apparently this is the—
Yeah, because it sucks! It sucks because the balancing is different when you have smaller team sizes.
one thing that would really allow a lot of people to get into comp TF2. And yes, tournaments without restrictions—
And that's what Valve did, is no restriction 6s. Of course, there's other, like, functional problems with it that they kind of improved later on, but even if it worked flawlessly, that's not what competitive players like to play. They prefer class limits and weapon bans, because that's the desired environment that they want.
of any kind have happened multiple times. RGL has hosted, I believe, 2 separate no restriction 6s seasons. And this drums up absolutely no attention from the greater Team Fortress 2
Because that's not the game that people want to play. Nor is it the game that competitive players want to play. Competitive players want their own homebrew formats and rules and restrictions. Vanilla players want the 12v12 classic experience, right? This middle ground, nobody wants. And that was heavily exemplified in Meet Your Match. No one fucking cares about this. It's a cool novelty for a few minutes, but then people fuck off and go back to doing what they like. People just want to bitch. TF2 was never fun. TF2 was never a good player experience before Meet Your Match. No, yeah, people just like to complain. Exactly.
Community, because the greater Team Fortress 2 community doesn't actually care if you ban classes, they just want to complain about something. And as far as Valve's—
Why do you think people take no strong interest in competitive formats? Why do you think competitive formats never grew in popularity? Despite having shitloads of publicity, despite a large chunk of the player base knowing it exists, why do you think it doesn't grow? It is not the same game. Because it has class limits, because it has weapon bans, and because it has smaller team sizes. It is a fundamentally different experience. So to say people just needlessly bitch about these things for the sake of complaining, instead of acknowledging the key fundamental differences between these two formats of play, as the primary reason why vanilla players aren't so, eager to go over and play these competitive formats, you're failing your arguments here. It's not our fucking fault we don't like competitive play. We don't want to touch a format that has class restrictions and weapon bans, or smaller team sizes. It's not the experience we come for.
role in all of this.
I have to piss really bad again. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry about that. I have returned. I got a snack because I am really hungry, so I'm gonna pause for a minute, and I'm gonna eat something real quick. Because I only had breakfast this morning, so I gotta put something in my stomach. I just got a protein bar. See, and to add something else that I thought of when I was pissing, is like, just because you can get good at a game, thanks to its mechanical depth, that doesn't mean that the video game was designed for high-end play in a competitive scene. Right? Getting good at a game doesn't mean that it's inherently designed for esports. That's something else, too. I just have a protein bar. That's all. These are good. You know, they have sugar alcohol, so if those upset your stomach, then I don't recommend eating these, but sugar alcohol doesn't affect me. It's got a lot of carbs, but, you know, could be worse. 20 grams of protein, 20 grams of carbs, you know, it's a suitable midday snack. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, Richter, you're right. It's just straw man, category mistake. Reddit humor for 2 hours, rinse, repeat. I'm waiting for any valid argument here. Seriously, give me any valid argument. Bump it to 1.25. I don't think this has xylitol. Let me check. No, I don't see xylitol on here. I see sucralose. Unless that's the same thing. And they use collagen for the protein here, so it's not the best quality protein. But it's okay. It makes it taste good. You know, man, as I keep watching this entire video just didn't need to be made. Because all you had to say was, yeah, competitive players didn't kill TF2. Their influence on Valve's decision-making did. It was ultimately Valve's fault. They're the ones that pulled the trigger. They're the ones that did all this horrible shit that no one wanted. But you have to acknowledge, and you cannot ignore, the influence that competitive players had over the years, as they asked for Valve to support them in the base game. That's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. No, yeah, we would be so utterly owned if that was his point. It would be refutable. But that wasn't the point that I made in my video. Now, in the past, I put more direct blame on the competitive scene, which I should not have. Explicitly saying that it was their fault, and solely their fault, is just wrong. But their influence absolutely cannot be ignored. And the specifics of what Valve did, competitive players did not ask for, right? Do you think if Sixes never existed and Highlander was the universal competitive game mode, would TF2's comp actually have a chance of taking off and have a wider success with casual audience? I think it'd be more generally approachable, because at the very least, all classes are present inside of Highlander, whereas in your most popular Sixes formats, even though they're not banned from play, it's generally frowned upon to use anything other than Scout, Soldier, Demo, and Medic. So it would be more readily approachable for the majority of vanilla players if Highlander was the one they pushed. But matchmaking 9 versus 9 is basically fucking impossible, especially when you have a class limit of 1. So it just would have never worked. Like, you would need a player base 100 times the size of what we have now in order for that format to work. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We have YouTubers like the Solarlight and Indie, and this guy just making videos that are straight up lies and harm to Valve's ears and try to kill the game even further. Thing is, man, these videos are very effective against people who are not here. They're very effective with newer players that simply lack the experience and don't have a full understanding of TF2's history, right? These types of videos will get with those guys, you know, the people who put these long videos on in the background just listening to it and only half paying attention to it. But if you present this video to anybody that actually plays the game, it's fucking tissue paper. We've been tearing this apart like tissue paper for almost 3 hours now. So. No, yeah, and videos like this are indeed regressing the community. And not to fillet myself, I will for a moment. I think my video handled it pretty well, where I explicitly showed Valve listened to the wrong people, they catered to the wrong people, their influence put the game into the state that we deal with now. That's our issue, right? That's how the game got to where it was. Plain and simple. Let's continue.
This goes, maybe Valve did intend for people to play whichever classes they want whenever they want, but it sure didn't take them even a year to add a tournament mode which has class limit functionality built right into it. And
that doesn't mean the game was originally designed for competitive play and was something added after the fact.
A lot of the same stuff goes for weapon bans. If you don't know, every single comp TF2 league, and in every single format except, I guess, no restrictions, bans at least a couple of the weapons in the game. Exactly how many and which weapons are banned is dependent on the league and format, but they always have
21 and 23 are a lot for Sixes. That is a lot.
At least a couple of weapon bans. And people often blow this entire thing way out of proportion by saying that competitive players ban like half of the arsenal to try to force TF2
they used to
be competitive, because it's naturally not. And
again, you have like again, this is a screenshot he showed earlier in the video, so he's run out of examples. Man, this is another thing where you can tell that no research was done for this video, at least not a heavy amount of research, where if you go look at mine, all of the screenshots I show are all unique. Primarily. Every single individual one is unique. I find shitloads of examples, but here he's already having to recycle these basically non-existent opinions buried deep in a Reddit thread with 6 downvotes, and like, again, presenting that as like a widely accepted opinion. As though this is a common viewpoint that a lot of people have when this is just simply not true.
maybe back in like 2015 when the weapon ban list here in America was 80 weapons, that might have been true. But these days, that's a total load of horseshit, and within the context of a grassroots community, weapon bans make a lot of sense. Weapon bans are done by people who run these leagues, people with biases or who might be making mistakes. For a long time, a bunch of heavy weapons were banned that allowed heavy to get around faster because there was a concern that heavy to mid was a very powerful strategy that would ruin...
No, not powerful, annoying. They found it annoying that they could not take down a 450 health guy denying their bombing. They found it annoying and they didn't like playing against it, so they banned it. All of that is outlined in fucking TFTV threads from like 15 years ago. Or not 15, like, 12, 11 years ago, when, like after the GRU came out. That's all explicitly there. You can go read these things.
Sixes. Heavy, like we talked about earlier, has his minigun, and the minigun is really good at killing people from moving very fast. The Sixes metagame is a lot like the core design of TF2 itself. It's built around a lot of fast movement and burst damage weapons, neither of which Heavy has, and one of which at least Heavy severely punishes. So Sixes players for a very long time didn't want him to be a part of the game. I mean, back in the day, he almost had every...
And they still don't, because they don't play him. Yeah, exactly, it's Grassroots. Like all other non-competitive built games that are being played competitively like Melee, They are built from within the community by changing how the game designs fundamentally, like banning items or playing on only one stage. Like for TF2, effectively does the same thing. We ban items, we only play on a small handful of stages, you know? They have to change how the game works in order to make their competitive formats.
Every single one of his weapons banned, but as the league has progressed, many of the restrictions placed on Heavy have been lifted, and now the only things that are banned on the class are Natasha and the Fists of Steel.
And no one plays him. Why does no one play him? He doesn't fit into the pacing. He does not fit into the format, aside from defending the, aside from defending last point on 5CP.
Includes things like the Gru and the Buffalo Steak Sandwich, 2 items that allow...
Even when they unban these things, they still do not play Heavy.
Allow Heavy to get to mid really quickly, because as it turns out, Heavy to mid isn't as powerful as everybody thought it was. It wasn't that Heavy...
It was powerful with the old Gloves of Running Urgently, when he could get to mid with full health, and only had like 3 seconds of mini or 5 seconds of mini crits by the end of the balancing of it, or before they made it do the health drain thing, right? So if he put it away right before he got to mid, there'd be no downside for it. But now that the Gru just takes away your health down to 100, now it's useless. Now, of course, they'll unban it. But of course, he's also not going to acknowledge that a lot of later stage unbans happened because competitive leagues were getting desperate for players. Because fewer and fewer people were engaging with competitive leagues, and they wanted to make it more appealing for more people. So they started making more concessions like, okay, we can allow this, we can allow this, we can allow this. But people still do not use these items and do not play these classes because they don't fit into their formats.
Was inherently anti-competitive and was ruining the scene. It's just that people thought he might do that. And that's simply what happens when you have a bunch of players who are running the league. But again, also, it's a player...
It wasn't a might thing. That is what happened. And they banned it.
...run Grassroots league. If there's a weapon...
The Gloves of Running Urgently... I said this in my video. The Gloves of Running Urgently was a weapon specifically designed for competitive play tested by competitive players, and then when Valve put it in the game, it was almost unanimously banned across all modes of competitive play. Because once they actually tested these things out, like, oh, this sucks, not fun to play against, boop, ban.
Ban you don't like, you can just go make your own league or go play in somebody else's. After then, you would be free to ban or not ban whatever it is you want, because Team Fortress is not the only game that bans things for its higher levels of play. MOBAs are fairly noteworthy for this. Every MOBA that I know of has a pick and ban system.
You cannot compare a MOBA's pick ban system to how TF2 handles competitive balancing,
even just for ranked.
Which you cannot even begin to compare these two things.
Becomes a part of the strategy before the match has even really started.
A MOBA, like a fighting game, is a completely different experience, a completely different can of worms.
Games with incredibly harsh matchups at times, and pick bans allow you to circumvent these matchups at the cost of maybe not getting rid of a character that is overall more powerful. Not to mention, you can also bait your opponents into banning the wrong characters, or into thinking that you're going to do one strategy.
So what's funny with TF2 is that we would pick and ban maps. Because some people were, because certain classes and certain people's experience with certain classes was more powerful on specific map environments. That's like, from my memory, when pick bans would actually happen. Like, no, we're not playing this map, and they agree on one map or another.
And having them ban characters that would stop that strategy when in reality you're doing something else. Trading card games often have ban lists full of cards that are problematic. And
we're not talking about a fucking trading card
NBA
game.
2020.
And okay, so if they're banned for being problematic, why are they problematic? Maybe it's because their idealized forms of competitive play are seeking a different experience than the vanilla game. Therefore, they have to change how it behaves fundamentally by banning stuff that would otherwise be allowed.
5 events had to ban Jerry Ball Twister Johnson because of his sexual misconduct. It's really not that odd, and sometimes developers make mistakes, and those mistakes...
And the thing is, it's odd for TF2 because the game doesn't ban anything. It doesn't limit anything. So when players go over to a format that does, they're not interested. It's like, what do you mean I can't be Pyro? What do you mean I can't be the third scout? This fucking sucks. I want to play scout right now. And then they fuck off. In Magic the Gathering Commander, most of the cards banned are ones that straight up make any deck better or are way too expensive for most players. There you go.
Mistakes can't be corrected by the player base, so they have to...
Yeah, so there you go. So my friend who's in chat right now, who is intimately experienced with Magic the Gathering, has just stated they explicitly ban things that are not accessible to all players.
ban something. Street Fighter Cross Tekken was a game made by Capcom in 2012, and it's a really cool game. I'll spare you the details, and from being forcibly conscripted into the pointless but brutal war that Texas and Louisiana are gonna have next week, but one of the worst mechanics in Street Fighter X Tekken is the gems. Gems are these powerful but passive effects that occur after certain conditions are met within the match, like hitting a certain type of move multiple times, or after you take a certain amount of damage, etc, etc. Gems are kind of neat, I guess, but what really wasn't neat was when Capcom decided to make a bunch of extremely powerful gems, and then force you to pay money for them. And guess what? Modern Street Fighter X Tekken tournaments, all like one of them, restrict the DLC gems, because it was really fucking stupid.
This is totally unrelated. Why do we care about this?
And also, the only reason I think a lot of people
a bullshit pay-to-win mechanic, obviously, yeah, get rid of that in a competitive tournament.
Consider bans to be so strange nowadays is because we live in the patching era and have for a long time. Instead of having to ban anything in any competitive format, now you just ask the devs to nerf it, or the devs collect a bunch of data from win rates or something and they nerf it on their own. And even though nerfs are a lot better than banning something outright, I don't think players ask.
Nerfs are better than banning something outright. So, pardon me if I reach a little bit here. Pardon me if I reach a little bit here, but it's almost as if though he's implying that it's a good thing that weapons be nerfed to facilitate competitive play and testing than it would be just to have these formats outright ban them. Because if he's talking about the vanilla game here, bans were never a thing. They never, like, that's just... So what is he talking about here? This is like the trickle-down balance thing right now.
For something to be nerfed from the developer.
Yeah, we see what happens when something gets nerfed. No one uses it because it makes it fucking suck.
And banning it in their own leagues aren't necessarily that different. In fact, I would argue banning a weapon in a league is probably a little bit better than nerfing it, because at the very least, when it's banned in the league, it doesn't affect anybody.
Okay, he's talking about competitive play here.
Outside of the league, and you have to, like, agree to play in it. So what are you gonna do, complain? Oh wait, it's TF2, they're probably gonna complain. But again, this is really not as abnormal as people make it out to be. TF2 might be one of the only games where there's any real ban list, but it's also one of the only games where there could even be a ban list. A lot of modern games just don't have a grassroots tournament.
Okay, then why even bother comparing TF2 to other games then? What's the point?
It's all made by the developer.
TF2 is a unique case, fine. Competitive formats ban shit, we know this.
Developer. And
What's the point? What's the fucking point?
Avoid having to ban things or looking stupid by constantly rebalancing the game over and over at a ridiculous pace. This isn't even to mention the fact that a couple of different weapons aren't banned because they ruin the competitive integrity of the game. They're banned for some other tertiary reason. For example, for quite a while here in North America,
the primary reason why weapons are banned in competitive formats is because it does not facilitate their desired environment, right? A lot of the shit they ban, they consider not good for a 6v6. Like, for example, the fucking quick fix is banned because quick fix Ubers are really hard to deal with smaller team sizes. They banned the fucking cow mangler because it's a direct upgrade in a game mode where engineer does not exist, right? They used to ban things like the base jumper because it made him a whole lot harder to hit with smaller team sizes where the primary damage dealers don't have hit scan. It's like that most of the bans come from the angle of preserving a specific way they like playing their competitive formats, right? And then you have other fringe cases, like the gas passer, which is bugged and you can throw it through really thin walls, therefore they ban it.
Gas passer was banned in 6s. Now that sounds crazy, right? How could the gas passer be banned? They only ban overpowered weapons, and the gas passer is probably the weakest weapon in the entire game. And you're right, but the gas passer wasn't banned because it ruins the metagame or whatever. It was banned just because it was bugged. And
see, I hate this shit too. He's like, okay, look, this one was banned because of a bug, and he's making it seem as if though all of these other bans are done so for equal reasons, when no, they ban all of these things to facilitate their desired environment. Dude, being a little disingenuous here.
JL simply has a rule that states that severely bugged weapons aren't allowed in the format, and as such, the gas passer was banned, at least for a little while. What's hilarious about the gas passer is that it's so inconsequential that they decided to make an exception to that rule just to unban it, and it was never used anyway. And if weapons can be banned for reasons that have largely nothing to do with their competitive viability, and there's so few of them banned, I don't really see how this is—
Dude, you're like, okay, so the reason why this argument exists at all, why we're having this debate at all between casual and competitive players, is because in the era from, 08 to 2016, before Meet Your Match came out, a vast majority of things were banned. Bans were way heavier back then, right? These things mattered way more back then. This is the era of relevance for these arguments, right? These things wouldn't be discussed if— I lost my train of thought now. I'm paying attention to my chat. This comes from a completely different era, and to like hand wave bans away as like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. They really only ban these things for kind of inconsequential reasons that, really don't have much to do with game balance. is just false. Because way back in the day, when competitive influence was steering the game's direction, all of these bans primarily were done for preserving the gameplay.
Is a major slight against TF2's core design.
Preserving
And also,
their game.
Team Fortress 2 was originally designed not to have any unlocks at all. That's why they're optional. I don't think the game is really that different with or without Jarate. And if you look at people play no restriction 6s, in the same game modes, the team compositions and the weapons used are pretty similar. It's just
Then why do they stack Demo and Vaccinator? That makes for a very different... Right away, 2 medics. Look at this. 2 medics, 2 heavies. It's pretty fucking different. He just contradicts himself with this one fucking clip. Yeah, they pick all the same shit. Yeah, 2 heavies, which are otherwise never fucking used in competitive formats, with 2 medics, which is never fucking seen in 6s. Good point.
that teams run like 2 demo men and 2 medics when they get the chance because it's demo man and medic. Call me crazy, but I just don't think that these communities are criminal because they decided to question some of the decisions that Valve made with the game design.
Bro, oh my god. Again, he just refuses to acknowledge that their desired environment changes balance at a fundamental level. That different weapons and different classes behave differently when you have smaller team sizes and a very narrow list of maps. The game is not different with unlocks. Yeah, that's also insane. To say that TF2 is not that different with or without unlocks is fucking crazy. Then if that was true, why ban them? If it's not that different, why do they ban them in their competitive formats? Maybe it's because they don't like how they function inside their formats. And maybe, just maybe, the balancing of weapons is different with smaller team sizes and class limits, and when 5 of the 9 classes are rarely present, then they're balancing in a 12v12 format with all classes and weapons present. Gee, that might create a different balancing dynamic where certain weapons are busted in competitive formats but perfectly fine or even weak in vanilla TF2. He's just not going to acknowledge this difference in balancing at all. It's just kind of hand waving away like, oh, competitive players are actually doing this very royal and very selfless act of criticizing Valve's balancing. Oh, this balancing is bad. We're criticizing Valve for being a bad game designer, so we banned all the bad weapons only because, Valve didn't take that much care with them. It's like, no, motherfucker, they banned them because they don't like playing against them in their custom formats. And a bunch of the shit they do ban is perfectly fine in the vanilla game. Like, he just can't say that. He can't say it, otherwise it defeats the purpose of this video.
Of Team Fortress 2. And I know that's crazy because Valve is perfect and they've never added anything stupid like item sets that require cosmetics that cost money, but
okay, and see, now we're talking about something else entirely. Yes, Valve fucked up TF2's balancing and pay-to-win shit with crap like this, right? That this just should not have happened. And there are unlocks that fucking suck in vanilla TF2, right? But that doesn't invalidate the differences between 6s and vanilla TF2.
It might not be too weird to look at some of the weapons that Valve came up with and say, hey, this isn't really fun to play against, and I don't want to. And
yes, and in vanilla TF2, it fucking sucks. And guess what? Probably also in competitive 6v6. Like, there is some overlap because they're all based in the same game, right? But that does not make them the same game with the same balancing.
So this gets into the wonderful world of developer intention, which largely doesn't fucking matter. Learning the thought process behind developer
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Decisions is really interesting and it can be very valuable for analyzing your game, but just cause the developers intend for you to do something doesn't mean you have to. Like, my twin brother Jim didn't
Sure. Yeah. TF2's always players have always had the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want.
Intend to leave the beheaded corpse of a daycare teacher he thought was trafficking children in his trunk during that speeding ticket, but he did, and now my family expects me to donate to his commissary account? No, thank you. If your game has deep competitive gameplay, regardless of how much you need to change about it, people are going...
Okay, so he's building up on his shit before, like, TF2's inherently competitive. You've made a deep competitive game, here we go.
To go find and get it. The slam dunk example here is Smash Bros. Melee. Melee is...
Oh my god. Stop with these fucking fighting game comparisons. Jesus,
one of the most beloved and honored competitive games there is right now. And this is largely to the chagrin of Nintendo, who did just about everything they could to make sure that that didn't happen, even though they failed. Masahiro Sakurai, the series creator, even went on record in 2015 saying that about Hungrybox and other professional Smash Melee players, I wish that I could dump him into a hot tub full of boiling mercury. Safe to say, Nintendo has never really,
as the kids say, based,
supported the competitive Smash
kidding
scene. In fact, they've often actively tried to dismantle it because they're
jokes.
Evil, including the incredibly callous cease and desisting of a tournament just because they used an emulator to play Smash Melee.
See, that's fucked up. Like, this does not mean Like, I see where he's going with this, right? I see where he's going with this, right? It's like he's using the malicious acts of Nintendo towards their own players and towards their own consumers, right? He's trying to paint this picture that, like, oh, their intention doesn't matter, and sometimes their intention actually actively thwarts player freedom, therefore TF2 is meant to be a competitive game. It's like, just because you're allowed to do it doesn't mean that that's what the game was meant to be. And also doesn't mean that's the reason why the majority of people come and play it. It's exactly. It's completely unrelated.
2 years after this legal action, Nintendo would go on to admit that 1 out of every 7 GameCubes that they released was actually just an empty plastic shell filled with 150,000 spider eggs because they thought that was funny. And of course, this didn't really stop anybody from trying to play Melee competitively because it's cool and Nintendo is fucking stupid. And
no one is trying to stop people from playing competitive TF2. No one is doing this.
In this case, very wrong. And their childish efforts to punch a gift horse in the
Not even Valve is doing this.
Mouth are entitled and malicious at best. And it's just as bad that the dregs of the TF2 community are trying to do the same thing in Valve's stead. In fact,
no one is doing this! What? Show me anyone that is actively trying to prevent competitive players from playing in their own fucking servers. Show me one fucking example of this. One. Any fringe fucking tweet that you have anywhere where someone is actively saying, no, you cannot play competitive formats. How this has, like, again, show me any fucking example. Competitive is being persecuted. Oh, wow, poor us, boo-hoo, everyone fucking hates us, gee. Oh, my fucking God, man. Wow, poor competitive community, look at our fucking problems. It's all bad for us, it's all fucking terrible. Wah. Even though the way that you primarily engage with TF2 has not fucking changed in 17 years, motherfucker. But us normal players, the way we engage with the fucking game, was ripped away from us in this bastardized attempt to make TF2 a fucking esport to cater to your fucking asses. We are the ones that should be complaining, not you fucking piss babies. The fuck, man? That makes me mad. That genuinely makes me mad. That competitive players have the fucking audacity to bitch and moan, like, oh, people are being so mean to us, when no one's fucking doing this, except for me right now, I guess. It's like, oh, well, we're so mistreated. Oh, people are being so mean, telling us we can't play. No one's doing that, first of all. This isn't even a common idea or a mainstream thought. I have never seen this uttered anywhere, even in my fucking community. Like, even in my fucking players, like, in my viewers, rather, where you would expect these arguments to be happening, no one fucking says this. Even the most vitriolic corners of people that associate themselves with me never say or try to go out of their way to shut down people playing competitive TF2. You are being intentionally disingenuous with your fucking arguments here and making this retarded straw man to make it look like you guys have it so fucking rough and oh boo-hoo, woe is us, when we as the normal fucking players have been getting the shit end of the stick for 8 fucking years. Thanks to Valve's incompetence in catering to the competitive scene. Fuck you.
It might actually be even more embarrassing because at least Nintendo has actual authority on their games. And also because out of all the games in the world to care about developer intention, TF2 might be the worst example you could possibly follow. The entire reason this game exists is because Gabe Newell saw the value in iterating on an existing product rather than making multiple different box releases across generations. And his assumption turned out to be right. Much of this game was made after it released. The original developer intention doesn't really matter, especially when the developers do 180s on things.
The same people are not working on TF2 anymore. All of the original devs are gone, right? Even if they wanted to adhere to the original intention, those people are not there anymore, right? They're just gone. So this is a non-issue, or non-argument rather, right? But that doesn't magically invalidate what the game was meant to be, right? Why else do you think TF2 is still so popular today? Why else is TF2 popular right now? Because it largely offers the same fucking experience that it did at launch. A fun, casual, laid-back experience where anyone can do whatever the fuck they want, play whatever the fuck they want, with as much engagement or level of engagement as they desire, on all these different maps, with all these different classes. It is just a fun fucking game. That has not changed. That was the intention of this game from launch. That has not, the game has not deviated from that.
buildings. Engineer used to not be able to move any of his buildings. He had to commit to wherever he wanted to put his nest. That was like a core part of his design. And then later on, the devs realized that's really boring, so they allowed him to move his buildings, which was a massive change for him. And the quality of this update goes, I would hope, without saying. Engineers having to deconstruct and then completely rebuild their nest every time the team moved up or whatever would be really annoying. He already has a lot of problems with keeping up with his team. I don't even like engineers.
What does this have to do with competitive TF2, right? And like the thing about TF2, right? If you have a deeper understanding of its development history, right? Over the 9 years, they went through this really messy iterative development of the game, where it was originally going to be a more realistic and gritty first-person shooter, but then in the last 3 to 4 years of its development, then they made the decision to make it the game we know now, with the 9 classes and the specific art style and the way it plays. So in a very short time, relatively speaking, in the last 3 to 4 years, they really hammered out how everything was meant to be, but they didn't have a lot of extensive playtesting, right? Especially for a multiplayer PvP game, right? You need a lot of playtesting to see what's fun or not, and very, very early on, they made this change for Engineer because they had enough data to go, oh, Engineer's relatively unpopular, let's see if we can fix that by making his gameplay more engaging, right? To make it more fun. Making something more fun does not mean that they're catering to a competitive audience.
Character design, but even I cannot imagine playing Engineer for 3 years before this. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that developer intention isn't at least a little bit important. It can be very valuable to know just—
You just said it wasn't. You just said it wasn't. Now you're conceding that it's at least a little bit important. Really?
how much thought went into any decision, or what the thought process was behind any changes or additions that developers make. And it also adds a lot of perspective. After all, as players, we're not the ones whose lives financially hinge on the game working. But intentions aren't the full process, and just because you intend for something to be one thing doesn't necessarily matter if you do it wrong. And just because something is intentional doesn't mean it's correct, or that it's the best way that something could.
So competitive TF2 is correct? That's how the game is meant to be played? Is that the angle you're putting here? That's like that. So, oh my god. Not that anyone is telling you you're playing the game incorrectly. You're free to go play the fucking game however you want.
Be. The original Tomislav was also an intentional addition to Team Fortress 2, one that had to be emergency patched 3 days after it released because it was insane. I really don't know why anybody gives a shit what Valve wants you to do with this game, especially when they give you all of the—
Gee, it's almost as if though there is a standard experience that the overwhelming majority of people come for. Maybe that's why. Maybe people like preserving the game that they've come for over 10 fucking years, instead of wanting to watch the game become something it was not meant to be and something it is not at a fundamental level. This is what that Blue Panda guy said in his video, where he's watching TF2 slowly become someone else's game, and that genuinely sucks. It's turning into something that people did not come for. Yeah, he did just invalidate his entire argument of like, why care about what Valve intends, but what if it was intended as competitive? What if it's intended for people to do whatever the fuck
tools
they want,
to do
right? No,
whatever—
so now apparently intention matters.
whatever you want with the game. And considering how many mistakes Valve has made in the past, I don't blame any player for finding their own solutions, no matter what level of seriousness they're playing at.
So so by extension, the vanilla game is a mistake and the solution is a competitive format?
To summarize, I don't care what Valve intended to do if they didn't do it. Customized rule sets and competitive leagues are nothing new. It's just out of style for modern games. And finally, these 2 points don't necessarily matter because Valve laid out their intentions very clearly when they were making this game. Somehow this has become lost and forbidden knowledge, but all you have to do is search Robin Walker interview before 2009, all one word, and see very clearly that Team Fortress 2 was not specifically designed to be casual, it was designed to be approachable, and those are two—
Oh my god. Oh, he didn't explicitly use casual, therefore it's meant to be competitive. Of course they want the game to be approachable, so as many people play it as possible, so they make as much money as possible. When you make a game if you make a game a hyper sweaty competitive esport game, right, that is not with a, that's as complex as TF2 is, that's going to turn people away. It works for games like Counter-Strike because inherently Counter-Strike is very simple. Click on head, don't be seen.
very different things. There are plenty of very competitive games that also try to be very approachable so that people compete in them. Even Valve's other 2 competitive games, Dota—
It's fucking insane that he's trying to say that they made the game approachable so people would compete in them. That's what he's trying to extrapolate here. That's insanity. They wanted to make the game fun for as many people as possible, because if your game is not fun, people will not play it. Has nothing to do with whether or not it's competitive.
2 and Counter-Strike 2 have made recent and deliberate efforts to make it easier for new players to understand. CS2, for example, now simply displays the effect your spray pattern is having on your aim. This was a skill you were just expected to know if you wanted to improve for, what, like 10 years? And channel-
Improving visibility of what your weapons do, right? That should just be something all, like, first-person shooter games have, right? This is what your weapon is doing.
Favorite Street Fighter 6 added an entire new control scheme where you just smash one button and you get a free combo. And this isn't like an analysis I made, they said this. In the words of, again, Robin Walker, I think one of the things we've learned as designers over the time we've been here is to better preserve our ideas while still making them more understandable. We're personally very proud that TF2 is the best product we've produced at doing this, where we don't think we've sacrificed any of the depth or complexity that we wanted, but
just because your game is deep and complex does not mean it was designed for rigid competitive play. Oh my god!
At the same time, players can sit down in front of it and have fun without really understanding half of what's going on. Most things—
So isn't that counterintuitive to, like, you saying the game is meant to be competitive? They don't understand, if they don't understand fucking half of it,
that happen tend to be visually understandable at face value. If I looked back at various designs in the different versions of TF2, then I think that's the thing we moved the most. We were always doing interesting classes, interesting weapons,
yeah,
but
they made a good, readable game that was approachable for as many people as possible, and it's insanity to try to use that quote and that beautiful design philosophy to try and dismiss all of that as, oh, Valve was only, or not dismiss, but take all of that as, like, Valve clearly intended for this to be a competitive esport.
I think the thing we succeeded at the most, that we were failing at the most, was that nugget of acceptability relative to depth. You're allowed to believe whatever it is you want, but personally speaking, tournament mode was in this game faster than friendly high-fiving was. I can't—
Oh my god, dude. That does not mean the game was meant to be competitive. Oh. It's almost as if though they were simply giving their players more options. And tournament mode was not on by default. Dane tried that. Dane tried it. People fucking hated it. So he turned it off on his servers. Sorry, stopwatch mode. Basically the same thing.
Hear words like this, where somebody specifically mentions the depth of competition and complexity that a game can have, and still think that it was a complete accident that Team Fortress 2 ended up being an incredibly deep, fun shooter. What frustrates me more is the fact that—
Again, I'm a fucking broken record here. Just because you make your game deep and engaging doesn't mean that it was designed explicitly for competitive play and for esports, dude. Come on. What you could have done, the one thing you could have done at the very beginning of this, was define what you mean by competitive. That's what you should have done. If you really wanted to make any kind of point here, is define what you mean by competitive. Do you mean competitive as though playing competitively in a structured esports environment? Treating your game like a sport? Playing to win? Or do you mean the nature of a game being competitive because there are winners and losers? And engaging with a game that has winners and losers makes it fun. And oh yeah, and this too, yeah. He boils it down to if you don't want competitive, you want friendly high-five spam all the time. Yeah, that's what he's saying here too, man. Just holy fuck. If you're not playing the game competitive, I mean, Array7 did this too in that fucking awful Spectrum video, where it's like, these people are playing the game at the highest level and they're playing the game so well, and then all these other fucking retards over here are high-fiving in friendly servers. You know, it's like, this is the dichotomy we have, right? Clearly the people that try their best and want to have the most deep and immersive and intimate experience of the game's mechanics and maximize their skill and grind out 10 hours a day and get good, man, get good, get competitive. And then you have the bumbling fucking glue eaters that wear a shitty hat and, you know, be Putis heavy in the server. Those are the only two people that play this game. We're completely, and again, this is the problem with the premise of this whole video, is he's weighing all of these spheres as equals and completely ignoring how the overwhelming majority of people play this game.
That again, this is not a hard thing to find. You just need to know how to search things on fucking Google. It's right in front of you if you actually looked, but for some reason, nobody has decided to bring this to light except for, like, me.
Your little cherry-picked screenshots of Valve intentionally making a deep and immersive game doesn't magically mean they meant for this game to be a competitive esport, especially when, I would say, 90% of its development time occurred when esports wasn't even a thing.
I guess, and maybe SolarLight. I haven't seen this video yet. As of this recording,
oh, thank God SolarLight made this point. Holla fucking Luya.
Doesn't exist, and I don't plan on watching.
And you know how he made this argument? By arguing that TF2 was tested as 8 versus 8, and 8 is closer to 6. Therefore, TF2 is meant to be competitive at launch. That was his fucking argument.
It, not because I don't like SolarLight.
And even that little bit probably holds a lot more water than anything Kaluka has said here. Jesus, man.
Because I have to donate my eyes to charity tomorrow. And it's not like this community is incapable of this level of research. And that's another one of the parts that—
Oh, Sorry, if you don't do your research and do these things, you're stupid. Like, if you don't have the same understanding as I did, you're dumb. She's trying to, like, dismiss people who counter his arguments or don't agree with these arguments as dumb because you didn't do your research.
That pisses me off so much. Anybody could have done this, and if they had, then the rest of us wouldn't have had to have sat around and argued about whether or not designing weapons.
The thing is, man, if anybody could have done this, why you? In all of the years of people vying for competitive play and begging for competitive play, why did no one sit down and say, man, TF2 was literally designed to be an esport? And here's why. Because it's just not true. Team Fortress 2 was not designed to be a competitive esport. It was not designed to be a competitive game. It was designed to be a fun game first. And I'll say it again. The competitive formats came into being as soon as the game came out as hard deviations away from the vanilla experience. Because those players wanted something that was not Team Fortress 2. They wanted something completely different. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, you're right. He's intentionally not acknowledging these things.
With high-level players in mind is a good or a bad thing, since Valve straight up told us they were doing that since at least...
It makes sense for a game to acknowledge that you're going to have good people in your game, right? That's just part of good game design. Is you have to acknowledge, oh shit, people are going to get really good at this game, but then what's going to happen at that point? Did we fuck up our design? Do we have to go back and adjust things for balance because some people got really good with something and it breaks the game, right? It's not trickle-down balance, it's just a matter of making sure that your base mechanics are fun and fair for everybody, right? That's why, to a certain extent, really good players are decent to consult to ensure that your game cannot be literally broken, right? That's where this comes in. Acknowledging that good people play your game, and that your game should be designed to cater to everybody, so it's fun and fair for everybody, both high and low skill, which was explicitly said by Charlie Brown, one of the developers. In the developer commentary, the game was specifically designed for as many different types of people as possible, including the most sweatiest of, like, tryhard sweats, you know, ad-libbing that, all the way down to brand new players, right? It's good to acknowledge that you're going to have good people playing the game. That's just part of good game design. That does not mean the game was designed to be competitive.
2009, and I have older interviews in this video. What's more frustrating, though, is not the fact that random people don't go and make a stink about this, it's the fact that people whose job it is to make a stink about something, and yes, being an influencer is a volunteer position.
There it is. Oh, it's his job to make a stink about something. Man, you know what, man? Just say it. Just say it, dude. Like, it's like you don't have to do this passive-aggressive bullshit. He did this in other videos when he was, like, talking about the points that I argue. Just say it. Don't be a fucking pussy. Come on. You can say my name. I'm the only person that's making large videos about this, man. I'm the only guy doing it, and it's not even my fucking job. This isn't my job. I do this because I love the game. I care about the game, and I want to see it preserved for what it is. I don't enjoy how this game ended up because Valve tried to turn it into something it is not. Tried to turn it into a competitive fucking game. And when they tried that, guess where we ended up? Here. No, yeah, I hate this shit too, man, where you have competitive people and tryhard, not even tryhards, mostly a lot of competitive players put themselves on this high up pedestal, thinking they're more important than anybody else. Like, dude. No, yeah, you're right. No one can directly confront me because I'm too controversial, right? Just say my name. That's all you have to do. Come on.
So you chose this, didn't make a stink about this. Though, in complete fairness, I don't blame just casuals, and I don't blame just YouTubers or TikTokers or whoever. I kinda blame competitive players too. Making people aware of this sort of information is how you build an understanding, and building an understanding with a casual audience is something
It's almost as if, though, a lot of competitive players understand that they're playing a different game. Just go ask them. Seriously. Just go ask them.
that even competitive players admit they're not very good at. And of course, I'm not necessarily blaming any one person in particular, it's no one's job to be a YouTuber. But it is disappointing that in the absence of somebody who knows better, this misinformation has been allowed to fester. And to finally—
In the absence of someone who knows better, this misinformation has been allowed to fester. The misinformation that you cherry-picked out of a handful of barely viewed tweets and barely visible Reddit posts that you are now amplifying as if though they are a common idea or common sentiment and are a widely accepted viewpoint amongst the player base, which is simply not true. You built that up into a straw man to tear down with this unnecessary video.
close this out,
A holy superiority complex.
TF2 is allowed to be a casual, funny hat game. Heavy's driving silly cars or
Oh, see, there we go. If you're not playing TF2 competitively, it's just a funny, silly hat game. You can still drive your cars, you can still play in the water as a little sharky pyro, you can still have your little funny toys, little baby kids. But the real men, the real game is people who take it seriously, the people who take it competitively. There we go. Degrading and dismissing how people, the other 90% of the player base, actually engages with the game as little babies that want to play with their toys in their cars.
camping in the water on 2 Fort with the Annihilator.
You should feel insulted if you play the normal game by videos like this. This is how they view you. This is how this competitive player views people that play the normal game. He dismisses you as people that just want to play with fucking toys.
Are perfectly acceptable parts of this game's ecosystem, and I imagine anybody who isn't the worst human ever would agree with me. I just wish that more people would also agree that competitive players who love this game to the point of carving out their own niche despite being relatively unpopular both in numbers and in opinion from the greater TF2 community.
Of course, you screenshot one dude. You don't acknowledge the long history. You did earlier in the video. The long history of all of these other massive figures and all of the visibility that competitive TF2 had for fucking years on streams and YouTube videos and Valve announcing it on their own blogs. You showed this in your own video. And then to just say, oh, that's this small little fringe community that doesn't have a voice. They're just small little guys just doing their own thing. They had to begrudgingly carve out their own niche and they're so mistreated. It's just a lie. And it's just wrong. And you screenshot one of your friends here, right? You screenshot one of your buddies, as all these guys fucking talk to each other, to say, oh, look, this guy's only got 10,000 subs, and just doesn't acknowledge any of the other larger competitive players that have come and gone from TF2.
Who still play this game even though there's not really any money to be made just for the love of the craft might also be valuable parts of our game. I don't think
they are valuable parts of the game. Like, no one is saying that. Like, no one is dismissing them as unnecessary. No one is saying that they're not allowed to be part of TF2's culture, right? The competitive players, much like every other sphere inside of Team Fortress 2, are ingrained into the game's culture and history and its community. No one is telling for them to go away. No one is saying you can't play the game this way. And if they are, they represent a tiny, tiny microcosm of people, right? It's not at all, by any means, mainstream ideas, right? Like, no one is telling these guys to go away. It's now just become more apparent, thanks to people like me, who have gone out of their way and put all of the pieces together that TF2 is in such a shitty state because Valve was trying to appeal to the wrong people. They were trying to appeal to competitive players, to a competitive format, to competitive games, and that's why we are where we are now. That's what people are focusing on. That Valve fucked up how the game plays for the 95% of people who like the vanilla game, right? Whereas you competitive players, again, the way you fucking engage with with your formats, the way you play competitive formats was not impacted at all by Meet Your Match. Your servers weren't affected. You just got to keep playing your fucking homebrew formats like nothing fucking happened. Whereas everyone else, we got the fucking shaft because they were trying to appeal to you.
Players like the game any less because they're banning weapons or because they play with fewer people than normal or whatever. I would maybe argue instead that they might love it just a little bit more because even if their favorite weapon gets canned or their favorite character isn't viable, they love TF2 to its core so deeply they'll play anyway. And they won't just play in an incredibly accessible one-button matchmaker. They'll play in a tertiary community where you have to force time to scrimmage and to play your...
There he goes again, where he's trying to equate the vanilla experience to these areas that they've carved out begrudgingly for themselves, right?
Officials into your busy schedule. And frankly, I don't see how playing Team Fortress 2 with some minor changes, and relatively they are
minor? Minor. Okay. Turn random crits back on. If it's so minor, unban all the weapons. If it's so minor, remove class limits. If these things are so minor for your formats, just turn those things off. It's almost as if though, those aren't minor things in the eyes of all the people that engage with your competitive formats. And when they tried that, they stopped because it fucking sucked because that's not what they're here to play. They're here to play their homebrew formats with their own custom balancing. You fucking idiot.
very minor, is any worse or really that different from the people who go around saying that Team Fortress 2 is dead and everything is awful because Valve hasn't updated the game recently. The only real difference is that competitive players like regular Team Fortress 2, but they would like to make some changes that accommodate their playstyle better, and then they did it.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Don't they like, yeah, competitive players play the vanilla game, but they go out of their way to do drastic changes to the game to make it play differently. It's not a play style. It's a different game. It is fundamentally a different game.
And Doomsayers sit.
You know what? Don't take it from me. Everyone playing right now, I will personally fuel competitive formats right now. Every single one of you watching me right now, go play a pickup game of 6v6 in any league right now. Go sign up, go play. Go play it. Come back and tell me that that is the same thing with minor differences from Team Fortress 2, the vanilla game. Just go try it yourself. Seriously, go play it. Go play it right now. Don't make me tell you this thing. If you want to experience how minor these differences are, go play it yourself. Seriously. Like, no, like that's just it, because that would just prove my point. All of you would come back and go, that is not what I signed up for. And everyone is saying no, because all of you guys already know that that's not the same game. That's not what you guys come for. It's not what the vast majority of people come for. It's not a play style. It's just a different game.
Around saying that they want Valve to update the game just for the sake of it, without any clear-cut idea of what would be improved, and instead of using
There are a lot of clear-cut ideas as to what can be improved.
any of the tons
a lot
of tools.
Of them. Rebalancing shitty weapons, fixing the broken matchmaking system, bug fixes, performance enhancements. There's a lot of shit Valve can do that people have been asking for fucking years that they just don't do. They're not asking Valve to update the game for the sake of updating it. They want Valve to fix their shit.
You have to make your own server where that happens, they just sit around and complain more. So both of these groups want the game to be different in some way, in a way that they think would improve it, and one of the—
I cannot believe that he's genuinely taking people that want Valve to update the vanilla game and is trying to paint them as people that want the game to be treated differently, as like competitive players are. That's fucking insane. Can you believe he just did that? Oh, if you want Valve to pay attention to their game again, and to update it like they once did, and to make it healthy again, you're no better than competitive players because you just want Valve to steer the game in a different direction. Like, I'm so, like, I'm genuinely stunned by the shit he's saying in this video. Again, anyone who plays Team Fortress 2 and loves this game should be personally insulted by what he just said. Wild. Horrible video.
them actually went and did it.
Weird, I got a random phone call, then it went away. Here we go. More cherry-picked Reddit screenshots. So now we're moving on to competitive ruined weapon balance. Here we go. They did. They did explicitly ruin the balance of time. So let me lead this in. Let me lead this in with what I think here, right? No, yeah, and he's cherry picking a bunch of screenshots here, like, oh, like 12 upvotes, 1 upvote, 3 downvotes, what have you. Like, this is, like, it's very clear, right, for anyone who pays attention and knows this game's history, that competitive players would ban a shitload of weapons. They would ban a shitload of weapons because they don't fit in their format. Valve consulted these competitive players, and they told them the shit that they ban and the things they don't like. Valve looked at what they ban and went, oh shit, competitive players don't like these things. Now we have to change them. That is very clear and direct influence over Valve's decision-making. Now the specifics of how a whole bunch of things were nerfed, obviously competitive players didn't ask for that. But the reason the nerfs happened in the first place is because these guys banned all of that shit from their formats, and Valve was trying to build a 6v6 format that would appeal to them too. But also tried to balance vanilla play at the same time, and you can't do that because these are different games. Different balancing is required. No, yeah, and if you want reasons for bans, go look at Wool and Sleevelet's videos. Wool and Sleevelet made videos about why things are banned. It's all you have to watch to understand that these guys want a different game. Yeah, I made a fucking documentary on this shit. You're not about to convince me that these guys had no hand in how TF2 has changed. None at all. None whatsoever. When you can easily pinpoint a lot of shit that competitive players banned in their formats that Valve went out of their way to nerf. Now, some good did come from this, like changes to the Darwin's Danger Shield, and also making engineer play a little bit more interesting by, reducing the cost of teleporters and speeding him up a little bit. But beyond that, eesh.
Now, this one here is a lot better than our previous claim. This one has two things that one did not. Firstly, it has the mandate of 7 Elven Kings, and also it's based on an honest-to-God, tiny little nugget of truth. But like many things, that nugget of truth is encrusted in a bedrock of lies, so it's our job to excavate it and find the reality of the situation. This argument, as I see it written, is usually some variation of competitive players are responsible for balance changes that happened between 2015 and 2016, and those changes ruined many weapons in Team Fortress 2.
Yes. A lot of the balance changes from 2015 through 2017 were explicitly done to cater towards competitive play. That is an irrefutable fact. Again, the specifics competitive players didn't ask for, but all of those balance changes were explicitly done to cater towards a 6v6 format.
People more correctly say that it was competitive influence that caused Valve to do this.
This is just true. That is true. Competitive influence did this. That's just irrefutable.
Other people say that Valve was trying to appease the competitive community because they couldn't just say no to them. But either way...
Well, thing is, they were trying to appease the competitive community because they were wanting TF2 to become a competitive game. Why else would they put a 6v6 fucking format in their goddamn game? Just for shits and giggles?
They say that this period of balance changes were horrible for Team Fortress 2 and its competitive players to blame. And again, while all of this is based on a hair of truth, because Valve made a more conscious effort to gather competitive feedback more directly during this period of time and
it's not even just more directly. They had one-on-one meetings, multiple one-on-one meetings with competitive players at their offices. Talking about this shit.
Not before.
That is about as influential and direct as you can get. That's not just a hair of truth.
It would be really embarrassing if everybody said this was a fact and had the timescale wrong, wink wink. But one way or another, the part of these arguments where they blame the competitive community, and they almost exclusively blame the competitive community, are really dumb. Because even though it is true that Banny has a voodoo doll tethered to Gabe Newell's soul and he occasionally pokes it with a small knife, Valve is a game development company, a very successful one that is staffed exclusively by grown-ass adults. Grown-ass adults who can make their own decisions and cannot in any way be threatened by their community, especially...
Holy straw man. No one was threatening Valve to change the game in one way or the other. God, how much more disingenuous can you get, man? Yeah, there are grown-ass adults that made very intentional decisions to cater to a tiny minority of the player base. And they did that because they are a company wanting to make money. And they thought, oh, in this endeavor, TF2 will bloom into an esport, and then they fucked it up. Is it classist to say the more modded I see the game of these people, the more I think they just don't understand TF2 and want it to be something else? Well, I mean, they fundamentally want TF2 to be something else, otherwise they wouldn't have broken off into their homebrew formats. That's just a fair observation.
Especially not a tiny portion of it like the comp scene. Competitive players cannot make or force Valve to make these decisions to any degree because Valve are the ultimate authorities on everything that they own.
Yes, like no shit, dude. Like they're not holding a gun to Valve's head saying you will do this, but they absolutely fed into Valve's confirmation biases.
TF2 is their property. They can shut it down tomorrow and tell all of us to go fuck ourselves if they really wanted to. But even if Valve did listen to these players and execute their ideas with no forethought, that's still not the competitive community's fault. If Valve is adding things or changing things about their game with...
Is this just going to be 30 minutes of it's not actually their fault, or is he going to actually get... He might give a couple of examples of weapons too, but I feel like he's just going to completely dismiss, like, oh no, they could have had absolutely no influence at all. None whatsoever. As to what weapons they picked to nerf or what have you, no, none of that whatsoever.
Without doing their own due diligence and playtesting just because somebody told them to, they are suffering from problems that extend way deeper than just TF2. They're the game developers. It's their job to be aware of how their game is played, to iterate and test things that they want to adjust.
Yeah, and why do you think they spoke to competitive players? Because they spoke to the most experienced players so they wouldn't have to play the game themselves.
make sure that it works, to electrolytically graft pro-capitalist hieroglyphs onto the spongy curves of the brains of newborns, and to deploy it in a timely fashion. It's not anyone else's. Blaming the comp scene, even if they had influence, is pointless because they aren't TF2's keepers. But I don't think most people blame the comp players because they actually—
Listen, man, we are allowed to put at least a little bit of the blame on them. Obviously, an overwhelming majority of the blame is on Valve and should be placed on Valve, but you cannot ignore the influence these guys had. We are allowed to place at least some of the blame on their bitching, which happened for 4 years.
care. I think they do it because they realize if they try to blame Valve, they're not going to get very far. And even though it's correct, sitting there and being angry at Valve when Valve doesn't have to do anything about you isn't quite as satisfying as going after some more mortal prey that you could maybe actually harm. But either way, it's pointless.
Oh my god, of course he dismisses any legitimate concerns with how Valve handled the game and competitive player influence. No, you're just an evil, malicious, bad actor that wants to hurt people. Like, no, any of your concerns or arguments, they're not real. You just want to attack people for the sake of attacking people. Jesus, man. It's a little on the nose there.
Because I don't think this is what Valve does. I don't think they just invited some people over, listened to them, and then put their stuff directly into the game without any thought.
No, but they did invite some guys over and listen to them and had their conversations influence their decision making. Again, the specifics they did not do, but the 2 steps before that, yeah, that happened multiple times.
For the record, I'm not saying that Valve was always making the most well-thought-out decisions, especially in relation to Team Fortress 2. I think this was maybe questionable. And this, and this, and this. TF2 was afflicted by bad decision-making throughout a lot of its life. Nor am I saying that competitive players are perfect analyzers.
Yeah, so previous mistakes and what have you that Valve made, Valve's always had issues. The game's always had issues. The Valve's always made mistakes. Therefore, these mistakes and these issues, they're not as bad because the game's always had their problems, right? No, you can't acknowledge where these issues came from or what influenced them into coming into being. No.
Of the game, or that they didn't have any influence, because they absolutely, objectively—
Like, even Muzo acknowledges this too. He acknowledged this back in 2016, man, that Valve was only willing to listen to competitive players, the people that they would invite to their offices. This has been a sentiment for almost a decade.
Did. The real truth of the matter is that the interviews that happened between 2015 to 2017 aren't really that weird. Because believe it or not, Valve has always kind of been listening, or at least they've always heard us, and I'll explain the difference between—
Oh, I thought you weren't heard. I thought you were this dismissed and downtrodden upon community that didn't have any exposure but so now Valve listens to you. Now you have sway, and now you actually hold relevance in the sphere, and you're not just this tiny little group of fringe players here. Okay, good contradiction.
Those two in a bit, but Valve has multiple times outlined their plans for world domination by seizing the Earth's zinc supply, and they've also explained their methods for community outreach many times in the past. If you do even some rudimentary YouTube archaeology, you can find things like this old GDC talk, where our favorite interviewee, Robin Walker, talks about the process Valve goes through when it comes to incorporating feedback and providing their official stance on matters affecting their games, including specifically TF2.
It became, did their theory crafting thing. They pulled it apart, they decided that looked interesting, that wasn't interesting, and so on. The community became obsessed with various things. Then we could take the information we were getting about what they cared about and actually build that into the product. So
Valve has—
What does that have to do with okay, listen. That just shows that Valve does listen and put things into their game. So does that not support the point that they listened to competitive players and put what they wanted into the game? And that clip was about Hydro. He cut out the rest of the context. If you go back and listen to that entire talk, that was about fucking Hydro.
To quote him in this
Pretty sure it was. I need to go back and watch the whole thing.
A culture of listening, which is really funny, whereby the devs often look over many different outlets that the community uses to get a feeling for what it is we think about trailers, updates, weapons, etc., which Valve uses to help guide their decision-making. And not to eat a dead bus driver here, but in another 2011 interview, Robin corroborates this by explaining how many different places Valve gets their feedback from.
That's sort of all that is. So where do you get the majority of the feedback?
I don't know. I mean, we get lots of email, we read lots of forums, and we play a lot of the game ourselves, and we watch a lot of replays and stuff. Before replays, watch.
That's not really a good sampling. Looking at forums, which are mostly dominated by competitive players.
Yeah.
If anything, this interview kind of leads me to believe that they fell into confirmation bias, that a lot more people wanted TF2 to be competitive than there actually were. Like, if this is what they were saying in 2011, oh Jesus.
stream games. And I mean, I think the responsibility for someone who has a product that like TF is to try and find all the places that your customers are talking about your game and all the places where they're experiencing and creating things around it, and try and you want to take on all that and try and find common threads amongst it. I don't think it's
that was the problem. They were trying to find common threads amongst it, and they disillusioned themselves into thinking that competitive play and what competitive players wanted was a common thread. And if it wasn't a common thread, they were going to make it one by making the entire game competitive. All of it's going to be an esport now. Everything has a matchmaking system.
We certainly don't sit down and
TF2 went free to play in 2011.
Try and make a decision about which one of these groups we should listen to more, I guess, than others. I think you need. And
they made the explicit decision to listen to the competitive scene and competitive players explicitly with Meet Your Match. Like that's the most obvious thing. Like if you go back and look at the heaps and droves of comments on Steam reviews from back then, and all of the reactions from Meet Your Match, the overwhelming majority of those things was negative. And Valve was ignoring the overwhelming majority of their players who did not want these things. They don't listen to the majority of their players. They listen to small microcosms. At least they did for Meet Your Match.
Be aware of the biases involved in various forums, right? Like,
in the very comp player interviews that people often cite as the smoking gun for competitive players ruining Team Fortress 2, they mention that Valve showed clear signs of community awareness even then. For one thing, a lot of TF2 team members used to post on the subreddit a lot, even Jill still does that now. And in 2016, multiple interviewers mentioned that Valve used to have a big TV in the Team Fortress 2 offices that would constantly play streams of the game from what I assume was Twitch or even maybe Justin TV. My point—
Yeah, and guess what the majority of those streams were? Competitive. Historically, the overwhelming majority of TF2 streams were competitive play until probably around 2016, 2017, when you started getting more casual figures streaming themselves not playing competitive Team Fortress 2. That again goes back to my point, where it's like they were feeding themselves into their own biases by looking at TF2 streams, which historically were mostly competitive. Like back on Justin TV, that was like the competitive TF2 place, and then it moved over to Twitch.
Here, of course, is that, yeah, Valve did listen to competitive players from this period of time in a very direct way that they hadn't seen before, but Valve has always been listening and gathering data at any point that they can for anything.
There are interesting trade-offs to be made when you—
I mean, you just give 2 quotes showing that they were likely very heavily biased towards competitive players based on where they were getting their data.
Forums that are dedicated to TF.
You're just not going to acknowledge that?
Versus gaming forums that happen to be talking about TF. You know, you'll get different data from both of those, and the responsibility of the game developers is to make sure you're reading both of those and reconciling them, and being aware of the sort of mental framework that each of those groups is operating in.
No, yeah, and that's the thing, man, and that's what shifted. What shifted from then to Meet Your Match was Valve was initially trying to juggle everybody and trying to please everybody and appeal to as many people as possible at one time. But then when they started working on Meet Your Match, they explicitly started steering TF2 towards a competitive direction and began ignoring the rest of the spheres that they once tapped into. That's the difference. Can't imagine trying to sweat my ass off in a competitive game while still entertaining my audience. The thing is, when you're playing competitive TF2, you're not really focusing on your audience that much. You're just playing the game.
It's certainly more valuable than the other, but you need to be...
Because the concept of like a careered streamer didn't really happen until very recently, you know? Like, a lot of that exploded with COVID. But back in like 2013, 14, 15, it was, you know, individual guys, you know, just streaming the game back when streams used to be about the game and less so the person streaming the game.
You need to be aware of their frameworks, I guess.
All right. Do you feel that any certain forums, such as your own Steam forums, or maybe, say, Face Punch, has influenced Team Fortress one way or the other, or is it just...
I mean, we read them, so they've influenced TF. I mean, it's as simple as that. You can't...
It makes me sad that Valve admits that Face Punch influenced TF2. Ah, God, the shit that they got up to back then. Oh, man. Not a healthy way to get data about your game. Fucking Face Punch forums. Jesus. Man, that's an even darker indication of why they started taking the game in the direction they did. Ooh. Sixes feels completely different from casual. It's deadass feels like 2 different games. I never agreed with basing the game's balance off that. Thank you, Joey, for having common fucking sense. It's all, and listen, man, we've been saying this for literally, we just hit the 4-hour mark on this stream, that competitive TF2 and casual TF2 are just different games. They're fundamentally different to their core. That is just true. That is an observation that most people can easily make. You should see Tyler McVicker interviewing Gabe and asking him to his face about what people on the Face Punch Valve cut content thread is discovering. No, yeah, this is very niche areas of influence that do not resemble the majority of their players. Like they were not having good sources of data.
The only way a group wouldn't influence TF really is if we didn't know they existed. You know, anyone who sits down to do some work on a given day and thinks about what they should do is going to be thinking about the feedback they've seen from customers. I don't mean necessarily feedback that was sent to us. I mean just whatever they've read. I mean, often the most valuable feedback is watching customers talk to each other. Someone says, "Man, this."
And they looked at all the people that were wanting competitive formats, man. Oh, if they were looking at Face Punch and they were looking at like TFTV threads and all that shit and Reddit. Oh, there was chock full of guys wanting competitive support. It's no wonder they absolutely fell into confirmation bias, probably starting back then. And like, if you look at the timeline of when all these things were happening too, right? Around this time, like a little bit before, they started to, and Kaluka points this out in his video. You know, they wanted to develop and incorporate a matchmaking format into Team Fortress 2, and they did that in 2012 with Man vs. Machine, but also their beta matchmaking, right? They had a beta lobby system they were trying out. Like, they were very clearly being influenced very early on, like 2010, 2011, 2012, to start like, oh man, there's a lot of people that play the game competitively. Let's start trying to steer the game towards that. They tried to please everybody, but ended up pleasing nobody, is a tale as old as time. Yeah,
replies, exactly. No, it's not, and here's why. And that discussion the two of them can have is useful for us because it helps us see how our customers see the product.
This didn't just magically start in 2015. Competitive players have always had influence on this game. And again, in another one of these interviews that I have stashed in the pouches in my cheeks, Robin Walker talks about how the team...
Does he listen to himself? Like, does he listen to himself and what he's saying in his video? So his Kaluka's thesis is that it's Valve's fault for listening to comp players and trying to bridge the gap. I mean, that's what he's saying here. Like, he's saying that, you know, all of Valve's actions towards balancing and meet your match and what have you were explicitly Valve's fault. And he's basically saying that, like, you know, at least he's carrying the implication that these guys had no influence whatsoever, that they had no control or direction over Valve's decision-making at all. That it was explicitly Valve. And he just contradicted himself here saying, yeah, Valve actually listens to competitive players. Like, oh, okay. It just made it seem as though they don't.
Would try to appease both competitive and casual players as much as they could without giving too much to any one group, because when they did that, it backfired, like with the sticky bomb damage nerf, which was horrible. And that's of course not even talking about all the things we talked about in chapter 1 of this video. But for some reason, these days, nobody ever seems to really talk about how much influence this community has had on this game, unless it's in the context of things that happened after, like, Meet Your Match. And I think that's because if you had that perspective, if you realized that throughout the entirety of the golden years of Team Fortress 2, competitive players had some amount of influence on the game, well then it probably makes it really difficult to convince everybody around you that the game started going on a downward trend only when the greedy competitive players got their
Gee, it's almost as if though the amount of attention that Valve started giving them changed. And it wasn't this like consistent baseline of trying to appease everybody. It's almost as if though they started becoming more biased towards a certain group of people. These things can change. That's very evident. Like, TF2 existed perfectly fine without appealing or appeasing competitive play in any shape or form at all for 8 fucking years, and played beautifully without any kind of skill-based matchmaking or appealing to competitive players, right? But the instant Valve shifted their priorities and their focuses towards catering towards that group more, then it went to shit, like he just said. Hello, do you listen to yourself?
Rubbing mitts on it. Even though Gunmetal or Meet Your Match or whichever update you want to blame today wasn't the start of any of this. I mean, talking about matchmaking for competitive Team Fortress 2, that dates back to 2010. And as far as those interviews that people like to bring up so much, even in video form, those date back to 2013. There might even be ones I just don't know about that happened before that. I just think it's weird that
Not from what I could find.
2 years before Valve ruined the game by inviting competitive players over, they invited competitive players over. And again, I'm not saying that these interviews weren't significant. There was a huge uptick in how many people were being allowed into Valve to talk about competitive Team Fortress 2. And some of the
And they only brought on competitive players. They didn't bring on normal players. They didn't invite people that engage with a normal game. They only brought competitively focused people over to Valve. And then, of course, the people that would win the Saxy Awards. These were the only people they considered as worthy of being brought into their offices for consultation. It's almost as if there's something to that. A shift in bias, perhaps.
This feedback was taken very directly by Valve. You can almost guarantee that Sigafu is the reason that the Razorback got nerfed in 2016. But even
also the reason why the Ambassador got nerfed.
In these interviews, the interviewees themselves...
So you just said that competitive players have no influence, yet you cite an example that you also fully believe that a competitive player influenced a direct balance change. What are you trying to say here, man? Seriously, it's just so wildly inconsistent. Please be consistent.
Talk about the...
Hang on, I am sweating to death because it's so fucking hot. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner. Give me a second. I also need some cold water. My voice is hoarse. Also, I'm gonna get some water because I'm fucking dying here. So give me like 2 seconds. That freaked me out for a second. Why is my door not opening? I have some foam pads behind my door that like fell down and blocked it, so my door couldn't open. That freaked me out for a second. I think this is the longest I've ever streamed. This is my lengthiest stream to date. Almost. If not, we're almost there. Okay, we're probably, just heads up, we're probably not going to be able to finish the video today because I have to go somewhere in a little bit, but I'm going to go for as long as I can, and then I will try to finish it, shit, when am I going to have time? Probably not till Tuesday of next week because Memorial Day holiday, and I'm busy tomorrow, so while I have everyone here, just for the record, so 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time tomorrow, I am going to be part of a charity event for breast cancer awareness. So if you love tits as much as I do, if you want to come out and show your support for boobs, I'm going to be making an announcement when this charity event goes live. And come hang out. It's going to be a good time. I'm joining a few other people like Mega Scatterbomb and Wheezy. We're playing MVM. It's going to be a topless stream, babe. We're doing a topless stream. It's going to be great. So come show your support. Tomorrow, starting at 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. Again, if you want a notification for when I go live, join the Discord in the description below, and you will be told when we begin. So just keep your eyes out for that. Guaranteed topless stream. Guaranteed topless. You're going to see my tits. It's going to be great. My boobs will be out for all to see. It's going to be great. You're going to love it. All right, let's keep going.
The fact that Valve didn't just put stuff in on a whim.
They were very much like, I really appreciated their development style and the way they would ask questions to me when they would try to like, okay, but so, okay, well, don't tell me like, tell me why you think that, or what, what about it, and it doesn't have to be right or wrong, but,
Because Valve doesn't just want to listen to any one group. They want to hear the reasoning behind why you want changes to be made. And frankly, I don't want to hear—
No, sure, and again, that's how they used to handle that back in the day. But then they stopped doing that in order to try to steer TF2 towards a competitive esport.
from the community today that they think that they can beat the Cyclops in an arm wrestling match. It's not possible. He has the strength of 10 men. But also, I don't want to hear that it's a bad thing that a game developer who was working on something very directly related to a sub-portion of their game's community is doing the wrong thing because they listen to them. Because
yes, they are explicitly doing the wrong thing when it comes to changing how the game behaves at a fundamental level if they're trying to cater to that small minority. A game developer's best practice is to preserve and maintain the experience that players come for, and appealing to the majority of their player base for that reason. Appealing to the 1 to 5% or 5 to 10% whatever is the wrong thing to do. They did not listen to us when Meet Your Match came out. They ignored us. They ignored the sheer volume of outcries, crying out against what they had just done to this game, and they just left it that way. So that alone contradicts what you're saying here, in that they would listen to everybody and consistently listen to everybody when they very clearly and obviously started focusing on one small group. No, I don't know. The thing is, PB, man, this entire video has been all over the place. Like, I don't know if he proofread his script or if he tried to rush this out, but it's a really messy video. He constantly contradicts himself. He goes down weird tangents that have like nothing to do with the point being made. It's very strange. And yeah, you're right here. He's playing defense for Valve, but also previously exclusively blaming them, right? It's you're not missing context here. It's just a really messy video.
again, Valve listening to people is how a lot of the best parts of this game were made. It's not competitive players.
He thinks the only reason my video was big is because it's long. Man, it's almost as if though I say something of substance here, and I can tell you right now, this guy's video being as big or about half the size of mine, I don't think it's going to do as well.
Started right when the game released. There hasn't been a moment, except maybe like the beta, when Peasant, because he's going to do a much better job of explaining of an opportunity that was given to them. And it's not 2 years before Valve ruined the game by inviting competitive players over, they invited competitive players over. And again, I'm not saying that these interviews weren't significant. There was a huge uptick in how many people were being allowed into Valve to talk about competitive Team Fortress 2. And some of this feedback was taken very directly by Valve. You can almost guarantee that Sigafu is the reason that the Razerback got nerfed in 2016. But even in these interviews, the interviewees themselves talk about the fact that Valve didn't just put stuff in on a whim.
They were very much like, I really appreciated their development style and the way they would ask questions to me when they would try to like, okay, but so, okay, well, don't tell me like...
If he took more time with his arguments, right? If he took more time and fleshed things out, he would have probably had a more solid video. But this is just really messy. It's just really, really poorly made. It's poorly written. You can tell the editing was rushed because there's typos everywhere. There's editing errors. You can tell this is rushed out.
Tell me...
And you can also tell that it was rushed out partially to be in direct refutation of my video, because he parodies my thumbnail. He takes a parody of my thumbnail. Like, dude, like that. We know.
Why you think that, or what about it? It doesn't have to be right or wrong, but
Because Valve doesn't just want to listen to any one group. They want to hear the reasoning behind why you want changes to be made. And frankly, I don't want to hear from the community today that they think that they can beat the Cyclops in an arm wrestling match. It's not possible. He has the strength of 10 men. But also, I don't want to hear that it's a bad thing that a game developer who was working on something very directly related to a sub-portion of their game's community is doing the wrong thing because they listen to them. Because again, Valve listening to people is how a lot of the best parts of this game were made. It's not competitive players' fault for taking advantage of an opportunity that was given to them, and it's not Valve's, and I cannot believe—
Listen, we can acknowledge that good things came from Valve listening to a lot more people, right? But they obviously stopped doing that. Like, good things were put into Team Fortress 2 as a result of feedback from other players, but that stopped happening. At a very clear defining line. They stopped listening to everybody and started focusing on a small group of people.
I'm saying fault here because this is something every fucking game developer should do, is communicate with their goddamn community. For offering these opportunities in the first—
No, and I agree. Every developer should communicate with their community, but the people that are there for the experience they're offering and not catering to the 1%.
place. And frankly, I think if Valve offered all of y'all an opportunity to go and tell them what to do, you would be on a plane in seconds. But even discounting all of the things that have been said either by or about Valve in regards to this, I know for a fact that competitive players were only a part of the consideration Valve was making because there's a lot of inconsistencies between—
Early on, sure.
What competitive players thought should be balanced and what was balanced. This right here should be the ESEA 2016 whitelist. I say should be because it's kind of hard to find accurate old whitelists. This right here, I will agree, is ridiculous. And this is what people think whitelists still are today, even though they're not. I'm showing.
So here we go. He acknowledges again that back in the day, the lists used to be way more ban heavy. Back in the time when competitive influence was getting stronger with Valve, right? So naturally, you see a lot of the weapons on here were changed. Valve listened to the community. Why does the vaccinator exist? So Lister made a very good video covering the history of Medic, where the reason why the vaccinator is the way it is, why crossbow Ubersaw is the meta, is because Valve was trying to make Medic more engaging, so more people would play as him, and the vaccinator was the answer to making Medic's healing mechanics more deep. And Valve they wanted to make Medic a more engaging class, and the vaccinator was the answer to that problem. But as a result, they made a really broken weapon. So that's why it exists. But again, if you want more context on that, Lister made a really good video. It's his history of Medic video as part of the series he does. It's very good.
Do this so that you can see that it was really not difficult to find a weapon that ESEA thought was problematic. So Valve had plenty of things to choose from if they wanted to nerf or buff a weapon. You nerf the banned ones and you buff the unbanned ones.
So they nerfed the shit out of the lock and load, by the way.
That's very simple, right? Well, I bet you would think so if you were a competitive.
Well, I shouldn't say nerf the shit out of it, but they did change it to where it was less fun.
Player, but Valve,
it's still good, but not as good as it used to be.
Had other things in mind, like nerfing the Claymore. And this was an especially confusing nerf because not only was this weapon not banned and nowhere near overpowered, but also the sword.
So when was when was Manpower added to TF2? 2014, and then the Claymore. When was that nerfed? There's a reason for this, by the way. Yeah, Manpower was added in 2014, and the Claymore received its nerfs when? 2015. Yeah. So the reason for that. So this is some niche history here about TF2. And I suspect this may have been part of Valve's decision making. Is the Valve employee who made Manpower had a massive hate boner for Demo Knight? A massive hate boner for Demo Knight. So my suspicion is that when they started letting this guy have more sway over what happens in the game by allowing for his brainchild of a game mode, Manpower, to get put in the game, I suspect that's why Demo Knight got a lot of nerfs. I think that's probably the main reason. I don't remember where this Valve employee explicitly said he had a massive hate boner for Demo Knight. I know for a fact it exists somewhere out there. It's buried in the annals of the internet, but I'm gonna have to find it. That's why Demo Knight got a bunch of nerfs. And also why why Demo Knight has a lot of custom balancing inside of Manpower mode. Like, he's heavily nerfed in Manpower because the guy fucking hates Demo Knight.
Swords, especially at the time, weren't really a competitively relevant weapon. Demo Knight just wasn't something people played, and even today, it's an extremely niche pick.
No, a lot of people play Demo Knight, and a lot of people were pissed at the nerfs that his weapons got, because they used to be really fun and really good, but now even less people play Demo Knight because, like, shit, the Clade was a lot better. The Persian Persuader was basically broken. It was really good. Especially on full Demo Knight, because everything dropped. Ammo kits and health kits would give you health, which was nuts. It's still good now.
2 people. And not only was this weapon nerfed, it was completely...
Like, I used to play as Demo Knight all the time before they nerfed all of his shit.
Redesigned.
And now a lot of his swords are really only viable on Hybrid Knight, other than the Persian Persuader.
Nobody knows why. It's not like the weapon was a problem in casual, and we know that because they completely reverted the change in Jungle Inferno. The version of the Claymore we have now is the same...
They didn't completely revert the change.
Same one that they had before this nerf. As confusing as this is, it actually makes a lot of sense if you know the reasoning behind it, but you wouldn't know that unless you had an expert explain it to you. So I'm going to throw this video over to my good friend, the Tortured Screaming Peasant, because he's going to do a much better job of explaining it. What do you got for us, TSP? And see, that's a professional. And if competitive players are responsible for all of these balance changes, I'm not exactly sure why they would make...
You're intentionally ignoring the really shitty nerfs, right, on the specific weapons, right? Are you going to talk about the caber? Are you going to talk about the base jumper? Like, come on, man. Like, are you just going to completely ignore that shit?
Like this one. Or why they would buff something like, say, the Airstrike, which was banned in America, at least, in 2015.
Okay, so, no, the Airstrike went through very heavy iterative nerfing. It used to be better. Let me fact check myself here. Hold on. TF2 Airstrike. I have to refresh my memory here. It's been so long. Let's see. So, yeah, it was a slight buff at first, but then they heavily nerfed it by reducing the blast radius even further. Like, he's going to ignore that massive nerf it got. And that really was the biggest nerf it had, was reducing the blast radius while airborne. Yeah, and the original version was straight up broken. Was it really broken, though? The original version was, hold on, let me look. So, even the launch version of the airstrike was not broken. Like, it was a lot weaker than what we had now, because they bumped its blast radius, they increased its damage from -25% to -15%, and they reduced the damage taken from blast jumping from -25 to -15%. So it was like a combination of a nerf / buff, but it still kind of existed in this shitty middle ground, and then they further reduced the blast radius while rocket jumping by 20% to a full 28% reduction to compared to stock when airborne, which just fucking kills the weapon. You know, with the damage penalty on this thing, it could have the same -10% blast radius or whatever it is while airborne, and it would still be fucking horrible and weak. So...
Then got insane weapon-defying buffs in gunmetal. Or again, for example, the Quickie Bomb Launcher, banned in America and from what I can tell Europe, and it wasn't as harshly buffed as something like the Airstrike, but it was still buffed. In ESEA in 2015, all miniguns but stock were banned, which, yeah, is nuts. But still, the Tomislav and the Brass Beast both got buffed. The Spicicle is another example of a weapon that was banned in that league.
They changed, Wait, they buffed it? I don't remember my history here. How did they buff it in 2015? Didn't this have to do with ramp up? Oh no, yeah, they bumped the accuracy. Man, I forgot about that. They bumped the accuracy to 20%. I forgot they did that. And they decreased the damage penalty against buildings, that right. But then they when did they do the ramp up change? That was in 2014, yeah. That was the bigger problem when they fucked up the damage ramp up and accuracy for the first 1 second. That was the bigger problem.
And buffed at some point. And this isn't even talking about weapons that were unbanned and then got nerfed, or weapons that were banned and didn't get nerfed. Like, for example, the Machina, which was banned.
See, someone told me that you can set up multiple thumbnails on YouTube. I have not seen this tool in YouTube. But I know you can have 3 thumbnails, and then YouTube can tell you which one's having the best click-through rate. So he has 3 different thumbnails, including one that mocks my video. So I think it's random which one you're shown, I think is how it works. I've never used the tool itself, so he didn't change the thumbnail. It's YouTube testing out 3 different thumbnails. And one of the other thumbnails was he has like a group of like angry free-to-plays, like, oh, there's a guy in the Gibbous being mad at competitive players, which is like equally as shitty and petty. Come on,
and
man.
Has never received a balance patch in its life, or something like the Righteous Bison, which was famously bug-fixed, which happened to completely destroy any reason anybody was really using it to be effective. But not just bug-fixed, it also got like straight-up nerfed, and this change was so confusing for everybody, even Master League.
Yeah, and that just confirmed that Valve really didn't play their own game.
Fang, and he can see the future.
Weapon, so it's more consistent now. The Righteous Bison is kind of an underrated weapon, honestly, but let's see what else they did to it. Per shot damage increased to compensate, resulting in slightly more damage on average, really. Point blank does 50 damage instead of 20 to 80. Medium does 24. So it only does 1 hit now? Okay, I actually thought that was how it was supposed to work. Like, it was supposed to, like, pass through them and hit them, like, 5 times or something.
Listen, man, we all agree that the Bison change is fucking bullshit, but that does not immediately invalidate that Valve nerfed a bunch of weapons to cater towards competitive play. Come on. Like, that's just true, what they did. Come on now.
That's interesting.
Eviction notice, gloves are running urgently, base jumper, the caber. Yeah.
And there was a bunch of other changes that were just as surprising and just as frustrating for competitive players.
Really care about most of the other changes. They tried to nerf the Criticola by adding mark to death for 2 seconds after the buff has expired. What's that meant to achieve? They've also, for some reason, nerfed the Buffalo Steak Sandwich. I'm not sure about you guys, but I never noticed any problems with the Buffalo Steak Sandwich. I don't think I was getting wrecked by melee heavies particularly often.
It was banned from competitive play, by the way.
And of
For
course,
a long time, it was banned from competitive play.
the other thing that's often complained about is the Darwin's Danger
because it speeds up heavy.
Shield Witch. according to Valve, is absolutely fine.
And if they were the ones pulling the strings, I don't know how they would get surprised. And I don't want any of you guys who did say this to say that that's not what you said or that's not what you meant, because I screenshotted all of the things you wrote. It's pretty much exactly how you...
I mean, again, you're nitpicking and cherry picking fringe ideas that are by no means the mainstream.
said it. But another thing that this argument just conveniently ignores are the times where competitive players have an analysis of a weapon and a solution that is correct. And that has happened at least in one instance, and it's the only instance where Valve readily admitted that competitive players were the reason for the change, and that was the changes to the Razorback. Sigafu during his visit only
because it was also bullshit in vanilla play. The Razorback was bullshit everywhere, not just in Highlander. It fucking sucked to play against no matter where. Because if there was an enemy sniper on the other team running Razorback, your snipers also had to run it. Same for the Darwin's Danger Shield. It was the Darwin's Danger Shield was another direct nerf in response to competitive play, because if one person was using the DDS, the other sniper was forced to use DDS, right? Yeah, and that's also a good correction. The only time Valve explicitly mentioned competitive play, it doesn't mean that other changes were not explicitly influenced by competitive play.
To Valve about a couple of weapons, namely the Ambassador, the Dead Ringer, and the Razorback. The Razorback is the only one where he had a definitive solution he wanted them to hear, and he explained it, and they put in exactly what he said to the game, and the game is better for it. Before this Razorback...
I mean, there's also the DDS nerf, but you're going to ignore that too. So again, it's like you say that Valve doesn't listen to competitive players, that Valve doesn't influence their decision-making, and here you are giving explicit examples of them influencing Valve's decision-making. Like, I thought this was a hair of truth. You're now proving our point that Valve does listen to competitive players, but of course you're only focusing on the things they fixed and buffed that were beneficial for vanilla play, and not all the other shit they nerfed. Love your content and your servers. Always hop on Germany #1 if there's any slots left, any chance to put Cashworks in rotation. Maybe Cashworks.
Back nerf, the Razorback used to do exactly what it does now, but you could overheal a sniper who was wearing it. And that is horrible. This meant that a sniper, and remember, this is the class that you all think is the fucking...
Curious about the interviews. Since I hear there's a smoking gun in his argument, what about it? I was looking for a smoking gun.
Devil and is really OP and was ruining the game for the last 6 years and should be removed, which, you know...
Thing is, the Razorback was a fundamentally flawed weapon everywhere. Like, it wasn't just a competitive issue, it was a problem everywhere. Same for the DDS.
Might partially be my fault. Could not only be immune to backstabs for absolutely zero skill investment, but also, if he had a pocket medic or was just near one, he could be immune to tap headshots. Counter-sniping and spies are the two easiest strategies for taking down a problematic sniper. This is especially so in pubs, where coordination between players is at an all-time low, and you can't always convince your team to support you if you wanted to try and bomb him as a soldier or something. They're not the only solutions, but they're the first ones worth trying because they work faster than anything else, and you don't need any of your teammates' help to get them to work effectively. And if you think this game is better with snipers, like good...
just explain more of their changes instead of causing the whole community to go insane arguing about their headcanon of what tf2 is thinking. Yeah,
snipers who are killing your whole fucking team, who are immune to both of these strategies, you're lying. Because everybody and their mother hates this class, to the point where the community has tested to see if they can just remove him, and overall found that to be a neutral to positive result. And if you're not
something good in the video, awesome.
Lying, then you're fucking stupid. Sniper is already a character that has an awkward matchup with a lot of the cast, because he's the only character that...
What does this do with the rest of the competitive play argument? And their apparent lack of influence over Valve's decision-making, even though you've shown that they have very direct influence over Valve's decision-making.
Do lethal damage at a long range.
You can tell he made this video against you because he says you people wanted him nerfed even though he made anti-sniper video himself. No, yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't need to have an invincible matchup against his own...
No, he refuses to acknowledge that this was a problem everywhere in the game and not just in competitive play.
Mirror, and a nearly invincible matchup, assuming he has an engineer or anybody looking near him, against Spy. Or what about the times where Valve didn't ask anybody's opinion, and got their feedback indirectly by watching competitive matches, and made changes that were good for the game? For example, the Wrangler nerf after the Sigafu save. Now Sigafu, if you're watching this, I really hope you don't sue me, because I'm about to show off the entire Sigafu...
You're doing a really good job of contradicting your point at the beginning of this section, saying that there's a hair's breadth of truth to this, in that oh, competitive players have no influence on these things, when they very, very clearly do. And you're giving all the positive examples, but you're not going to focus on any of the negative ones.
Save so that you can get an understanding for just how fucked up the Wrangler used to be. If you're a newer player who thinks that the Wrangler is bad now, you have absolutely no idea. Anyway, here's the thing.
Rock and roll, and there's 9 French players alive, and they're just waffling in here, Scully. Look at that, that's a straightaway tech on the sentry gun. All the Ubers being used for the sentry gun. It's still not being taken out. It's still up. Oh, what the hell is that?
Because you could just fully heal your sentry and tank shitloads of damage. It used to be really broken.
Still up, I'm sorry.
But it was broken everywhere, not just in competitive play.
Insane. insane!
It was a clutch defense helping his team win. You see here, Rescue Ranger whips out the Wrangler for just a second, back to the Rescue Ranger, and then the wrench. Really, no holds barred, excellent engineering. He goes down, but super clutch.
Now look, I'm not the best TF2 player, and I'm not a game designer. But I do think that if a team uses an Ubercharge and does nothing with the Ubercharge, but have a Heavy, who is the highest DPS character in the game, shoot directly at a sentry gun at point blank range, perhaps the sentry gun should go down even if the engineer has the Wrangler. I just think that Blue Team has used enough incredibly important resources well enough to take down a sentry gun. And I think most people and Valve agreed with me because they nerfed the Wrangler after this to make it so that you couldn't repair it fully while the shield was activated. And I think most people would agree that that was a good change because even today, the Wrangler is considered like public enemy #1 on the list of weapons that need to be nerfed.
It still sucks to play against, but now it's a lot better, again, because it was problematic everywhere in TF2.
Nerfed. Point is that competitive balancing isn't always the wrong thing, and nerfs especially have
it's not always the wrong thing, but it also resulted in a shitload of unnecessary nerfs that killed the fun in a bunch of weapons.
Part in the balancing dance of any game. Sometimes you make something that's just really powerful and really obnoxious, and it's better to introduce weaknesses or tone down the strengths of that weapon than it is to bring everything else up around it, making the rest of the game equally annoying, like the Launch Tomislav, which had a minus 75% rev time. This basically completely
so we're talking apples and oranges here.
Eradicates one of the
we know Valve is fucked up, but just because Valve is fucked up, right? It's like, come on, it doesn't mean that competitive players and their decision making competitive players and their influence on Valve's negative decision making. Like Valve makes mistakes, therefore competitive players can't make mistakes? Come on.
Downsides that Heavy has as a character. It undoes a part of his design, and as you can imagine, it was ridiculously powerful. So powerful that Valve had to nerf it 5 days later, and even that was too strong, so they nerfed it again almost a year to the day after that. And this is way better than just buffing all of the other miniguns into absurdity, because this preserves a core part of Heavy's design that makes him fun, but also it gave Valve the opportunity to give the weapon other advantages that resulted in a better design.
We're on a tangent again. Let's get back to competitive shit. Come on.
But also, pinning everything on one cause just ignores both the reality and the history of this game. Maybe it was Manny's incredible insight that got something like the Sandman nerf, or maybe it was the fact that the Sandman was problematic for its entire life and had a lot of people who really didn't like it. Maybe it's because Valve clearly weren't very happy with the design and nerfed it.
I don't think he's gonna talk about any of the weapons that were explicitly nerfed in response to competitive players bitching about them. Is he just gonna ignore the eviction notice, the GRU, the base jumper, the caber? Is he just gonna ignore all of these things? Is he not gonna acknowledge any of them at all?
Multiple times, which signals to me that they were never really capable of finding a good place for the
pussy.
weapon.
Rip
or maybe
off the
it was
Band-Aid.
because they really just didn't like the design, and Robin
Rip
Walker
it off and tell me to my face that was not competitive players bitching about these things. Come on.
Even once called it a mistake. I couldn't tell you for sure. Another great example is something like the caber. Everybody seems to think the caber was nerfed because comp players complained that it could one-shot medics. Which was true, the caber did allow you to one-shot half of the cast, but that was only part of the issue. It not only let you do that, it allowed you to cover Demoman's biggest, expressly designed weaknesses. Demoman is supposed to be weaker at the close range. He's supposed to be vulnerable to people pushing him, especially somebody like Scout, which is really hard to hit.
It still does that even post-nerf, whenever you used it. The swing speed didn't matter, the damage threshold didn't matter, the amount of self-damage you took was the risk in using it. Because it just leaned into what a melee weapon does more. A melee weapon is supposed to be a last-ditch effort that you whip out when you know you're going to die. It is, and when you whip out the caber, it is literally, like someone said in chat, a self-destruct button. You're gonna fucking die. So it just increases the chances of taking someone with you. But then they nerfed it too hard. I think a lot of us can agree that, yeah, 150 is probably a lot, but they didn't just nerf that. They nerfed the deployment speed, they nerfed the swing speed, they nerfed the ever-living shit out of it. It was too much.
Hit with a pipe gun. This is why sticky bombs have a delayed timer, because the demo man either needs to already have a trap up, or he's going to be vulnerable to somebody running into him. The caber allowed you to just ignore this by pulling out your melee weapon, which not only allowed you to one-shot half the cast, and not only allowed you to do that—
but when you pull out a melee weapon in the face of everyone else using a gun, the people with the gun are probably still going to kill you first.
As a character who wasn't supposed to be good in close range, it allowed you to do that at the cost of getting rid of your weakest weapon slot. That's why all of the swords on Demo Man are slower to come out. That way you can't really use them in a pinch close range situation. But not only did the caber allow you to circumvent one of Demo Man's only weaknesses by one-shotting half of the cast at basically no cost because you only got rid of your already weak bottle, but it also
no cost except a shitload of your health.
Allowed you to do all of this without even having to aim. Which is insanity, and I'd like to compare—
It's melee, okay, and?
This to
Still
Girardi
nerf the shit out of it too much, and now no one fucking uses it.
Bushwalker, which is a combo that these days people think is overpowered and should be nerfed and never should have been put on Sniper because Sniper is supposed to be weak at the close range. But here's the differences between the caber and the Pisswalker. Pisswalker not only requires you to use 2 slots to make the combo work, it also pins you with a perpetual 20% damage vulnerability just for having the Bushwalker equipped, but also you have to pull out the—
It's while active. Not while it's equipped, while active. That's a, hold on, tf2. Pretty sure it's bugged to where it's only active. Yep. 20% damage vulnerability to all sources while the weapon is active. So he didn't even properly do his research on this part of the video, dude. Come on. Sniper absolutely sacrifices nothing to use Jarate Bushwhacker. He sacrifices better secondaries in the form of a Razorback or the Darwin's Danger Shield, right? The SMG is nothing. So he's already sacrificing nothing to have Jarate, which is an incredibly powerful support tool, first of all. If you're using it with your team in the absence of the Bushwhacker, it's very strong. But then if you pair it with the melee, you just get a free get out of jail. You have a get out of jail free card. It is literally a free crit every 10 seconds, if not more, if you chain it. It is a fucking problem and should not be on Sniper. Like, the SMG is good, but you have to aim, and its damage is a pittance. And if you have a spy, if you're confronted with a spy, what are you gonna do? Splash him in piss and immediately make him take 35% extra damage from everywhere, not just you, but also get a free one-tap kill with your fucking melee. Obviously, you're gonna use the Jarate Bushwhacker. It is a problem.
And throw the Jarate and hit your opponent, and then hit them with the Bushwhacker. And also, you have to aim the Bushwhacker and hit them directly. You cannot just swing it.
So, weren't you just bitching about the Caber being a melee and it being super easy to use, but now you're saying, oh, you have to aim with melee? So you just contradicted your point about the Caber being too easy to use. What the fuck, man? Does that not apply to the goddamn Bushwhacker? Hello?
At the floor and kill them. The Caber eats the Bushwhacker combo for breakfast, and then it goes into anaphylactic shock because it forgot it is allergic to the cherry wood that is used in the Bushwhacker's handle. Now, is it possible?
Except, here's the thing, man. Caber does self-damage to you. You can only use it once. You can't chain crits because the Jarate doesn't disappear after you hit them. You can just keep critting them. You get a medic in your ass and you can... Jesus, a fucking Uber sniper with Jarate Bushwhacker can melt the enemy team. Have you tried that? It's not even comparable.
Possible that this weapon got nerfed because competitive players said something. It's possible. It's also possible that Valve knew that something was up with the weapon and decided to make changes now after hearing it from a community member. It's possible they already had these changes planned out and didn't need to hear it from the comp community.
No,
in fact,
because the only people complaining about the Caber were competitive players, man. Overwhelmingly, it was competitive players complaining about the Caber.
This is something that is conveniently similar between all of the weapons that are often referenced when it comes to Valve ruining the game balance in these patches. Like, yeah, maybe Sigafu is the reason the Ambassador got nerfed, or maybe Valve realized that Sniper should be the only character who can kill people at long range, and that it was annoying. Maybe
it was 100% Sigafu. If they listened to him, if they listened to his influence with shit like the goddamn Wrangler and what have you, it was absolutely him that had the damn Ambassador nerfed. Like, sure, they'll listen to him about these, but then this other one that he bitched about a lot, nah, it probably wasn't him. Notice when it comes to the nerfing, it's not their fault, but when it's the buffs, it is their fault.
Those comp players who got the Gru nerfed, or maybe Valve realized that Heavy being slow...
All the buffs are their fault, but the nerfs, nah, it can't be their fault at all.
It's like one of the fundamental pillars of his character design, and an unlock shouldn't just let you undo those for free. Maybe Banny is the reason that the Deadringer got nerfed, or maybe Valve realized that they...
Deadringer got nerfed because of players like Stabby. And the Deadringer absolutely deserved to be nerfed because it was way too fucking strong. You could tank a backstab. You could tank a headshot. You would not die. The Deadringer absolutely needed it, and it was a problem everywhere, not just in competitive play.
Designed a character whose entire job it was to go into risky situations and to get dangerous picks and have to skillfully escape the enemy team, and the Deadringer allowed you to have an infinite number of retries at that as long as you knew where an ammo crate was. Maybe they realized that the base jumper was putting multiple other unlocks out of business, and there was a reason that Soldier wasn't allowed to just float in the air for completely free. In fact,
it wasn't free. He sacrifices the gunboats, which infinitely increases mobility more so than the base jumper ever does. He has to sacrifice banners, which are insanely more powerful, or just a shotgun. And he has to remove a quarter of his health to get airborne, is at the complete mercy of anyone looking at him, including hit scan, heavies, snipers, anyone with a fucking shotgun. Hello? He's a sit and duck in the middle of the air. Like, that was the explicit trade-off that Valve put in their decision to add the damn parachute. Makes him stronger against Demoman and Pyro and Soldier, but way more weaker against people with hit scan guns. Like, that was the explicit reasoning. And then competitive players bitched about it because, oh, he's too hard to hit, so we ban it. And then they nerfed it into the floor, and now guess what? No one fucking uses it. Has to be rage bait to ever... This has to be the best rage bait to ever rage bait. There is no shot he can genuinely think what he says and still go, yeah, I'm right. I mean, he does, apparently.
I think that's why he has to routinely...
And the base jumper is still banned, I'm pretty sure.
Rocket
I don't know
jump
if it's banned in all leagues, but I think it is.
costing himself health to get in the air. Maybe it was competitive players who ruined all of these weapons. It's possible. It's also possible that
It's absolutely they had influence over their decision making with these weapons. It's just fucking irrefutable. There's no way. Because the only people that complained about them were competitive players. No one else was bitching about these items.
there were just simply different people working on TF2 at the time who had a different idea for what direction the game could go in. Maybe Valve just wasn't happy with
the direction at the time of 2015 when these nerfs started was steering TF2 towards a competitive esports environment. So naturally, who are they going to listen to? Fucking competitive. Like all of the pieces line up here. All of these threads cross at the exact same point. He's just not acknowledging it.
Places where these weapons were at. Maybe Valve nerfed these weapons so heavily because they had ideas for compensatory buffs that were going to come out later. Maybe.
No. You'd think they'd ship out the buffs at the same time. Why would they nerf them into uselessness and then have the excuse, yeah, they'll probably buff them later? No. What? Oh my god, dude.
But I'm just saying, I don't think it was because a couple of guys came to their office and talked to them. And well...
Yeah, that's probably the number one reason. Direct consultation with competitive players that you just showed influenced balancing on weapons, but you only acknowledge the buffs, right? You acknowledge only the good that came from that and not the bad. The bad doesn't exist. The bad is up for debate, guys. The bad changes are up for debate. But the good ones, no, those were all competitive players. Competitive players only have good influence on game balance. Competitive players only have influence with good changes. Jesus, man.
We're on the subject, I really don't think a lot of these weapons are ruined. I think they might require the tiniest amount of other loadout sacrifices to use them optimally, or they might require the tiniest bit of brain power to get the most
There's no excuse to the base jumper nerf, sorry. It just sucks.
out of them, but I don't think they're ruined.
And the Caber's the Caber's only viable now if you're playing Caber Knight. Otherwise, it's just it is Demo Man's worst melee next to the Pain Train.
Sandman, I guess, is ruined, but that's because its design was terrible and it shouldn't have existed. And frankly, I think if TF2 didn't have weapons as like an item that you quote-unquote own, because you don't own anything on Steam, it probably would have just gotten removed. But other than that, I don't really think a lot of the weapons that are commonly cited as being ruined were in any way destroyed or made completely ineffective. Bonk still does its job at distracting sentries and allowing you to get...
I love the argument. Yeah, you can still use it and get kills with it, therefore it's fine. And then if they... Okay, so listen, man, if they are totally fine, why does no one fucking use them? Why are they consistently the least used options when they were once one of the most heavily used options and competitive with other unlocks? Man, it's almost as though they fucking suck to use now, and they're not fun. Shocker.
Behind the enemy team as
like he's just dismissing the concerns and complaints. Like no, like your concerns and what have you, they're totally not real. Like no, these problems don't exist. They're still totally fine and usable. Like he's just trying to kind of pass away any kind of genuine criticisms and concerns with how Valve handled these things. It's like, no, they're still fine. No, fuck you, man. They suck now. They suck.
As long as you don't just like walk straight past a heavy like you can't fucking see. The BFB is still really...
And the Bonk is like, okay, it's so funny too, man. So here's the thing. The Bonk Atomic Punch originally came out when you can tell he didn't do his research for this one either. You can tell he hasn't been playing the game for as long as I have if he doesn't remember this. So when the Bonk Atomic Punch first came out, when you drank it, after the effect wore off, you would move as slow as a heavy. Then Valve realized, man, that is really fucking AIDS and no one likes it, so they removed that debuff. And they left it where if you just drink it, you're invincible, but you sacrifice your insanely powerful secondary that is a pistol, right? But then they re-nerfed it again by applying the slowdown effect, and guess what? Now no one uses it. Not that many people used it to begin with, because it was like the fun, gimmicky, silly item, but then they made the fun, gimmicky, silly item even worse to use. God.
Good with the right weapons to complement
the Bonk was perfect before it got nerfed in Jungle Inferno, 100%. It did not need the nerf.
I don't understand how people say this one is ruined. The same goes for the Your Eternal Reward. I don't understand how anybody thinks the current version is worse than the old one. The old Your...
Cloak Drain. Was it 30% Cloak Drain? That's all you have to say. The 30% Cloak Drain fucking sucks. Sorry, 33% Cloak Drain. It is objectively worse than any previous version, I'm sorry. I can tell this motherfucker does not play the game, or at least only sticks to his shit, man. To say that the current Your Eternal Reward is not bad, because, like, just the Cloak Drain alone makes this thing suck. Like, you have to use this with the L'étranger, otherwise you're just gimping yourself, and it's just a much more AIDS experience to play Spy. The old Ur was way more fun and way more challenging, and it didn't have the shitty cloak drain. God almighty, dude, what a horrible take.
Eternal Reward got massively carried by the Deadringer. The modern incarnation of this weapon is like actually pretty good. The Gru was another one.
No, it's not. It's objectively worse than its previous versions, dude. That fucking cloak drain sucks.
People complain about a lot, but the Gru, again, is really very strong. It's just now you have to use your brain when you use it. Maybe don't just run straight from
You had to use your brain with the old version too. You had to be mindful of when you put it away so you wouldn't take 33% extra damage from every shot.
Onto the battlefield. Maybe use it in moderation or something. Only one class is really supposed to be able to do and goes against the fundamentals of the video game. The Caber may not be what it once was, but you pair it with a shield, it still does some crazy stuff.
And that's the only time it's viable, using it with the shield.
The one that's even remotely as bad as this jarring change of acoustics is the base jumper. And I have to say, yeah, the base jumper is pretty bad. It's not like you could go on a 12 kill streak or something very easily and then sarcastically put footage of yourself doing just that in the video. I don't think that these weapons are bad, I just think that they're no longer universally powerful or brain dead easy to use, or both. Call me crazy.
Most of them, like all the shit you just said, they weren't brain dead easy to use, man. They were fun. They were just good, and then Valve needlessly nerfed them into the floor and now no one uses them. Like, if they're seriously as fun and viable as you make them out to be, why does no one fucking use these things? It's because they suck. They got nerfed too hard.
But I think it's okay if the weapon design doesn't trample all over the character design. I think it's okay if we have weapons that don't just remove an entire skill from the game. And I think it's especially okay if we don't have weapons that prevent your opponents from expressing their skills. If I were some sort of internet dickhead, I might suggest that the only reason a lot of people want some of these weapons back is just because they were told to. Some other people, however, might
No. Like, here we go. Here it is, man. None of y'all can think for yourselves. None of you can think for yourselves. None of you guys can have your own genuine, well-thought-out ideas. You're only parroting what you hear from other people. You're only parroting what the YouTuber tells you to. It's not that you also play this game and you also interact with these weapons and also understand and acknowledge that they fucking suck now. No, it's only because you're parroting the YouTuber. You're parroting what someone else told you to say. Shocker, people might disagree with you, dude, for good fucking reasons.
Them back because in their heyday, these weapons were incredibly simple to use and very powerful, so it was really easy to crutch on them. And after their nerfs,
that's just not true. That's just simply a falsehood.
These types decided that instead of expanding their skill set and adapting, they instead decided to just blame the game and say that—
there we go. Just get good, guys, then the bad weapons will be better. Just get good. When you even have people with thousands of hours in this game, and if they were so good, even with higher skill, then why are they fucking ignored? Vanilla TF2 is bad. Large teams are bad design. All classes that aren't soldier, demo, medic, or scout need to be removed. 5 control point is the best game mode. Long live competitive 6s. Hail Banny. Leave Banny out of this, man. Banny, I appreciate the donation, but Banny's a chill guy. We don't need to unnecessarily shit on the banster here.
Everything is awful now that they can't effortlessly pwn noobs. In fact, I think that's the leading cause of why people have such an anti-comp bias these days. But if you know anything about Valve, you'll know that this kind of balancing is pretty par for the course. Their balancing process, by their own admission, was flawed.
They wanted a similar style to CSGO in a sense, where like you could— basically the idea is it'd be really simple to get into a matchmaking format and just go for it. One part of this is that they really want to use it to get data to be able to rebalance items really well. That was a huge part. Rather, they are aware that a lot of items have balance issues, so they want to get data on like how items could be better balanced and stuff like that.
To add on to that, right now they admitted themselves they really don't have a way to gauge balance. If they make a small change to the weapon, say the Scottish resistance or something, tweak a small part of it, they can't really get any actual feedback from it unless
they can. That's just so. This is also indicative that whoever was working on TF2 had shifted away from the original developers. I think the statistic alone of equip frequency, like how often people use these items, is very indicative of whether or not people enjoy using the item, right? And then if they so seriously have all of these sources of feedback, right, all of these immense sources of feedback, all these forums and streams and what have you, that should be indicative alone of like, oh yeah, maybe this was a good or a bad idea. Or maybe just looking at like the comments on their Steam forums or the reviews on the game, like, hey, why'd you fuck this up? You know?
They tweak it to an extreme, and people see, oh, this is really overpowered, and they all start using it, and they start complaining. But for small changes, they really have no idea if they're going in the right direction.
And even though I think
the same thing would happen too. Like the same thing would happen without the matchmaking statistics, or even with the matchmaking statistics. The only way they know whether or not something is going to work is if they push it out. Like, internal playtesting is not going to be enough. They have to actually push it out to the masses and then see what happens. It's just the nature of the game TF2 is. When I'm zesty and it's time to say slurs, I'm not transphobic or racist. I am a proud, bigoted, oh, if you're a minority, I hate you. I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna show up at your house. I'm gonna, if you like ketchup on your fucking hot dogs, I will come to your house personally, and I will take a Heinz bottle. I will squeeze it up your butt, squish it all out, and then you like fucking ketchup, you fucking minority! Listen, man, it doesn't work anymore. I'm sorry. I think when if you tried to do the whole Zesty is racist thing 4 or 5 years ago, back before everyone didn't know, I can't talk, I'm tired. Back before everyone knew that I was just quoting the fucking Eric Andre show as a joke in a tweet from 2016, then you might actually convince people that I'm racist. But sorry, we don't let people on the internet think for us anymore. You know, I'm not letting people define who I am simply by saying, oh, you're racist. Oh, you think for me now? You decide who I am now simply by typing it into the void? Okay. Nice try, though.
These weapons are fine. I do think there are some small quality of life changes that could be made to make them less annoying, but also not too strong. But even if I did get some kind of an audience with Valve, and I talked to them about the changes I wanted to make, I don't have any guarantee that they would really sit down and listen to me. But as we all already know, that's nothing new for Valve. And honestly, I think that's one of the bigger flaws with Valve's treatment of Team Fortress 2. So
which is it, man? Did they listen to competitive influence or not? You said they did, but then say they didn't. Pick one. Just pick one. Seriously, just pick one.
The modern weapons aren't horrible. Why does
you're flip-flopping here between making the good changes competitive players, you know, it was thank God for competitive player influence here, even though they were problems with the entire game, but then any nerfs in response to competitive players, in response to competitive players being the only people bitching about them. No, it wasn't their fault, no. He refuses to pass any of the bad shit over to competitive player influence. Just refuses.
It seemed like the old balancing was so much better. My answer to that is like, was it? Like, did y'all see the Liberty Launcher when it released? That weapon was like the rocket launcher, but even easier to use in a pub setting. It was like the purest definition of a crutch. That's not even talking about things like the Babyface's blaster.
It wasn't as bad as he makes it out to be. It was pretty strong, because it was just 3 shots, faster projectile speed, and that's it. But it needed some. If it had a smaller blast radius on top of that, it probably would have been fine, but there wasn't one.
It's impossible to get rid of a scout's boost. The old Pretty Boys, which gave the scout a health boost, which you just could not know unless they pulled it out. The old Lock and Load, which was not only easier to hit with because it has a faster projectile, but also had 20% extra damage, so sometimes it would just kill light classes. The Vaccinator, the Razorback.
Well, so the main problem with the Lock and Load, it was random damage variance, which made it possible to one-tap light classes when it went higher in that favor. But then when they removed random damage variance, then the Lock and Load was no longer a problem.
And the Wrangler all used to be even stronger than they are now. And again, things like the old Sandman, which were just like an anti-skill weapon, or the old Gru, which
The Sandman was a universal complaint across all spheres of play the instant it got put in the game. It has nothing to do with competitive play.
Just allowed Heavy to be fast because he owned a thing, or something like the old Deadringer, which before its cavalcade of nerfs was a monster.
Deadringer being an item that was a massive issue across the entire game, not just competitive play.
Again, Spy's character design is to use the Inviswatch to get behind the enemy, and then risk themselves to go in and get big stabs. But why would you bother doing any of that when you could just flash your Deadringer, die, go get an ammo pack, and do it again as many times as you ever wanted? Everybody loathes the Diamondback now, but the Ambassador used to basically just be that all of the time. Or something like the old Tide Turner, which was insane. And that's only the overpowered ones. There were a lot of weapons that were just dead on arrival or completely overshadowed by the competition for years. Like the Airstrike, which on release was a complete joke. Personally, I don't think balancing was better. I think that players were generally much worse, especially after the free-to-play update.
No. That's just not true. TF2 being a free-to-play game has a constant flow of people in and people out of the game. Like, you're always going to have a core player base that's going to stick around for the long haul, but players are always cycling in and out of the game. It has absolutely nothing to do with, like, the general... Like, of course you will say, like, the average skill of your player has gone up over the years, but not so much so that a shitty weapon is going to magically become good. It's just not true. Like, these weapons are bad, and now, even amongst the higher skill player base, they're still universally considered as bad by the overwhelming majority of people, and people don't use them.
These weapons were simply much more easy to exploit, so all you had to be to win was a competent player, and the more you win, the more likely you are to like a game, even if it's for bad reasons.
Okay, I want to cut it off here, because I've been going for 5 hours almost. I'll finish this next time. I'm very tired. But I think we can see where the rest of this video is going. Like we know what's coming up. We know what's coming up. You know, we see what's going on. We see what's coming up next. We know what's coming up, man. He can't, again, let's to give genuine criticism on the video, you really should have spent more time cleaning up this script, and especially in the first part, like, you know, whether or not TF2 is a casual or a competitive game, you probably should have defined what you meant by a competitive game. It seemed like you were flip-flopping between, you know, the nature of a game is competitive because there are winners and losers, or competitive means that a game was designed for esports, right? You were flip-flopping between that. You didn't really define what you meant by this at all. And then you had all of these really long tangents that really didn't do anything to help support your arguments. Like all the stuff about Street Fighter and these other games that are completely unrelated to Team Fortress 2 really did not help your arguments here. And then in the second part here, where, like, especially in the later parts of this section, it's just, you had just a lot of shit that was just not true. And then the competitive players ruining weapon balance. You very clearly show your bias here, where you're willing to acknowledge the good things that come from listening to competitive players, but then all the bad things, no, we have no idea who did those, right? When it was very clearly and obviously in response to competitive players complaining about these weapons, and then Valve reactively nerfing them. Again, the specific nerfs no one asked for, but they were very clearly done in response to competitive players bitching about them, because the only people bitching about these weapons were competitive players. So... And then this last part, I mean, I anticipate what I know is going to come here. Competitive players didn't ask for casual mode. They didn't ask for the 6v6 matchmaking that we got. But ultimately, this goes back to what I've been saying the entire stream, is that you cannot ignore the influence that competitive players have on this game, and have always had on this game. It's just that in the years leading up to Meet Your Match, Valve started placing more emphasis towards competitive players and steering the game in that direction. Like, that is a simple, irrefutable fact, and dismissing that is a falsehood. And what you should have done, and the only thing you needed to have said to have a genuine argument here, is to shut down the people who are saying, oh, it's explicitly competitive players' faults for doing this, man. But you didn't do it. You didn't say, oh, you need to not blame competitive players because they're not Valve. It was obviously Valve's ultimate decisions and Valve's ultimate choices to do these things to Team Fortress 2. That's all you could have said. But you didn't do it. That's where you fucked up. And it's also interesting because he started the video with this debate being between tryhards and casuals, but then he immediately ignored that foundation he set for himself and went to competitive versus casual, or competitive versus vanilla, right? So you should have spent more time writing this. Just a really bad video through and through so far. It's just, if you intended this to be the nuke you wanted it to in defense of the competitive scene, you have largely failed, in my eyes. You really didn't support your case here. In fact, I think you made it worse. By a lot of bad faith arguments, a lot of straw men, a lot of being disingenuous in more places than I can count, you know, just making shit up or making up arguments that simply do not exist in the wider discourse surrounding TF2 at all. Just a really, really bad video. So, honestly, I might not even finish it, because it's just, I know what's going to come in the rest of the video based on the first hour and a half. Do I really need to finish it? Probably not. I still might. I'll see how I feel come Tuesday, but I'm not feeling it, man. I think I've seen enough. I've seen enough to know where this is going. So, there you go. Shit video. Sorry, just a really bad video. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. I gotta go get dressed up now because I gotta go to a rehearsal dinner. I got someone in the family getting married this weekend. The rehearsal dinner's tonight. So, gotta go do that. So you guys take care. I appreciate all of you for watching. I feel like it needs to be said, because I feel like this will be an attack vector against me for looking at this on stream. Don't go bother this guy. Like, don't go be an ass, and don't, like, you know, be a shithead. Like, criticize what he's saying in the video. Criticize his points and his arguments. Don't shit on the guy himself. Beyond that, appreciate it for watching. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of the donations. You are insanely kind people. I cannot thank you enough. If you want notifications for when I go live, Join the Discord linked in the description below. Can't talk in there, but you get notified for when I go live or when I upload a video. And yeah, I'm gonna go gargle salt water because my throat is extremely hoarse. Because I've been talking for 5 hours. I'm gonna shut up now, and I'll see y'all later. Take care.